Vincent is a well-known hunter in the area with extensive experience, a muscular build, and sharp perception. Vincent also has a beautiful wife named Olina, but unfortunately, the two of them are childless and unable to have kids. A few years ago, on a quiet night, Vincent kept hearing faint crying coming from the horse stable. At first, he thought it was some wild animal, but when he carried his axe over there, Vincent was shocked to see a pale-skinned, blonde-haired baby wrapped in a diaper lying in the middle of the stable. Years passed, and that child grew up with blonde hair, blue eyes, incredibly beautiful and adorable. The boy was named Arian Siro, our main character. Vincent and Olina always treated him like their own son, their precious treasure. Every day when Vincent went to the forest, he would bring his son along. While he chopped wood, Siro would be absorbed in reading the magic books his father bought for him. Their family was warm and happy, but the other kids in the village didn't seem to like Siro much. The reason was pretty obvious. He was always focused on reading books, plus he was very skinny and looked delicate like a girl, nothing like Vincent's tall and strong appearance. The village gossip often spread rumors that Siro was picked up by Vincent and his wife from some random corner. And of course, the village kids knew about this too. Although it was true that Siro was adopted, Vincent couldn't accept people talking badly about the child he considered his treasure. Vincent always felt responsible for Siro being shunned by the village kids. Of course, he couldn't just storm in and punch every single one of them. So, to ease his guilt, he could only frequently take his son on trips to broaden his horizons. The next morning, Vincent took his son to the city of Chris. On the outskirts of the kingdom of Tomia, this was Siro's first time visiting the city. The luxury and hustle here dazzled him. Vincent still had some business to handle, so he stopped the carriage in front of a fruit shop owned by an acquaintance named Mon and told his son to stay put until he came back. Although Siro was usually very obedient, since it was his first time in the city, Vincent kept reminding him not to wander into shady alleys or run into the nobles. Then he drove off. Siro stayed at the fruit stall, trying to prove his usefulness by writing signs for Mon. Mon seemed surprised that a country kid like him could read, and even looked very smart and quick-witted. While Mon was admiring this beautiful kid, Siro suddenly asked curiously, "Mr. Mon, do you know magic?" "What? Law? No? Magic?" Siro excitedly held up the big magic book Vincent bought for him. Mon laughed. Kids will be kids, all of them like fancy stuff, dragons, heroes, wizards. But seeing the hopeful sparkle in Siro's eyes, Mon couldn't bear to disappoint him. So, he pointed toward the alley ahead. "I don't know much about magic, but over there are lots of books about it." Siro followed Mon's finger, his eyes instantly lighting up. Behind the alley was a big bookstore. With Mon's permission, he immediately ran over there. But once inside, Siro was stopped by the bossy shop owner. She wouldn't let him touch the books on the shelves, saying those expensive books weren't for poor kids like him. Just then, the bookstore welcomed a distinguished guest. The owner called him the chief steward, though it was unclear which prestigious family he served. While the owner was busy attending to him, Siro quickly flipped through some books on the shelf and found the content boring. He lazily left the store and happened to see a man carrying a box of books walking by. Siro, being a book lover, didn't hesitate to chase after him, and what shocked him next was that the man straight up dumped the box of books into the trash. "So this is where Dad got the books for me?" Siro was stunned for a few seconds, then carefully picked up each book to look through. At that moment, laughter and chatter reached Siro's ears. He turned to see two noble girls happily chatting, each holding a book. Siro wondered what made him different from them. Why did Dad tell me not to hang around nobles before leaving? And why were they freely reading the books I liked, but I wasn't allowed? Thinking this, Siro unconsciously followed the two girls, but before he could catch up, a tall guard stopped him. "Hey kid, this isn't a place for kids like you to hang around. Beyond this gate is an area reserved for nobles. Where are you from, and who are your parents?" My dad is nearby," Siro replied nervously. Then another guard came over, and just by glancing at Siro, he found him suspicious because he didn't look like the local kids. They assumed Siro was either an orphan or a thief's accomplice, so they wanted to drag Siro away for questioning, but he was lightning fast. Taking off his outer jacket and hiding behind some bushes, Siro's hair was all messy, and his clothes were filthy. But he still felt lucky, because he hadn't been caught yet. Just as he was about to pick up his shoes and head back to Mr. Mon, Siron suddenly heard voices coming from behind the big outer wall. "So now, let's talk about what magic really is." "No, Principal. Breathe fire and show us," some students replied with excitement. Siren looked up at the wall, which was twice or even 3 times his height, and of course, he couldn't see a thing. Wait a minute. Could this really be a magic academy? His excitement surged strongly. Siron pressed his ear against the wall, listening carefully. Inside, the person called the principal was continuing to ask questions to his students. He asked what the most important thing was when learning magic. Some said knowledge, others said hard work, and some thought money was the key. But no one had given the right answer yet. Siron tried to listen closely and finally heard the principal's answer. "The most important thing when learning magic is clarity of mind." The noble-born students inside were looking down on him. When the principal mentioned clarity, every kid's face froze. What is that? The principal didn't answer right away, but instead asked back, is there anyone here who doesn't know what 1 plus 1 equals? Who doesn't know? It's 2, obviously, the students shouted. Can anyone explain why it equals 2? The principal asked again. They looked at each other, but no one could answer. That strange feeling you're having right now is clarity. There was a time when people didn't know that 1 plus 1 equals 2, and many scholars had to work hard just to prove it. But even without solid proof, we still understand that 1 plus 1 equals 2, right? That's because it's a law that always exists in the world. That's also why we don't need to learn it, because we automatically understand and accept it. Magic is the same. It has existed in this world from the very beginning. We can sense and accept it through our clarity of mind. That's why it's more important than knowledge or hard work. The principal explained all at once. The kids inside the academy still hadn't fully digested what he said, but Siron, eavesdropping outside, felt his heart pounding when he heard that the most important thing in learning magic wasn't money, nor noble status, but clarity of mind. So even a kid like him could become a great wizard, right? Thinking this, Siron felt both excited and nervous, and his heart nearly jumped out of his chest when he heard the principal's voice asking the kid behind the wall, I want to hear your thoughts. Siron jumped in surprise. He didn't think he'd be discovered through such a thick wall. Now, should he run or answer that question? Especially looking as dirty and shabby as he did? Siron feared the principal and the kids inside might look down on him just like the bookstore owner, or those 2 guards, because he was poor and filthy. But he was also afraid that if he missed this chance, he'd regret it for the rest of his life. So, driven by some huge motivation, Siren used his small body to climb up the wall step by step. He looked really scruffy, but his eyes shone brightly. Siren saw the Magic Academy principal sitting under a tree with some kids. The principal looked very kind, nothing like the bookstore owner or the guards. As soon as he saw Siron, he spoke first. Hello there. Did you come to hang out with me? That noble principal's name was Mirov Amphius, a 4th-level wizard and the founder of the Magic Academy. Amphius. Siron used all his strength to jump down from the wall, then slowly approached the kids sitting around. Amphius's students were all nobles, clean and tidy, totally different from Siron. Some kids immediately saw Siron's shabby look and knew he was a commoner, so they bluntly chased him away. But Principal Amphius wasn't like that. It's okay. Come here. What was it that this old man said that caught Siron's attention? The principal's kind demeanor made Siron feel much less insecure. Though still shy, he dared to say what he wanted. I want to see magic. I've only seen it in books, never with my own eyes. Before Amphius could reply, the students around him shouted, They say Siron's a liar. How could a commoner even read books? Knowing he had no voice here, Siron bowed his head low. Please, sir, cast any spell you want. I just want to witness magic with my own eyes. Amphius laughed. Ha ha, it's simple. I'll show you a spell that can create wind. As soon as Amphius finished speaking, a strong gust of wind blew, lifting Siron into the air. Not just him, the kids around the principal were also blown up, but they all looked like they were enjoying it. Only Siron was both scared and confused. After reaching a certain height, he and the kids started falling down. While they were excited, Siron's team wanted to freak out from fear. This was his first free fall ever, and from such a terrifying height, Siron felt like he was about to shatter. Too scared, he squeezed his eyes shut. Until quite a while later, Siron no longer heard the whistling wind by his ear, only the giggles of the kids. Only then did he dare to open his eyes and saw himself hovering about 1 meter above the ground. The magic school students were teasing him for being such a scaredy cat, while Principal Alphas couldn't help but burst out a hearty laugh at the scene. How do you feel? That's magic right there. Chiron landed safely, but his heart was still pounding wildly from fear. So this is what magic really is. It's way beyond anything he'd imagined. It went beyond the understanding that Book had given him. What exactly is magic, Principal? Siron, still shaken, stammered the question. Alphas stroked his long beard, seeming to search for an easy example to explain it to him, but Siron, too impatient, interrupted. Please just tell me the truth. His voice was quite loud, and anyone overhearing might think Siron was being rude to the principal. The noble students were shocked, because no one had ever dared to raise their voice at Amphius before. Even the teachers at the school were sure Amphius would fly into a rage and punish Siron, but when they saw the boy's intelligent face and bright eyes, Amphius couldn't stay mad. Ha ha, if you want to know that badly, then I'll explain. It's a bit complicated. He stroked his beard as he spoke to Siron. Do you want to know what true magic is? It's something beyond common sense. In other words, it's an expansion of the mind to discover the truth of the world. It's something unrealistic, but maybe because of that, it's closer to the truth? Siron suddenly asked Amphius, unable to hide the excitement on his face, because what Siron just said was something even the noble students hadn't realized themselves. Did you read this in a book? But I've noticed similarities across many books, where many ideas from great minds were once considered absurd and shunned by society, but eventually, they had to accept those ideas as newly discovered truths. So the truth is actually hidden within those absurdities, that's what I think. Anpheus nodded continuously as he listened. He seemed very pleased with this smart and bright kid. Despite the tough circumstances, Siron still tried hard to absorb and filter the little information he had to truly understand the issue. It's just a pity that he was only a commoner. Resources simply couldn't compare to those of the noble kids. To help Siron understand magic better, Anpheus called out a pink-haired girl named Sumin and asked her to enter the spirit world. Then he pulled out a handful of coins from his pocket and asked Sumin to guess how many coins he was holding. Sumin answered 6, almost without thinking, and surprisingly, her answer was completely correct. Siron was utterly amazed, his mind flooded with 100,000 questions. Anpheus anticipated his reaction and explained that when a mage focuses their mind, they become light enough to sense everything around them. Some advanced mages can even count the leaves on a tree from a great distance. This is called an extremely sensitive mental state, or the spirit world. While explaining, Anpheus kept changing the number of coins in his hand, and Sumin still guessed correctly every time. A mage who can enter the spirit world perceives the outside world through a supernatural ability, and eventually, they can dominate reality itself. Not just small things like counting coins, but they can sense the entire situation happening right before their eyes. This is the basic skill Alphas wants Siron to master if he wants to become a mage. Because not everyone can enter this spirit world state. First, you need to sense yourself. Try practicing in a quiet place, then shatter all the distracting thoughts in your head. When you do that, a new world will be revealed for you to explore. Do you understand what I mean? If you can't sense yourself, then you won't be able to clear your mind. Siron asked Alphas again, his questions continually surprising the principal. He asked Siron to try sensing himself right here, because after all, if Siron couldn't do that, he'd have no chance at learning magic. But what exactly is the self? Siron was beginning to search for the answer. While the brain was just an organ, and the senses and reality he perceived couldn't go beyond the brain's concept, Siron didn't need to understand its meaning, but just feel it as it was. After quite a long time, Siron opened his eyes. In front of him were Principal Alpheus and the students, but something seemed different. Alpheus looked at him expectantly and asked, "What do you feel now?" Siron was drenched in sweat and answered, "Sound. I hear all the sounds." The kids burst out laughing. Of course you'd hear sounds. Alpheus didn't show much reaction but seemed somewhat disappointed. He thought Siron couldn't do it as he initially predicted, because what happens inside the spiritual world is in a different dimension. There, people perceive things through completely different senses, like synesthesia, a neurological condition. When the brain processes information through multiple senses at once, a person can smell sounds, taste light, and feel the scenery through their skin. But Siro just said he heard a sound. That proves he hasn't actually entered the spiritual world. Anyway, this isn't something even AI can do. Anpheus slowly stood up and patted Siro's head to comfort him. Good job. If you keep training in the future, you'll be able to hear even more sounds. Then Anpheus turned to his students and said, "All right, the special class is over. Let's head back to school." After leaving, Alphas still felt regretful because finding a smart kid like Siro isn't easy. He just thought that if Siro had been born into a noble family and raised properly, what he could achieve would probably surpass these other kids. As for Siro, he climbed over the wall to go back outside. But Siro's mood was a total mess because he knew he had actually entered the spiritual world earlier. Siro only told Alphas that he heard a sound, but he didn't say everything after that after the shocking sound, he felt like he was torn into hundreds of pieces and scattered across the world. He felt like he was no longer a small entity, but the entire world itself. That feeling made tears stream down Siro's face unconsciously. He couldn't help but tremble before the vastness of this world. It was just a brief moment, but Siro really had escaped his body and become formless. Merging into the world, he ran headlong as if trying to release the feelings inside, and because of that emotional chaos, Siro accidentally crashed into a passerby. Only he fell backward because the other guy was pretty tall. Siro kept apologizing like crazy, but the other guy didn't seem ready to let him off. There were a few more guys with him, and the one Siro bumped into immediately grabbed his collar. "Are you crazy or what? If you hit someone, you gotta pay up, right?" I'm sorry. Siro was so scared he stuttered. "Sorry isn't enough, is it? You're from the gang, right? You're here to take my life, huh?" Siro didn't understand what gang the other guy was talking about, but if this kept up, at best he'd get beaten up, at worst he'd lose his life. While panicking, he heard a female voice. "What are you guys doing? Is something interesting going on, Miss Army? Why are you here? Bored again?" The thug quickly turned to greet the newcomer, but his hand didn't forget to keep holding Siro's collar. The one called Miss Army was a young noblewoman with red hair tied back. Siro wanted to call for help, but when he saw she was a noble, he immediately gave up on that idea. As for the thugs, after greeting Army, they turned back to the main issue. First, Siro took a full knee to the stomach. He immediately collapsed to the ground, trembling in pain all over. Bullying a tiny kid like Siro didn't shame these guys at all. On the contrary, it pumped them up. The whole gang started repeatedly using crude insults to provoke Siro, even throwing in nasty comments about his parents. Hearing them talk about his parents like that, Siro's eyes instantly changed from scared to full of rage. They noticed he was angry, but Siro had no chance to fight back, because right after, he got kicked straight in the head. The big guys all swarmed together to gang up on a kid. Siro couldn't resist, just held his head and endured. After a while, Ami couldn't stand it anymore. Ben stepped closer and stopped them. If this keeps up, he'll really die. Then she sat down next to Siro and asked, "Are you okay?" "I didn't do anything. I just happened to pass by." Siro seemed to sense a glimmer of hope from this girl. Ben cried as she explained, "Yeah, stop it already." Ami said, "No more fun left? Thought you'd be saved, but this girl who looks all innocent is actually crazier than those thugs." In her eyes, Siro was just a toy. "We planned to beat him up and then sell him to the village down south since he's just a commoner, so no worries," one thug suggested. Siro immediately fell into despair. He started regretting not just sitting still with Mr. Mon back then. If they really planned to sell him, would he never see his parents again in his life? Ami gave a judging look, stared at Siro for a while, then suddenly cracked a weird smile. "Slaves shouldn't have flaws, right? Then why don't I check him out myself?" The thugs surrounding her burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha. Miss Army, you gonna check him out? Hear that, kid? She's telling you to strip." When he heard the word strip, Ami's face changed, and she automatically stepped back. She originally just wanted to mess with Siro a bit. Then they let him go. Didn't expect those crazy guys to actually follow through. Plus, Siro looked like he was about to lose it. The threatening laughter of the thugs faded in Siron's mind. Instead, he started hearing the buzzing of a fly flying by. Then, the space seemed to freeze. Siron felt his mind drifting back a few hours. He saw Principal Alphas and a group of students sitting under that ancient tree, and the principal was chanting a spell to create wind, to show him what this so-called magic looked like. Siron no longer doubted it. He was inside his own memory. Alphas' spell became clear to him. Everything poured into Siron's head and turned into his own knowledge. While Siro's soul left his body to enter the memory world, in reality, he was frozen like a wooden plank. The thugs, seeing Siro's lack of reaction, lost it again and grabbed his collar. "You little punk, are you deaf? Do I look like I'm joking?" Only Ami noticed something was off. She quickly shouted to stop them, but it was too late. Siro, relying on the memory he just found, unconsciously cast the wind spell. Just like what Anphius did back then, he created a tornado strong enough to lift all the thugs into the air. By the time Siro snapped back to reality, they were already falling freely. And from that height, it was no surprise they broke arms and legs. Siren took down nearly 10 thugs, all way bigger than him, with just one move, yet he didn't even know how he did it. Ami screamed and rushed over to help him regain his senses. "What the hell are you? Where did you learn magic? Why does a regular civilian like you have magic?" Just then, a few people ran over because of the loud noise. Ami, not wanting to deal with a crowd, quickly bolted. Siron was stunned watching her dart up to the rooftop like a flying squirrel and disappear. But that didn't matter now. What mattered was the mess in front of Siron, and he bet the newcomers wouldn't let him explain. Siron wanted to escape. He couldn't get caught again, so he started sprinting out of the alley. His first time leaving the village had given him way too many terrifying experiences. He felt this world was too scary. He just wanted to get back into his parents' arms as fast as possible. That's all. Meanwhile, Ami had returned home. Her family was the Kami's clan, top-tier nobility. Ami came back frustrated because she'd been beaten by a regular kid. Kami's Sakura, the clan head, guessed right away she'd caused trouble again. "Why are you home so early? Did you skip school today?" "Ami, you've learned everything already. There's nothing fun left, father." Ami snapped back, then stormed upstairs. Sakura was at her wit's end with her daughter. "I don't know when you'll ever grow up. Even if you're a genius, you can't be so reckless. One day, you'll get outsmarted," Sakura said casually. But it seemed his last words hit Ami right where it hurt. Today she really had been outsmarted, and by a regular kid no less. Seeing her suddenly silent, Sakura was a bit thrown off. Usually, if he criticized her like that, Ami would have thrown a fit, but today was different. She stayed quiet for a long moment, then suddenly asked something totally unlike her style. "Father, that magic, do you know any AI at the Magic Academy who could introduce me?" After that stormy trip, Siro finally found his father. As soon as he found Vincent, he threw himself into his arms, crying and saying he got lost. The father and son returned to the small village, but Siro's personality changed completely from then on. And winter came. The next day, after returning home, Vincent saw his wife sitting with Olina, saying Siron had gone to the logging area to chop more wood while heavy snow was falling. Worried, Vincent went looking for him, even though they weren't biologically related. But Vincent had raised Siron and treated him like his own son with fatherly love. He could clearly feel the change in his son after his first trip to the city in spring. And even though Siron only said he got lost, Vincent always felt something wasn't that simple. Now he was in the forest chopping wood. Even after many days, Siro still couldn't forget the day he unconsciously unleashed magic to attack those thugs. And since then, he hadn't been able to use it again. That magic was summoned instinctively, but lacking basic magical knowledge, he couldn't replicate it. Still, now Siro had mastered entering the spirit world. In the spirit world, he could sense everything just like in reality, from feelings, shapes, to scents. He could perceive everything related to the tree in front of him all at once. And you can even see the weakest point of that tree. That's what helped Siro swing one strike and chop down a tree 5 times, 6 times his own height. Vincent witnessed the entire scene. He's a seasoned hunter, and he bets what he just saw was a lightning strike, the phenomenon where an axe fells a tree by hitting its weak spot. But how could Siro, such a small, skinny kid, do something even a skilled hunter like Vincent struggles with? Watching his little boy carefully saw through the tree trunk in the freezing winter, Vincent couldn't hold back tears. Meanwhile, Siro looked pumped, because this was the first time he successfully created a lightning strike after countless tree chops. Just like when he first managed to summon magic back then. Siro knew he wasn't as lucky as noble kids, but that didn't stop his hunger to seek foundational knowledge about magic. And tomorrow, the day after, and every day after that, Siro would keep repeating this to feel the magic, because he believed his chance would come one day, not far off. Persistence really brought Siro some achievements. Time passed, and 3 years later, Siro had grown a lot taller, his hair longer, and he had mastered the lightning strike, hitting every time. By then, he seemed to have become one with nature. Siro could even sense the trembling of every bush, the movement of bugs, the nutrients absorbed through every tree root. But Siro knew that wasn't all. If he kept training, a new world would open up for him. Today, he spent 5 hours meditating in the forest, training his spiritual world. After achieving the desired result, Siro carried the firewood back home. On the way, he saw 2 white horses, a rare breed that normally wouldn't appear in this remote area. In front of Siro's house, a luxurious carriage was parked. He immediately guessed there were guests, but when he stepped inside, both his parents looked very tense. This made Siro a bit worried. "You're back? Come in and meet this person." Vincent called the owner of that fancy carriage the assassin butler of the Orient family. He introduced himself as Temeran. Siro didn't know why the visitor came for him, while the Orient family was the second highest noble house in the kingdom, but he still responded politely. Temeran carefully approached, examining Siro's face and figure like inspecting a precious item. "Can you read?" he asked. "I learned a bit when I was little." Temeran looked thoughtful, then nodded and kept observing. "Siro, you seem well raised, just a hunter's son, but you can read. You're also a good kid. Wait, can you explain why you're here?" Siro seemed impatient, and finally Temeran revealed the real purpose of his visit. He came to recruit Siro to work for the Ocean family, though Siro didn't understand how he knew about him. The job was to move a total of 10,000 books out of the main library of the mansion. Many of those books were important. This would be done within 2 years. The transportation would be handled by others, but the classification would only be done by Temeran and Siro. Hearing the word library, Siro's heart pounded even harder. It was the Ocean family's library, surely filled with crucial knowledge for a mage. However, Temeran continued, the only people who knew about this were Siro's family. If even one book leaked out or news of this got out, then both Siro and his family's lives would be wiped out. Only then did Siro understand why his parents looked so worried. Of course, because this was so dangerous, the Ocean family agreed to pay a lot of money. It was an amount Vincent couldn't earn, even after a lifetime of hunting. Of course, he wasn't greedy enough to sell his precious son. He agreed to Temeran's request just so his son could freely read in the Ocean family's library. The money Siro was paid was truly huge, so it was worth the years Vincent spent taking care of his son. Temeran seemed very pleased with Siro. He turned to Vincent and said, but those words sounded like saying, Vincent cared for Siro all these years just for the money. So Vincent immediately stood up and slammed the table. "I'm not in it for the money. I just want our Siro to fulfill his dream." Temeran suddenly burst out laughing loudly. "Ha ha, why do you overthink it? You think the kid's gonna have a career? Stop dreaming. If you weren't in it for the money, then why would you beg me to pick your son, huh?" His tone was full of mockery. "Because you said he can read," Vincent almost shouted. "I remember Olina taught Siro a few words just for fun when he was little, but I didn't expect that by the age of 5 or 6, he would start reading on his own to learn. I still clearly remember how obedient and adorable Siro looked back then, but more importantly, he was a smart kid. Every time Vincent looked into your beautifully detailed eyes and saw you so focused on reading, he wondered if maybe his adopted son came from noble blood. And if you had been raised by a noble family instead of a hunter's family like theirs, would your life have been better?" Throughout those days, Vincent struggled with this thought painfully. On one side, he just wanted to keep Siro as his own and raise him to be a hunter, a woodcutter like himself. But when he saw Siro spending hours every day chopping wood in the forest, it made him uneasy. So, Vincent was the one who took the initiative to approach Temeran. After hearing that the Ocean family was looking for a literate commoner's child, All Vincent wanted was for Siro to go there and read the books he desired. That's why he begged Tamaran. But unexpectedly, the high and mighty man thought Vincent wanted to sell his son for money. That really made Vincent furious. I don't need any money at all. If I had known you'd look at me like that, I wouldn't have begged you. Now get out of my house immediately. Tamaran was proud too, and after Vincent insulted him to his face, he stormed out. But just as he reached the door, Siro quickly called him back. He said he would take the job no matter how dangerous it was or how much Tamaran looked down on his family. You're serious? I'm not threatening you. Just so you know, even a tiny rumor could cost you your life, Tamaran warned. But even so, Siro was determined. He insisted he could keep quiet no matter what happened, and if anything went wrong, he wouldn't blame Tamaran or the Ocean family. Seeing the young man's resolve, Tamaran stopped trying to talk him out of it. He said he would send a carriage to pick Siro up within 1 week. During that time, if Siro changed his mind and refused, that was fine. But once he stepped into the Ocean mansion, he couldn't leave until the job was done. After giving Siro his instructions, Tamaran didn't linger. Only the 3 members of the Vincent family remained, anxiously questioning their son. Siro, why did you agree to such a request? Those bastards just want someone to die in their place. This is your fault, Dad. You have to take responsibility, so refuse right now. Vincent's face was full of tears, and Siro started crying too. But Siro wasn't crying because he blamed Vincent for pushing him into the fire, but because he was grateful for the huge gift Vincent had given him. Because stepping into the Osent family library and reading those rare magic books was an opportunity Siro never dreamed he'd get in his lifetime. Dad, thank you so much, Siro cried with a bright smile on his lips. Vincent quickly hugged him tightly, comforting him non-stop. Don't worry, Sirun, and remember to come back safe. I promise they won't lay a finger on this family. At that moment, Vincent truly didn't know if his actions were right or wrong. Olina couldn't hold back her tears either, worried about her son. But if he wanted to go, neither of them could stop him. 1 week later, Tamaran sent someone to pick Siro up as promised. After Vincent signed a contract, they hurriedly took Siro away. The carriage door closed and started moving. Siro quickly entered his own soul's world. He could see Vincent and Olina crying and hugging each other miserably. In his subconscious, Siro wanted to reach out to them, but his last bit of reason made him pull back. Yes, this opportunity was a double-edged sword. Working for the Ocean family was dangerous, but it would bring Siro many things, and he wouldn't tremble or back down anymore. Speaking of the Ozen family, their main house was inside Chris City of the Tomia Kingdom, quite far from the Basuka capital. Ozen was a warrior family that usually trained orthodox swordsmen. The previous head was a 3rd-level swordsman, and the current head was Bishop Ozen, a 4th-level orthodox swordsman. In short, they had influence over powerful forces in the city. Not sure how long after, but the carriage arrived in front of the Ocean Mansion. This was Siro's first time stepping into a noble family, and moreover, a 2nd-rank noble family, a major power in the kingdom. The magnificent scene before him truly overwhelmed him. 2 people responsible for receiving Siro led him to the administrative room that doubled as the butler's resting room, and also where he would stay for the next 2 years. There, Tamaran was already waiting. He didn't give Siro time to rest, but immediately took him to the family's grand library to explain the tasks Siro needed to do. Entering the Ocean family library, Siro was even more amazed. He had never seen so many books, and for a book lover like him, this was heaven. Since the Ocean family had built a new library, the books here would be moved there, and Siro's task was to organize them. He would receive a list every week, then based on the titles on that list, find and gather the books. Working hours were from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. daily. Outside those hours, Siro was allowed to rest but not permitted to go outside. And you're not allowed to enter the mansion without permission. Tamaran is the head butler, so he'll be busier. But besides him, there are other butlers who will teach you the rules. Do you have any questions about joining this family? Tamaran asked. Siro was still processing the information he'd just been given. He felt this was definitely a chance worth risking everything for. When do I start working? Siro replied with a question of his own. Starting tomorrow. Just like that. The next morning, Sirun put on a brand new butler outfit and took the list to the Grand Library. After a night of intense thinking, he finally understood why the Ocean family was so huge, yet only hired 1 person to organize the books. Probably because they needed a consistent standard for arranging the books. For example, if you had to organize a book titled The History of Swordsmanship, everyone would have a different opinion on whether it should go under professional sword techniques or the comprehensive history section. Another thing Siro realized while experiencing these classification systems was that all knowledge is interconnected, and the core thread linking everything is history. Knowledge builds up along a straight line called history. History is the backbone of knowledge. After thoroughly studying history and using it to reinforce other fields, Siro's reading speed increased significantly. Out of the 10,000 books here, about 850 are history books, and he planned to read them all within 2 years here to achieve his biggest dream of becoming a time mage. Time passed slowly, and Siro adapted quickly to his job. That night, while secretly reading in the library, Siro heard footsteps Tamaran and a deputy butler arriving. Siro quickly hid the book in his hands because, after all, reading here without permission was forbidden. Have you finished organizing everything? You're working overtime again? Yes, sir. Siro hurriedly stood up straight and answered seriously. Tamaran didn't suspect anything, only advising Siro not to overwork himself too much since he still had 2 whole years in this library, and most importantly, he had to take responsibility for everything he did. If he got too tired and made mistakes, he might lose his head without realizing it. After leaving the new list, Tamaran left, but after a few steps, he suddenly turned around and walked straight back to Siro, making him extremely tense. What now? Did he catch me sneaking books during overtime? But luckily, Tamaran just came over to fix the bow tie on Siro's collar. This library isn't just for butlers. The family head and young masters also visit. Pay attention to your uniform, and make sure you don't tarnish the Ocean family's reputation. Tamaran also reminded Sirun to trim his long hair. Only then did he truly leave. Sirun breathed a sigh of relief. He started thinking about tying his hair up like his father, but there was something even more. Pressing the knowledge in these books was really tough. After Tamaran and the deputy butler left, Sirun resumed struggling with the massive amount of information. He wanted to memorize it quickly, but if he wanted to access a book's knowledge any time, he had to clearly understand every event in it. So he kept stuffing words into his head. But after a full day of hard work, Sirun quickly couldn't fight off sleep and collapsed onto the table. Once he was sound asleep, a hand reached out and grabbed the book he was reading. It was Tamaran. No one knew when he came back. Maybe he was just clueless. He clicked his tongue and muttered, holding on to this book for a whole month. Do you think you can succeed just by studying? If you were reading practical books, I would have banned you from coming here outside work hours. But luckily, you're just a stubborn idiot with determination. 3 months passed, and Sirun had started to get used to working in the Ocean family's grand library. He also learned a lot from the maids. After 3 months on the job, Sirun realized that the nobles didn't really care if 1 or 2 books went missing. That meant no book in the library was truly important, but that didn't mean Sirun was any safer. So he kept the same mindset as when Tamaran first approached him. Never allow himself to make any mistakes. While he was lost in thought, the grand library door suddenly burst open. Then came a voice that pierced his eardrums. Sirun froze. That damn old man. He jumped, looking up. The one who barged in was a tall young man with blue hair. From what Sirun knew, this was the youngest son of the family, Rian Ocean. Then another voice came, even more terrifying. Rian, how dare you run away? When I catch you, you'll have to run 100 more laps. Rian quickly dashed towards Sirun, then crawled under the nearby table to hide. He didn't forget to warn Siro not to tell the next person that he was hiding here. Rian's big body. That put a lot of pressure on Siron. But the guy who stormed into the grand library after that was even bigger. I know you're hiding here, Ryan. That kid with the green hair who just barged in, right? Siro was speechless. If that green-haired kid was the size of a pea, then what the heck was his scrawny body to this old man? But the dude looked so intimidating that Siro had to probe his identity first. Excuse me, may I ask who you are? I am a swordsmanship instructor. I am the teacher who has the right to beat that pea-sized brat into a pulp. Got it? Got it? Honestly, Siron wanted to scream those words right into his ear. He felt like if he didn't answer, this old man would bury him alive. So, even though the youngest master had warned him hard, Siron had to honestly admit he was hiding under the bookshelf next to Rin's swordsmanship instructor. Immediately, the man grabbed him by the collar with one hand and dragged him out. Master, this is just a misunderstanding, Rian frantically explained, but the other guy didn't give him a chance. Rian was thrown hard to the ground by his master, who then grabbed his legs and dragged him away. Come with me, you worthless brat who dares to slack off training. You need to be taught some discipline. Rian looked utterly miserable. Siro could clearly read his lips as he said, You'll pay for this. But since Rin's swordsmanship teacher looked even more powerful than the family head, Siro had no choice. After that day, Siro overheard that the youngest master was taken and sent to train on the mountain, so no one suddenly stormed into the library, yelling and startling him anymore. In the following days at the Grand Library, Siro kept finishing his work while sneaking in reading time. He spent 20 days on the first book, but after fully understanding it, he read 82 books in just 4 months. Everything went exactly as Siro expected. The beginning was tough, but after that, no book contained completely new content. If he built a foundation with the first 200 books, the remaining 650 would be easier to absorb. When Siro read books about the history and origins of magic, he started to question whether learning the history of magic origins was the right choice. But since he had already studied the formation of all things, he became even more certain that this decision was correct. Because if a scholar creates a theorem, a mage does the same, but they also have to realize that theory and apply it in practice. So, a mage is like a scholar. But not all scholars are mages, since not everyone can enter the godless sensory state in consciousness that is the spiritual world. Therefore, Siro believed that with his spiritual world, as long as he absorbed a huge amount of knowledge from these books, he could become a true mage. Just as Siro thought his peaceful days would last forever, that night Rian stormed back, furious. "Hey, you bastard! I crossed hell itself waiting for this day. Same green hair, towering figure, and that ear-piercing voice." Siro silently broke out in a cold sweat. This young master was really persistent. After enduring hellish training on the mountain, he still remembered the grudge Siro exposed in the library. He was so mad his teeth were grinding. "Do you know how many troubles I had to go through, you bastard?" Then he started telling how his master tortured him, climbing the cliff countless times until his fingers were powerless. But every time he thought he was about to die, he remembered the grudge in the library with the one who pushed him into this situation and felt recharged. Siro sighed quietly. This young master wasn't just angry. It seemed his rage had been building up and reached its peak. "Here, don't you dare open your mouth. I asked for your help and trusted you, but you turned your back and snitched to my master. Just looking at a weakling like you makes me want to puke." While saying this, Rian grabbed Siro by the collar. "It's not like that. I'm just telling the truth. Don't try to justify yourself. You should have said you didn't listen to my request back then." Siro sighed quietly. It seemed he couldn't reason with someone so angry and overwhelmingly strong. "So, young master, what do you want me to do?" Rian looked surprised when Siro calmly asked back. Then he laughed harshly and dragged Siro to the training yard, even though it was midnight. Siron thought the guy was going to attack him with a sword, but since he was pissed off, he didn't want to lose the chance his parents risked everything to beg for. So he decided to just take Rian's beating. But after checking out the weapons rack, Rian randomly grabbed a wooden sword and tossed it to Siro. He demanded a one-on-one duel. "I'm not as cowardly as you. The price for disrespecting me is that you're destined to become a great swordsman. You will bear the wrath of my sword." "What cowardly thing did I do, young master?" Since he'd been called a coward so much, Siro got fired up and snapped back as a servant of the Ocean family. "You should have protected the Ocean family, but you betrayed me to the master just because you were afraid of getting beaten. Isn't that cowardly?" Rin said those words. Siro could clearly feel that his opponent's gaze had changed, becoming somewhat vicious. Siron instinctively gripped the sword tightly in his hand, which was exactly what Rian wanted because there was a huge skill gap between them. So he allowed Siron to make the first 3 moves. Siron was extremely tense. Although it was just a wooden sword and couldn't kill him, wood was very hard. If he broke a bone, Siron would be sent home and lose this job. A question kept flashing in his mind. What should he do now? After a few seconds of thought, Siron gripped the sword tightly and attacked fiercely. But Rian easily dodged the first strike. When Siron struck the second time, Rian blocked it with his own sword. Unlike Siron's trembling hands, Rian clearly had a much stronger foundation and superior strength. Sweat poured down Siron's neck. He only had one last chance to attack his opponent. And if he lost this time, Siron would be completely defeated. He focused all his spirit and entered his soul world. In the spirit realm, Siro could sense the weakest point on his opponent's sword, just like the times he successfully created a thunderstrike while chopping wood. After identifying the target, Siron immediately launched his attack. Rian raised his sword to block and even mocked him for such a ridiculous attack stance. But when Siron's sword swung down, Rian could no longer laugh. His sword shattered instantly into many pieces. Shocked, he stared at the broken sword in his hand for a long time. Siron's sword was broken too, but he had succeeded. Allowing Siron 3 moves, Rian used the first to feel out the force, the second to calculate timing, and executed his plan on the third strike. This was the Thunder Strike. He had trained this move for 3 years. Rin trembled and said, "Where did you learn swordsmanship? This isn't swordsmanship, it's just a Thunder Strike." Siro honestly replied, "Huh?" Seeing Rin's confused face, Siro even patiently explained that his father was a hunter and he had followed him chopping wood in the mountains since he was a kid. Because his body was too weak, he couldn't chop wood the usual way, so he figured out this move to make chopping easier. Thunderstrike was the name the woodcutters gave it. The more he heard, the more confused he became. Such a powerful strike was something the opponent had discovered while chopping wood. Meanwhile, he had been wielding a sword for 15 years and still lost. The son of a woodcutter. Moreover, what Siro called Thunderstrike was actually the deadly sword technique, the secret skill of the Ocean family that Rin's older brother Gi had learned at just 12 years old. Back then, Rin was defeated by Gi using this very technique. Today, he was defeated by Siro with the same skill again. "I won't accept this." Rian clenched his fists tightly and shouted. Seeing his opponent's expression grow more serious, Siro relaxed a bit, but then tensed up again. "Young master, have I made you uncomfortable?" Rian snapped. Then he pulled out another sword, this time a real one. The real sword was thrown towards Siron. "Since both our weapons are destroyed, this duel isn't over yet. If you've mastered the deadly sword technique, I should treat you accordingly." Siron's heart wanted to jump out of his chest. Don't tell me the young master's crazy enough to duel him with a real sword now. Luckily, Rian wasn't that insane. The duel with real swords was real. But before that, he would give Siro 1 month to prepare. 1 month sounded long, but for someone with zero swordsmanship background like Siro, it was basically useless. Holding that sword in his hands, his whole body trembled uncontrollably. If it was a real sword, he could really lose his life. Siron didn't want to risk his life, so he begged Rian to reconsider. How could he duel when he had never learned swordsmanship? But Rian had no intention of backing down. That's why I'm giving you 1 month. If you can master the deadly sword technique just by chopping wood, somehow you'll manage. And don't even think about running away, because I'm sure I'll surpass you. The sword in his hand wasn't too heavy, but Siro felt it was crushing his heart. After returning to the Grand Library and gathering information, Siro finally understood why the youngest master reacted so tensely. The Ocean family members were said to have two hair colors, black and blue. The Ocean clan leader Beshoff had black hair and fathered 3 sons and 1 daughter. His eldest son had black hair and was currently a level 6 swordsman. The eldest daughter had blue hair, possessed exceptional musical talent, and was now a musician in the palace instead of following the family's sword path. The second son, Ocean Gi, also had black hair and had learned the deadly sword technique. At 52 years old, he was considered a genius. Real Ocean was said to be very different from his siblings. The household staff all agreed that he was quite incompetent despite having his own tutor. Siron's mood was deeply crushed. He began regretting why he hadn't let Rin. Using a broken wooden sword, Rin fought back fiercely, and now things have come to this mess. Rin's pride has been seriously wounded, and it seems like he's dead set on winning a match against Siron. Only then can he shake off that psychological burden. Siron even cried from the stress. If he dies in the fight with Rin, his parents probably won't be able to live through the next month. They won't find peace anymore. Thinking about his parents, Siron refuses to let himself lose spirit any longer. Think about it. You're gonna be a mage, Siron, he thought silently, then started searching for books in the library from his time living on the mountain. Siron was already confident in his physical strength, so he felt that if he just learned some defensive skills, he could definitely survive. And so Siron began studying everything within his reach. Meanwhile, Rian threw himself into crazy training. His sudden enthusiasm shocked his swordmaster. Even the guy who always dodged practice before was now asking for harsher training methods. The swordmaster wasn't stupid, and quickly realized something was up with Rian, but Rian just said nothing was wrong. Seeing Rian so determined, he didn't press further, and instead started giving him a brutal, devilish training regimen. While Rian was sweating buckets on the training ground, Siron was carefully studying the force map. It's considered a simple diagram of the human body. If mages have spirit realms, swordsmen have force maps to visualize their bodies. Force maps can push their limits to the extreme. Those who master the force map can perfectly use and control every cell in their body. This is the most important factor in becoming a swordsman. This aspect is completely opposite to the spirit realm. Siron opened, but it also sparked his interest. Should I give it a shot? Siron thought, and he decided to go for it. He closed the book in his hand, shut his eyes, and started sensing himself. This is the first step in opening the force map, and it's pretty simple because it's similar to entering the spirit realm. When opening the spirit realm, a person has to erase themselves. But when opening the force map, they need to dig deep into their own existence. In reality, Siron didn't want to put all his effort into the force map because it's the opposite of the spirit realm. So he shifted to learning some basic sword skills based on his existing spirit realm. Siron grabbed a pile of sword technique books and headed to the backyard, starting with the basics, the 8-direction slashes. Meanwhile, Rin was pushing himself so hard in training that even his swordmaster was scared. He had never seen his student this fired up, even though he'd taught him since he was a kid. Rin's mood was extremely complicated. In fact, Siron was just the last straw, but the core issue was Rin always being compared to his older siblings, and after 15 years of sword training without opening his force map, he became the failure of the Ocean family. Rin's swordmaster, though seemingly strict, was actually very emotional. Seeing his student's terrifying transformation today, he genuinely shed tears. That's enough. We'll stop here for today. The sword in Rin's hand was taken back by his master. Only then did Rin feel every muscle in his body aching. He obediently put down his sword, then sat down and started looking at his master. What are you thinking? Rin's master asked while wiping sweat from his face. My hands hurt like hell, Rian, you know? I never knew you could push yourself this hard, but I think you did really well. Have you ever thought about what you've done best so far? He suddenly asked. I don't know. I only know what I didn't do well. Yeah, that's exactly why you're not a genius. Rian got pissed, thinking his master was mocking him, but when he looked at his master's face, it was serious, and his eyes were full of heavy feelings. He said all geniuses know what they're best at, and they only put in effort when they're 100% confident they'll do well. But geniuses also have a fear. The hard work needed to achieve the impossible. a burning will that challenges the unachievable. That will and determination are the bane of geniuses. Thanks, Master, Rian said with a bitter smile. Of all the encouragement I've ever heard, I like these words the most. His sword master didn't just say it, those words really sparked Rian's fighting spirit. That if talent wasn't something he was born with, then he'd grit his teeth and forge it through hard training. He wanted to use his determination to turn the impossible into possible. He wanted to win. And coincidentally, that was also Siron's thought as he struggled with basic sword techniques. Right now, Siron was also serious about his first sword strikes. Swordsmanship is the process of learning moves to take another person's life. So the downside is a high-stakes psychological battle for survival, because without a training partner, Siron can only firmly grip the sword Rin throws into his hand. Then imagine an invisible enemy in front of you, someone who can attack from many directions. In reality, sword attacks come from 8 main directions, and Siron, with his extraordinary efforts, has trained himself in those 8 slashes as well as how to counter them. He kept practicing like that, then discovered that the path of swordsmanship is as infinite as magic, and all that Siron learned on his own is just like a grain of sand in the desert. Dad, Mom, sorry, but I probably can't come home anymore this time, Siron said evenly, full of sorrow. But since stepping into the Ocean family, he's never regretted it. Although the path he walks faces death, he's also seen a wonderful world. 1 month passed quickly. Siron showed up on time at the training ground and stepped into a life-or-death duel with Rian. In just that short month, he could clearly feel the opponent's aura had completely changed. And that's what Rian sensed in Siron too, because just a month ago, Siron appeared in a chaotic state, both in stance and balance, but now he was completely steady. Even though it was his first time holding a real sword, he remained calm. This made Rin inevitably think of his older brother, and it made Rin want to win even more. As the one who charged first, Siron was extremely tense because, even though the young master was called incompetent by the servants, his swordsmanship was already on a different level from his. But luckily, thanks to non-stop effort over the past month, Siron could still sense the direction of the sword. Siron's calmness and way of observing the sword's direction made Rian's blood boil. Is he not afraid of this blade? He wondered silently. Actually, Siron isn't reckless or fearless of death, but he has completely controlled his emotions. On this side, Rian attacked again. This time the sword came from the right hand, and Siron blocked it again. The first and second strikes were light, but from then on, Rin's speed kept increasing, surpassing Siron's ability to sense the sword's direction. Finally, Rin's sword tip successfully left a shallow slash on Siron's chest. When fresh blood flowed, he knew he was about to lose. Siron hurriedly changed tactics, using all his strength to retreat. Alongside the pain from his chest came an inexplicable doubt. Rian looked into his eyes as if he understood that doubt, and he became even more smug. What he just used was ocean swordsmanship to train with a greatsword. Every slash was Rian's effort to break bones, so its power was completely different from normal sword techniques. After injuring Siron, he became even more fired up. In Rian's eyes now, there was only one goal, to crush Siron with his strength. They continued into the second round, but this time Siron felt confused again. If Rian had slashed upward after hitting his chest, Siron would have been cut on the side, but Rian's following attacks didn't seem like finishing moves. This meant his understanding of swordsmanship was lower than Siron thought. Rian could swing the sword skillfully, but didn't really know how to use moves effectively. This was the opening Siron needed to turn the tide. He immediately changed his battle plan by putting all his strength into attacking. Siron had learned basic sword swings, so his strikes were relatively decisive, and Rian was truly shocked again. Why did he suddenly attack? Wasn't he exhausted? He wondered anxiously. And Rian grew even more confused when clearly Siron's moves were quite simple, yet he couldn't block them. Rian went from dominating and attacking wildly to suddenly being on the defensive. Seeing the opponent's stamina gradually decline after clumsy blocks, Siron grew more hopeful about saving his own skin. He just needed to persist in maintaining stamina and keep up this attack rhythm to win. On this side, Rin's mind was shaking violently. Siron's dominance made the ghost of the past appear again in his head. Rian remembered his older brother, who was hailed by their father as a genius and was the one who defeated him with deadly sword techniques. When recalling his brother's arrogant, satisfied smile after beating him, Rian's anger exploded again, and he poured that rage onto Siron. Rian's sudden loss of composure made Siron think he had given up, but at that moment, a new problem arose. Rin was indeed not calm, but that burst of anger made his sword swings much faster. They were so fast, Siron couldn't read all the sword directions, and in the final strike, Siron felt like death had come to tap his shoulder. But with such a strong main character aura, of course this old man wouldn't go down. Neither of them landed a hit because Rin's sword was knocked away by Siron's blade. Rin stood there awkwardly, while Siron was so exhausted he could barely breathe. Rian could clearly see that in that last strike, Siron read his sword's direction and changed his grip in a flash, pointing his sword tip upward. Facing Rin's sword slashing down, with every ounce of strength left, he managed to beat Rin by flipping his sword away. Siro gasped for air. He had won, but still couldn't believe he actually did. And even though he really won, Siro felt super awkward because, even though it was a duel, the opponent was still a noble, and he had just trampled on that guy's sky-high pride again. Who knows what Rin might do next? Siro was tense as hell. He couldn't imagine how furious Rin's next rage could get him. But this time, Rin didn't get mad. He just bowed his head and said 3 words. I lost. Before Siro could even process it, Rin scratched his head and repeated, I lost, a few more times, looking all flustered. I lost, and you won. Since I lost, even if you decide to take my life, I have nothing to say. Siro was a bit shocked. He didn't expect Rin to accept defeat so coolly, and even let him decide his fate. Isn't he a noble? How could Siro walk away unscathed if he so much as touched a hair on Rin's head? What nonsense are you spouting, young master? Iron almost shouted at Rin. We fought with our lives on the line, and I admit I lost. So you have the right to take my life, don't you? Rin replied dumbly. You're the only one who wants to bet your life on this. But I just want to live, Siro yelled back. Meaning, from the start, I thought this fight was total BS. So why blame me and want to crush me when you're the one who ran from your master just because you didn't want to train? Rage boiled straight to Siro's brain, making him fearless as he bluntly called out the young master. Right in front of Rin, he fired up his sharp tongue to argue, Hold up, you bastard. Who's supposed to blame who here, huh? It's all because you're a coward. Even if this was our first meeting and under these circumstances, you should respect me, right? Respect my ass. Siro cut him off. Have you ever thought about how awkward you've made me? I'm stuck between the son of the house and your sword master. If you were really worth respecting, you wouldn't have shoved a small fry like me into such a mess. Siro got more fired up, unleashing all his frustration straight at Rin's face. Honestly, this young master was a certified brat. He challenged Siro out of his sky-high pride, not to push him to the edge. Meanwhile, Siro seriously thought he might end up selling salt after this. After roasting Rin, he was so drained he just plopped down on the ground across from him. Rin got scolded by the household staff and couldn't even wipe his face in time, but strangely, he wasn't angry. In that moment when Siro exploded, Rin felt the cold, calm warrior he'd just faced vanish. Instead, there was a teenager about his age, and the most important thing was, even though Rin thought Siro was definitely a genius, he didn't mock him like GI did. Instead, Siro gave his all to face Rin, both to protect himself and to respect his opponent. Because of that, Rin saw the teen in front of him in a new light. Hey, what's your name? He suddenly asked Arian. Siron. Siron didn't know what the other meant, but still answered curtly. I'm Ocean, Rin said boldly. Siron was confused again. Everyone knew this blue-haired guy was Ocean Dream. The confusion hit peak levels when Dream suddenly reached out to pull Siron up, along with an offer. Let's be friends. That's how their duel ended. Siron went back to his work. A year flew by since he first stepped into the Ocean Mansion, and Siro had sorted 28 out of 10. 403 books. This pace blew past expectations. Even the picky Temeron couldn't help but praise him because the number of books needing sorting dropped a lot, so Siro's work efficiency improved even more. His goal to read all 850 history books now only had 200 left. Every day he read 3 books, and soon, Siro would finish the foundational knowledge he dreamed of. Not only that, thanks to Rin, he got to experience swordsmanship and understand the nature of fear. Because of that, it seemed like Siro's spiritual endurance also increased. Though the start was slow, he knew as long as he didn't quit, he'd reach his goal. And most importantly, Siro found his first real friend in life, the same one who yelled at him the first time they met. After that duel, Rin practically planted himself in the Grand Library to talk with Siro, and Siro realized Rin was actually quite emotional and had some really cute sides, totally opposite from his imposing appearance. Though sometimes Rin still acted in ways that gave Siron headaches, like messing up the pile of books he just sorted. But overall, this friend was pretty worth it. It's just that after getting close, Rin started slacking off on training, like today. After finishing the basic training, he told his master that he wanted to hit the library and just plant himself there for good. Siron also knew that this seemingly lazy guy was actually a smoldering fire that could flare up any time. Rian would get stronger as long as he had the chance, so there was no need to push him to overtrain. So Siron agreed to let Rian stay in the library and read with him, but just 10 minutes later, Rian was already bored out of his mind by all the words in the books. Chiron, didn't you say you wanted to become a mage? Do you really have to read that many books? 800 volumes? You're crazy. Rin Laobao, of course. Actually, I was way behind before coming here since I never had a chance to study, but after reading over 600 history books, I pretty much know it all now. I'm just not interested in reading, so I focus on watching Siron, and every time I see him working, I'm amazed all over again. Siron's reading speed is unbelievably fast, to the point that Rian feels Siron could get sucked into the book any time out of boredom. Rian reads a few words and then starts chatting with Siron. Whenever these two are near each other, it's like chilling in the Free Fire lobby. Because of that, Siron couldn't focus on reading either. They started debating about the book in Rian's hands, which discussed the most common comparison in the Great Six. If a swordsman and a mage faced off, who would win? Obviously, the swordsman would win. A voice rang out from behind the bookshelf. Siren jumped up as the voice belonged to Ocean Chai, the Ocean family's second son, and the older brother Rin hated with a passion. Siron was super tense, worried that their conversation had been overheard. A servant who dared to talk disrespectfully to noble kids wouldn't get away with it easily, and the guy's gaze looked like it could pierce right through him. Seeing Siron so awkward, Rian had to step in and save him. Why do you say that like you already know the outcome? Are you sure you're not just siding with the swordsman because you're one yourself? Oh, I didn't think you'd care about this stuff so much. Just look at the status of swordsmen and mages in the Great Six, and you'll get it. He chuckled loudly. But we're talking about fighting. What does their status have to do with it? Do people pick their battlefield positions based on military rank? You're not seriously gonna say some nonsense like that, right? Rian clearly showed his opposition, but the guy didn't even bother. Instead, he turned to Siron, standing nearby. Hey, you over there, what do you think? It was just a simple question, but Siron felt an invisible pressure from the other guy. He couldn't guess the guy's real intention, or whether he'd be safe if he didn't give the answer the guy wanted. Still, Siron couldn't ignore the question, so he cautiously gave his opinion. If the swordsman and mage were equally skilled, the swordsman would have a hard time winning once the mage entered their spiritual realm. But if the swordsman used his superior physical strength to fight before the mage could enter that realm, he could definitely win. No, you're wrong! Gi cut Siron off. Somehow, he had moved right in front of him. Gi was taller than Siron, so his aura was overwhelmingly dominant. You're wrong. The mage will lose. When he said this, a smug smile appeared on Gi's face. That familiar arrogant attitude really pissed Rian off. This jerk's bad habit had been around since childhood. Whenever he got annoyed with someone, he enjoyed crushing what they valued. Before it was Rian, now Gi wanted to press Siron. You seem to like history, huh? I'm sure you've heard of the 5 divine armors, right? Those sacred relics that can break a mage's spiritual world. I'm talking about magic resistance. Siron was stunned by Gi's words. A mage's innate ability is their spiritual realm, and fighting a mage in their realm is like battling a pack of sharks in the deep sea. But there's one thing that can stir up the waters and blind the shark's eyes. That's why those magic-resistant relics Gi mentioned were created. If the spiritual world can't be affected, then magic can't either. Once someone owns a sacred relic with this property, mages can't do anything to them. But in the end, this is still just a theory. Magic resistance was once a precious power created from the mana flow in a dragon's heart. Just that alone made its value sky high. Besides, due to wave frequency oscillations, no matter how much wealth you throw at it, you can't improve their effectiveness. Even a master like Yakra could only use up to 65% of the 5 divine armors' power, so the price to get a sacred relic is insanely high. And of course, by now, it also has historical value. That's why the value of magic resistance is worth a budget measured in the billions for an entire kingdom. But the biggest problem here is that the creators of anti-magic are actually the mages themselves. They always end up making things that work against themselves because the demand is huge. So, making money from it is super easy. Those mages are lining up to get recognized. Being a mage is just a job that those losers try to sell their weaknesses for cash. His voice dripped with pure contempt. Rin was really pissed off because he knew Siron dreamed of becoming a mage, yet this dude shamelessly insulted that profession like that. But the one who should be mad was Siron. But it seemed Siron didn't show much change in emotion. That's just the nature of a mage. Suddenly, he smiled brightly and said that Siron's attitude had made both Ocean brothers. The one most shocked was Rin. What did he say? He thought he misheard. Ben asked again. You're right, anti-magic really was created by mages. It's used to limit the power of magic in anti-magic zones, and is also effectively used to help train apprentices. Magic. Siron's knowledge was just as good as Rin's. He knew anti-magic was indeed used against mages, but its existence was like an intellectual achievement serving noble purposes. That's why Siron still held his view that Rin's belief that swordsmen are nobler than mages was just a narrow-minded opinion. Totally wrong. Rin, being one of the 2 ocean heirs, was used to trampling on others. Today, right in his own house, he got pressed by Siron's calm tone. Yet Siron's attitude was still very proper, leaving Rin completely unable to find any fault. The theory you talk about and reality are 2 totally different things. No matter what, the truth is mages will never beat swordsmen. After saying that, Rin stomped off in a huff. Only then could Siron finally breathe a sigh of relief. Just now, the young master, Rin showed up with such a scary face, Siron thought he was done for. Rin was also very happy because he finally found a loser to roast for him. Rin again. After that event, Rin stopped coming to the library to cause trouble. Because of that, Siron had more time to focus on his work. 6 months after winter arrived, he had already finished sorting more than 10,000 books. The time to complete the task was even faster than expected. 6 months. Arian seemed very relieved that the 25 years' worth of neglected books were finally properly sorted. Siron had completed the task, so he could go home. But an ocean family steward seemed reluctant to lose such a useful person like him. He wanted to force Siron to renew his contract with some ridiculous excuses, but Tamaran was against it. Meanwhile, Siron at the Grand Library had finished reading the last book he needed, completing a year-and-a-half journey as the Ocean Noble family's book Tiger, who was also training as a swordsman. After hearing the news that he finished sorting the books, Rian rushed over. He worried Siron would just go home like that. Seeing Siron had read more than 800 books, Rian looked even more excited than Siron himself. To celebrate this, Siron wanted to do something special, so he asked Rian to take him on a tour of his family mansion. Even though they lived on the same estate, they mostly only met at the library. Plus, it was Rian who usually took the initiative since Siron was just a servant with no chance. To see what a real noble's home looked like. Coincidentally, the entire Ocean family was out today and wouldn't return until late afternoon, so Rian gladly agreed to Siron's request. Siron had already seen the Grand Library, which was huge, but stepping inside the mansion, he was truly overwhelmed. Just one room here was probably as big as his entire house. Rian really was the heir of a filthy rich family. Yet he wasn't arrogant at all. In fact, he was kind of clueless. Rian took Siron to tour his bedroom. It was the smallest room at the end of the hallway. Siron was already mentally prepared to be dazzled by the luxury once inside. But the truth was, Rian's bedroom was much simpler than the other rooms, and, importantly, it contained plenty of gear for training and sword practice. The messy bed looked like a temporary resting spot after training. Siron couldn't believe his eyes. The heir like Rian lived in such a simple place. You really can't judge a book by its cover. After touring around, Siron and Rian decided to play poker, but Rian kept complaining about losing. You're cheating with your sixth sense, aren't you? What? You think I'm some AI pulling dirty tricks? Siron then revealed to Rian how he guessed his cards and won. You have a habit of putting your aces on the edges, and the way you bet when holding a pair is pretty easy to read. Being called out so accurately made Rin want to throw a tantrum right there. Observation skills work best when you're not focused on any particular thought, so when watching an opponent, you should observe all their actions. Then you can guess what they're thinking. Siron sincerely gave Rian these tips, hoping he'd soon break through his limits. But unexpectedly, before he could even say 2 sentences, Rian had already dozed off. Siron originally planned to head back to his room when he heard a melodious voice. No matter the melody, tone, or rhythm, the person playing the instrument controlled everything perfectly. Siron instinctively followed the music. He knew there was only one person in this world who could play at this level, and that was Rian's sister, Vina Ocean. So, what do you think of my sonata? After the music stopped, Rina suddenly asked. Siron, who was hiding behind the long door, was startled. Seeing that she had noticed him, he stopped hiding and walked straight up to her. I think it's really amazing. Siron's mood grew tense, probably because he was facing a noble's daughter, or maybe because Gina was just too beautiful. Hello, this is the first time I've met you. Did you just get recruited? Vina continued to ask. Ah, yes, miss. I'm in charge of sorting books in the library, and I've been doing it for a year now. Vina gasped softly because she had already heard of Siron as a smart kid who could organize over 10,000 books by himself. If that's the case, have you ever played the piano before? Siron really wanted to decline because besides Rian, he didn't want to get involved with any other recruits. Besides, Rina was an expert at using force techniques during performances, so he wanted to avoid it. This guy was just Rian's sister, who he said had the worst personality in the mansion. That's why Siron seemed very cautious when responding. No, miss. Then let me teach you, come here. Rina took the initiative to scoot aside, leaving a space on the bench for Siron, but he really didn't dare to sit there. What's wrong with the Ocean siblings? Siron thought to himself that he couldn't be careless. She was an expert at using force techniques during performances. He awkwardly replied, it's okay. Though he said it was okay, inside he was in turmoil. Ryan had also said that the most difficult person in this mansion was his sister. She looked at him and smiled gently. Then I'll teach you. Sit here, okay? She said, placing one hand on the piano keys and patting the spot next to her with the other. He was stunned by her invitation, sweat beginning to form on his forehead. He kept getting more nervous, his mind screaming inside. What? Sit there? Rina noticed his tense expression and calmly reassured him. It's fine. I gave permission, so no one will blame you. He bit his lip, hesitating and struggling internally. She insisted, but he felt he had no right to refuse. Reluctantly, he sat down, feeling both tense and excited, his heart racing wildly. He told himself he probably wouldn't get another chance to sit in front of a piano. He seriously listened as she explained musical theory. She enthusiastically guided him through each note. Now there are notes like do, re, mi, and symbols in the sheet music. She asked him to try pressing these 3 keys at the same time. He quickly followed her instructions. His 3 fingers gently pressed down simultaneously. A sound rang out, making him a little embarrassed. The clear, soaring tone stirred his heart. He exclaimed, "That's a beautiful sound." She looked at him, surprised, and said, "Good start." His feelings were a jumble, hard to describe. He was shy, his eyes betraying his awkwardness. "Sorry if I'm asking too much, but can I try playing?" She was very surprised by his request, but agreed immediately without hesitation. "Sure." Siron bowed his head, feeling his behavior was a bit too formal. His request seemed a little over the top, and he felt awkward about it. It might not be very good. Vina smiled gently and said to him, "That's how everyone starts." However, deep inside, she couldn't help but wonder, does he know more music theory than what I just taught him? Siron placed both hands on the piano keys, lightly touching them. He began moving his fingers smoothly and gracefully, pressing the black and white keys. Clear, enchanting sounds from the notes echoed one after another. Rena was so amazed she covered her mouth, eyes fixed on his hands. She admired. "Unbelievable. He's hitting all the wrong notes, but presses the keys without hesitation. Should I stop him?" Vina sweated as she watched Siron play, thoughts running through her head. She focused on the music he played, her face no longer stiff. Strange, he's completely playing wrong. Although the sound wasn't perfect and a bit chaotic, she still enjoyed it. Then suddenly, Gina noticed something. Her eyes widened in shock as she watched his skillful hands move over the keys. She was stunned, but, like Siron, melted into the melody. In that moment, she realized he could perfectly imitate the feeling of the piece she had just played. The harmony in every note truly amazed and astonished her. His eyes suddenly shone with an emerald green light. Siron seemed to fall into a matrix of notes, with both of them sitting at the center. The dim light created a mystical and captivating space under his skillful hands. The melodies and sounds kept flowing one after another. His hands moved gracefully, gliding gently over the piano keys. The notes seemed to dance around with each melody. Siro's fingers pressed the keys, sparkling and standing out, further highlighting his fluidity and finesse. At this moment, Rena narrowed her eyes, as if he was on the right track. She pondered deeply, starting to listen, feeling it was more accurate. His hands kept rising, falling, moving non-stop like a true artist. She sat, focused, listening and savoring every melody he painted. Vina stared stunned at the man before her. What was happening right in front of her was hard to believe. An indescribable feeling rose in her heart, so this couldn't be called a performance. But this guy had clairvoyance, sensing the purest essence. Riona observed every gesture and action of Siron. A few questions popped up in her mind. How was this kid even a butler, especially since he looked like nobility? Seeing her thoughtful attitude, he realized it too. "Sorry, I hadn't finished my sentence before Rion's scream cut in. "Don't be so noisy, you annoying gremlin demon." His shout tore through the smooth, gentle atmosphere, making Ciro's mood uneasy. Sweat began to drip from his forehead. Rion looked annoyed, his eyes flashing with a bit of anger. He stood at Gina's door, slipping his hand inside his shirt, scratching lightly to reveal a toned six-pack. His mouth kept yelling, "Just rest when you get home. Why do you keep acting crazy like that?" Looking inside the room, besides her, the person next to her made him itchy. He looked at him with surprise and confusion. "Hey, you're here too?" Ciro met Rian in this awkward situation. Ciro's expression was a bit shy, embarrassed. He awkwardly replied, Yes, that's right." Vina, sitting nearby, was also puzzled, not quite understanding the situation. She was full of surprise. "Huh? You two know each other?" While Rian stood still, Ciro kept looking at him, then turned to look at her, with an embarrassed expression. He stammered, No, I just don't know how to answer that question." He broke out in a cold sweat, feeling uneasy inside. Their friendship might get exposed. "Why do I feel like I'm committing a crime?" Behind Rian, he scratched and said casually, "Oh, Ciro, huh? You're finally fully sober now." His eyes lit up as he introduced Ciro to Gina. "He's my friend." He froze like he'd been sprayed with glue, scared, sinking down to the floor, eyes wide with horror toward him. "What did you say, Rian?" He probably knew inside. Maybe he was afraid their friendship being revealed wouldn't be good. He smiled brightly, hands on hips, facing Gina. Rian reassured, "Don't worry, that gremlin witch has a nasty personality, but she doesn't care about stuff like that." Siron's eyes widened, unable to believe what he just heard. His heart stirred. What? How could she not care? While he was unsure how to face her, Gina spoke first. "So, your name is Siron?" She squatted beside him, gentle and caring. She lightly placed her hand on his shoulder. "Don't worry, if you two are friends, that's good. That kid's a bit annoying, but he's responsible for his words." Her expression was beyond what he imagined, making him feel somewhat worried. Vina didn't care whether he and the kid were friends, but what intrigued her most was his thoughts. She was curious. "So what were you thinking while playing? I really want to know." He was scared by her question, many question marks flashing in his mind, unsure what she was up to. Rin was also shocked by her question. "A fan?" Ciro played. "I thought you were going crazy in there." Witnessing this scene, his 16 years of logic were collapsing. his beliefs shattered in an instant, wondering, does she not care that her sister is friends with a commoner? Siron turned to look at him. And Rin, why did you lie? Your sister is a beautiful, kind lady. Hearing this, she couldn't help but be amused. Contrary to her expression, Rin's face turned pale, looking serious, eyes filled with fear. Whatever you do, don't get fooled by her. She's a witch. Who knows when she'll latch on and swallow you whole? Hearing this, he was also stunned. She leaned close to him, covering her mouth with her hand, then smiled shyly. Sorry, little brother. I'm a bit childish. I'm glad she has you as a friend. Please watch out for her. He looked at Yena's face and smiled, then replied, It's nothing. Actually, I'm the one who owes you. Her enthusiasm made him blush. Rena praised Siro wholeheartedly. Oh my god, you're really adorable. Seeing that, Rian grinned slyly. If he's so cute, why don't you keep him? And have him join our family too? Rena was surprised by Rian's idea, smiling with excitement so close. Aren't you afraid he'll steal your sister away? Rian laughed heartily. What are you talking about? You're not the one I'm worried about. It was Siro. Then a hand grabbed the collar of his shirt tightly. The two of them lunged at each other, and she didn't hold back at all, not even caring that he was her little brother as she fought back hard. Thought I wouldn't say anything? You think you're all that, huh? They wrestled on the floor. Rian couldn't take it anymore and yelled out in pain. Ouch, that hurts. Siro stood watching the two siblings fight, his mind a chaotic mess, feeling confused. Just when he thought he understood the nobles better, they became even more baffling after getting their butts kicked. Rian, stubborn and defiant, yelled at her. Why are you back home? You just got off recently. She casually brushed her hands off. Don't you know? GI's getting ready for the exam, so I came to pick him up. Tomorrow we'll leave, and he went to visit another friend, so he'll come back later. Rian's mouth dropped open in shock. What? Are you crazy? He lowered his head, his voice fading. So it's really that far away? He saw the sadness in his eyes, his mind racing over everything she said. The certification exam is a standard and requirement for mages and swordsmen to be recognized not just in the kingdom, but across all 6 continents, with over 1,000 participants every year, but fewer than 30 ever pass each time. There's also the uncertified license. Graduating from an academy certified by the kingdom, like Alfie's Magic Academy, gives you a chance to become a level 10 uncertified mage. After earning achievement points through organizations and guilds, you can rank up. Hundreds, thousands of people flock here, lines stretching so far you can't see the end. But wherever there's money and fame, people naturally gather. Even if they only have an uncertified license, they still endlessly crave that certification. That's the legendary exam GI is preparing for at 18. Rian marveled in admiration. Geniuses really are different, especially with full backing from their family. He sighed deeply, his mood sinking. Vina stepped up to him, rubbing his head to comfort him. You're fine. I'm going to prepare dinner seafood from the royal palace, so I have to do it myself. She turned to him with a bright smile. It was great meeting you, Siro. See you next time. He looked at her, stunned. Yes, have a great day. He wondered if he'd get to see her again. Recalling the moment she taught him to play the lute, that feeling was amazing. He didn't know if he'd meet her again since he'd be leaving the mansion tomorrow. Rena went outside, leaving Siro and Rian behind. He turned and hesitated before speaking. Rian, your sister looked at him. Huh? He stared off into the distance, eyes determined. He asked him, Does she have a boyfriend yet? His question froze Rian, stunned for a moment. Seeing his expression, Siro knew he'd struck a nerve. He quickly tried to cover up his embarrassment. It's nothing. Rian couldn't help but smile, his eyes sparkling with amusement. He quickly responded to Rian's attitude. I'm just curious. Forget I asked. Before he could finish, Rian dashed out the door, shouting for Jaina. Sis! Siro sensed trouble was coming and called after him. I said it's nothing. He clenched his teeth, anxiously watching Rian run toward the door. He quickly chased after him. His heart was pounding with urgency. He blamed himself for speaking out of turn because he felt sad. Meanwhile, Rian ran outside at top speed, not forgetting his mission to shout loudly, Sis! Siro asked this. Riona stood on the upper floor, holding the railing and leaning down to shout loudly, If you have a boyfriend. Rena was leading the maids to prepare the meal from the royal palace. Rian's shout echoed throughout the hall. Riona's words rang out again. Does she have a boyfriend yet? That question shocked everyone, who all turned to look at him. Siro from behind grabbed Rian's mouth tightly and pulled him back, making him surprised and utter unclear sounds. He kept holding and covering his mouth. The muffled noises made the people below whisper, What's going on? A boyfriend? Her heart pounded nonstop. Seeing the maid glance at her, she could only force a smile to hide her embarrassment. She laughed out loud and told them, They're just teasing each other. Don't mind it. Vina and the maids kept walking. As they went, she said, Now that we've finished separating the poison, we need to steam it. They all replied in unison, Yes, miss. Behind a nearby wall, the head butler had been standing there for a long time. Everything that just happened caught his attention. He called someone behind him. Hey, Haynes, does the young master have visitors today? The man bowed. No prior schedule, sir. Upstairs, Rian was about to say more, but Siro told him he saw him about to cause trouble again. He pulled Rian's hand back. The head butler said coldly to the man, I've heard that noise before, now I remember. He turned his face, his gaze sharp as a blade. He ordered his subordinate, tell Temuren to come to my office immediately. He glared fiercely right away. The sky was clear blue. The forest was covered by tall tree canopies. The sounds of breathing and Rian's training echoed through the air. A shout rang out, take a 10-minute break, you're tired, can't catch your breath. Holding a training stick in his left hand, his right hand kept wiping sweat away. Ket looked at him, then stroked his beard. He thought about him, feeling more enthusiastic again. It must have been about a year, right? Watching him train passionately, the old man remembered how quickly he had lost heart last time. He glanced at him, then fell into deep thought, but he was sure that once Ji reached the royal palace, the boy would change. The key was to control the power. Tiny beads of sweat rolled down Rian's face. Suddenly, a voice called out, Young Master Bai! He startled and glanced toward the voice. A man wearing a hat, looking hurried and urgent, ran over. His voice carried from afar. Young Master! Lady Gina requests you return to the mansion immediately. He was about to raise the water bottle to his lips when the man's words annoyed him. Her? If she's here to praise my brother, I'm not interested. Tell her to do whatever she wants. The servant firmly denied. No, miss. It's said that Sir Siro is in danger. He might die. Die! Hearing that, Rian immediately spat out the water in his mouth. He grabbed the bottle and stood up, looking at the servant with anxiety and worry. What? Why? I thought he was coming home today? The servant, exhausted from running, was now bent over, gasping for breath. The head butler had reported to the family leader. I'm not sure, but the lady said it's related to the private lord. He hurriedly grabbed a coat and threw it on roughly. Anxious, he turned back to Ket and said, Master, I have to go see my father. The old man saw his expression and knew something was wrong. He pressed, What's going on? He was a bit unsettled. A butler named Siron is my friend, and somehow my father found out. There's not much time left. He felt like he was sitting on a fire, telling him, I'm sure my father will forgive him. If I can just convince him, I'll train later. As soon as he finished, the old man stopped him. You can't. He paused his movement, stood straight, and looked at him. He couldn't believe his ears and asked again, What? The old man grabbed his sword and stood before Rian. He exclaimed, Master! The magnificent mansion lay before them, the mountain here vast and wide. Inside the mansion's main hall, Siro was kneeling there. Male and female servants stood lined up on both sides. Sitting in the center chair was the head of the Big Chop family. On either side were Lady Gina and young Master Gi. Behind them stood the head butler. He knelt on the ground, feeling like ants were crawling on a hot pan inside. The authoritative voice of the man rang out with power. Siro Arian Bichop. He exuded a noble, high-class aura. Holding a report in his hand, he looked at him angrily. You will be executed. The entire mansion's main hall shook. People whispered nonstop. How could this happen? The female servants couldn't help but feel worried and scared. One leaned close to another's ear and whispered, How could a commoner dare do this to nobility? The whispers grew louder. Another said he didn't know right from wrong. No matter how ignorant, he should know these rules. Temura heard every judgment and comment. He just glanced at the female servants without saying a word. 3 people sat on the long bench, Bichop holding the documents. He was deeply focused on them. Gi sat beside him, a bit arrogant and indifferent. Only Gina looked anxious. She felt like she was sitting on a fire, wanting to say many things to her father. She couldn't hold back any longer, and spoke with worry and urgency. Father, wait. I have something to say. He flipped through the documents while responding to her. What else is there to say? The stack of papers in his hand was examined carefully. On the documents provided by the head butler, a line of servants stood neatly, all nervously fearful. Big Chop used the papers to accuse him. Based on testimonies from many servants, they confirmed that this kid had acted very recklessly in front of Rian. He turned to Jaina and questioned her. You've read the contract details, so you shouldn't have any objections, right? Anything else to say? Siro lowered his head, hesitated a bit, but then spoke. I want to ask something. He looked up at him with cautious eyes. If I and the young master are friends, what will happen to the young master? All the servants were terrified. Everyone thought he was done for this time. Does this guy not even understand his situation? He should be begging for mercy. He was furious. You dare ask me that? Vina looked at her father, then back at him. In such a critical situation, he still had the courage to ask about Rian. She wondered silently, is he worried about Rian? Even in this situation, the man flew into a rage and scolded him harshly. What a stupid commoner. You think if nobility messed around with someone like you, what would happen? Siren bowed his head, sighed, then smiled. He raised his head and looked straight at him, boldly admitting, yes, Rin and I are friends. In front of everyone, he confessed again, we've been friends for 1 year now, and declared he always would be. The servants were terrified hearing this from his own mouth. They fearfully muttered, That guy. His eyes flashed with a deadly glare. The servants were curious too. Why aren't you scared at all? He warned him with a tone full of contempt. That's right. It seems like you're looking down on the name Ocean Bishop. Losing his temper, he shouted loudly at the head steward. Quickly deal with him. Don't let any news about this slip out. He handed a stack of documents to the head steward. The steward bowed respectfully and took the documents. From his hands, 2 soldiers stepped forward, each grabbing one arm to drag him out for punishment. Vina shouted to stop him. Dad, wait! Please listen to me. She bowed respectfully. Her face couldn't hide the worry and fear toward her father, who was losing his temper. Seeing her try to stop his decision, he turned to her and unleashed his fury. He admitted it already, and I've made my decision. As the head of the family, once I make a decision, I won't take it back. The servants felt like they were sitting on hot coals. Everyone worried for their fragile lives. The blonde guy felt it was unfair. So he turned to the head steward and said, Head steward, isn't this a bit too much? The chubby guy next to him wasn't willing to accept it and spoke up to protect himself. There's no way all of us should die because of one person. The blonde guy's face darkened in fear as he looked sideways. He grimaced and complained. This family is our life. To protect it, we have to eliminate every conflict that arises, no matter how small. When Siro was led away by the 2 men, he looked after them and said something full of hidden meaning. You guys will think it's wrong now, but later you'll be thankful for this choice. Suddenly, the door opened, and a shout echoed throughout the mansion's main hall. I won't let that happen. Rian appeared hurried and urgent, holding his master's sword in hand. Rina was overjoyed, her face glowing with happiness. Finally, you're back. Her heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled. She called out loudly to Rion, but unlike her hopes, Bishop's face darkened, arms crossed sternly. His expression showed no joy as he looked at his son. Siro looked up at him, but his eyes held no hope like Gina's. His gaze was resigned, waiting for whatever punishment was coming. Maybe he was afraid of dragging Rian into trouble. With growing impatience and anger, Rian shouted uncontrollably, Who dares to kill my friend without my permission? He looked at him coldly and decisively. He spoke calmly, and just that one sentence showed his authority and status in the family. Down below, everyone was using every word to defend him. He couldn't understand why, just for befriending him, he had to pay such a bitter price, risking his life for their friendship. He questioned him why. He didn't commit any deadly mistake, just befriended your son. Vina anxiously stood up. She couldn't help but worry about him and her little brother. Seeing his son dare to question him for a commoner, he thought human life was cheap. There's no need to commit a deadly mistake to deserve death. Noble affairs are very complicated. You can't even imagine, he shouted angrily, refusing to accept it. His words were sharp and firm. Our family is handling this complicated situation, and you're enjoying the privileges of being the son. That noble. If that privilege forces you to kill your friend, then you don't need it. Bishop looked at him with a domineering gaze. He imposed his opinion on others. His words were full of class division. Kids, indeed. You ask why he must die? Being friends with a noble means the relationship must be equal. He was being escorted by 2 soldiers. His indifferent eyes and his earlier firm declaration only made him more irritated. Seeing him, he didn't hesitate to insult and look down on him. Do you really think that commoner considers you a friend? Based on what in this world? Many people want to take advantage of nobles. Rion shouted fiercely, opposing his father's arrogant words. Siro would never do that. He looked at him sideways. His words were growing impatient with him. What? Bishop looked at him. His harsh words hit him psychologically. How can I believe you to prove that you and Siro are really friends? Let's see. His words stunned him in place. He was dumbfounded. Prove it? He couldn't help but wonder. His heart was pounding. Vena, standing beside him, also didn't expect her father to ask about this. She nervously looked at him. He was staring at him. He smirked, eyes full of pride. His thoughts were tangled like a mess. If I say I can't prove it, then everything ends. This question pressured him. Hesitating for a moment, he finally spoke. My feeling. He wondered if he could prove his feelings. He fell into confused thoughts. Ren, but I feel like I can't speak recklessly. He tried putting himself in his shoes. If I were Siro, I could have easily defeated him already. Suddenly, an idea popped into his head. What if I were Siro? He glanced at him, looking at his carefree, relaxed face, without a hint of worry or fear, but his eyes were all determined and strong. Looking at him, he fell into deep thought. That look seemed like it was taking in everything around it. The gaze was just like when he competed against me. Just looking straight into those eyes, it felt like he was giving me a secret tip, remembering every word he said before. Sometimes, not focusing on the small stuff brings better results. I followed the flow of memories, going back to the time playing cards with him. When my hand wasn't going well, I rested my head on my hand, looking bored and frustrated, while he held the ace of spades. He told me not to focus on the small parts of the opponent, but to look at the whole picture instead. I doubted his words. Look at the whole picture? Siron flipped the ace of spades and showed it to me. That way, I could see their true intentions. I silently memorized that. Rian felt courage surge, looking at the whole picture, looking at the person standing right in front of him now. His father was a second-rank noble, head of the Ocean family, with the legendary black hair, certified as a level 4 knight. I gripped the sword my master gave me tightly, quietly affirming it was true. This wasn't like a father-son argument but a sword duel. Going back 30 minutes, when I got the alert and was about to leave, my master stopped me. I shouted at him, "Master, why won't you let me go? My friend could die." He ignored my urgency and stayed calm, composed. "Right, you're talking about that kid who works in the library, aren't you?" He hesitated, then added, "But that kid is just a commoner." I was stunned, speechless hearing those words. "Master, I didn't know you were like this. You taught me." I couldn't believe the person I always respected had such narrow-minded and old-fashioned thoughts, just like my own father. At that moment, my heart truly broke. I lost control and screamed my feelings that if swinging a sword could solve things, then everyone could be my friend. Ket calmly looked at me, his student, and began to explain. "Rian, don't you know what's most important to a noble? Isn't it natural for nobles to eliminate anything threatening their family's status?" He explained the disadvantages for my family. "Have you ever thought about the burden your friend carries, whose value is no more than a fly, after befriending him without thinking it through?" After hearing that, I clenched my teeth, choked up. My shoulders trembled, tears uncontrollably streaming down my cheeks. Each tear fell like proof of my helplessness and inner pain. Ket advised me in a warm but firm voice, "Don't even think about solving this by arguing." I clenched my fists tightly, fingers squeezing harder and harder. I spoke to him with determination, but also a hint of helplessness. "But I can't just stand here and do nothing. I was the one who suggested being friends with him first." I raised my hand, eyes blazing with fierce determination, shouting at him, "I don't want to be a coward." My words challenged fate itself. My resolve showed in every gesture, every glance. Ket looked at me differently, secretly admiring me. "Good determination, kid. You're emotional, honest, and pure, but that won't make you a great swordsman. I have high hopes for you, and I'll support you." Ket held out his sword to me and handed it over. Luckily, he wasn't the type to be old-fashioned or classist. He warned me, "I'll let you go if you bring this back. But if you're not even mentally prepared, don't even dream of taking a single step out of here." I took the sword from my master, eyes fixed on it, reflecting my determination and seriousness. Right now, I had to make a choice true to my beliefs. My eyes lit up, carrying confidence and unwavering resolve. "Master, I will never forget this favor." Every word was a vow etched deep into my heart and mind, becoming my motivation to face this challenge. He glanced at him, remembering that abandoning a friend was like abandoning a part of your body. His words were a warning, awakening my inner turmoil like a raging storm. This was a life-or-death sword duel. Back to the present, standing before the mansion's main hall, I realized the truth my master taught me. Rian held the sword, threw his head back, and laughed loudly. His laughter echoed through the mansion, giving others goosebumps. "Dad, you almost got beaten." I shouted in anger, proving, "Are we friends?" "I believe so, because I believe Siro and I are friends." I also added that my friend's existence was proof of our friendship. Bitchop went crazy mad at my sharp rebuttal. This steel gritted his teeth and hissed. "Ridiculous. This isn't some father-son argument," he shouted angrily. Even now, the reputation of countless noble families was crumbling. His words shocked the servants deeply. He kept spouting crazy talk. If it meant avoiding the downfall of the family, he'd even be willing to cut ties with his own son. The moment he finished speaking, Cho and a group of 7 Vina maids screamed out, "Father!" His feet stepped into a serious stance, his voice firm with no hesitation. "If I have to do that to save my friend's life," he bowed. Placing his right hand on his chest, he showed his attitude with the most solemn and respectful posture. "Then I'll gladly walk away." Everyone was terrified by his action. Bitchop stood up in furious rage, his hands clenched so tight the veins popped out clearly. He yelled at him. This brat raised his sword. "If you really think this kid is your friend, then bet your life right here." Without a second thought, he drew his sword. The sharp clang of the sword sounded like a warning that their father-son bond was about to break. He couldn't believe his eyes. His own son was drawing a sword to fight him over a commoner. He looked at him and stammered, "Duk Kwang, you even raised a sword to oppose your own father?" He held the sword before him, each blade pointing to the sky. A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. "I'm not pointing the sword at you, father. I'm just showing my trust." Bitchop clutched his chest, trying to look helpless. "How could you have friends? You can't even get along with other noble families, maybe because you can't reach their level." He tried to manipulate Rian's mind again. "Now you're just holding on to those weaker than you to comfort yourself." "But no," he lowered his voice deeply. "This time, father, you're wrong." His eyes burned like fire, steady and unshakable. His gaze carried confidence and belief in himself. He lowered his sword and spoke firmly to him. "Siro is my friend, and he's better than me. I want to help Siro shine brightly in a higher position." His decisiveness left him stunned. Bitchop, furious and embarrassed, pointed at him. his voice full of rage as he questioned. You deceived the boy? You convinced him that a commoner could be friends with a noble? His words stabbed sharply at Siro's pride. He denied it. Not alone, also stepping forward to shield him, a voice full of protection and care. Siro, stay still. I'll protect you. Siro knew this was a decisive moment, not just for himself, but for the friendship he treasured. He called out Rian's name directly. Hearing that call, he froze. He took all the blame on himself. You don't have to take responsibility for everything. I'll take responsibility for my part. He turned around in shock to look at him. Siro recalled the moment his hand reached out to grasp his. Since you wanted to be friends with me, I had a feeling I'd stand at a crossroads, choosing whether to be your friend or save my own life. His eyes were full of gratitude. He looked at him. Even if it means I die here, I won't regret befriending you. Rian bowed his head, eyes brimming with tears. His sincere friendship did not disappoint him. His voice choked up. That's right. Suddenly, he lifted his face and shouted toward Bishop. That's exactly what I mean. Those words echoed like a strong affirmation of friendship and determination. Nothing could shake him. His heart was full of faith and will, knowing he had made the right decision. He shouted again, reaffirming his friendship with him. Even if I'm isolated, we're still friends. His powerful, resolute words left Bishop speechless, only able to grimace and watch him. Rena stood aside, moved to tears by these sincere words. She thought, even if we're immature, we're still humans with feelings. True friends don't turn their backs on us. The servants were also touched, everyone shedding tears. Everyone deserves a friend like that. Those barriers forever strip them of their own equality. The head butler glanced toward Rin and Siro. He smirked, muttering. Suddenly, a hearty laugh echoed throughout the mansion. How interesting. Everyone below looked up in surprise. Vina happily called out to him. Clamp stood upstairs looking down. He was full of vitality, amused and approving. I didn't think I'd witness such a touching scene when I'm near death. Youth really is the best. Vina was overjoyed, secretly relieved. Everything's fine now. If it were him, she thought things could be handled more easily if her father got involved. But unlike her attitude, Bishop's expression was unnatural. He looked at Clamp suspiciously. Father's here already? Vina told him it would take a few more days, but he spoke up. I came early because my friend ran off with a young lady. After saying that, he sat down. Siro was also very surprised by his appearance. He looked at him blankly, subconsciously realizing who he was. That man is the general of Tomiya and a BA-ranked swordsman, Rian's grandfather. He sat cross-legged comfortably, his voice full of enthusiasm. Anyway, this place is still as noisy as always, huh? Youth really is amazing. He is the former head of the Clamp family. While he was chatting and laughing with everyone, the current head, his son, didn't look happy at all. He looked gloomy as he spoke to him. In this situation, that's not great at all. The image of our family has completely collapsed. He didn't even bother to notice his son's expression, excitedly turning his eyes toward the people below the hall. Don't jump to conclusions so quickly. I've been standing behind watching quite a bit, and clearly, everyone here has a lot to say. Is that so? First, let's hear each other's opinions to see if we've been embarrassed or not. He accepted the first opinion. Witness number 1, the eldest daughter, Vina Ocean. She was visibly happy to speak. She shared her feelings about him. Although yesterday was the first time I met Siro, I could already tell he's a very smart and talented guy. She stood and spoke like a seasoned orator. Everyone there turned their eyes to her, listening intently to her assessment of him. He crossed his legs, propped his chin on his hand, looking like he was expecting more opinions from his granddaughter. Siro has fulfilled all the contract requirements and was supposed to leave the family today. Considering those circumstances, it's hard to say that Siro approached Rin with any specific ill intent. And as a result, I don't believe his actions have dishonored the family's reputation. He stroked his chin as if he understood her point. He snorted coldly, saying, if that's the case, what do you think? My second grandson, the next to speak, is witness number 2, Zion's second son. Although he didn't speak earlier, his expression showed no goodwill toward him. He hissed through his teeth. I don't like that kid. Bishop, sitting nearby, was very pleased with his answer. He smiled smugly. In his mind, he praised this second son of his. That's right, I know I can trust you, but he usually doesn't care about things that don't concern him. However, this has nothing to do with me. This half-hearted excuse surprised him a bit, mixed with some disappointment. He exclaimed, what did you say? Bishop's face darkened as he turned to his indecisive son, his tone somewhat reproachful. What do you mean? You say you don't like him, then say you don't care? He crossed his arms, leaned back in his chair, eyes half closed, speaking with indifference. That's right, I don't like that kid, but being friends with AI has nothing to do with me. He added bluntly, I just want this to end so we can head to the royal palace already. Rena was also very surprised by GI's attitude. Her eyes lit up with admiration. Wow, that's my little brother's attitude. He laughed loudly. This opinion from my youngest grandson is exactly why no place is better than home. He stroked his chin and looked toward Rian. So let's wrap up by hearing from the person who has probably observed the kid Siro the longest. He called the next person, the deputy steward. Witness number 3, Deputy Steward Temura. He cleared his throat, but then his attention shifted to the head steward. The man was raising his hand near his chin, signaling to him. Deep down, he thought, I'm definitely the one who understands. Looking at Bishop's attitude, his eyes were also glancing at the deputy steward. His thoughts were clear enough to signal him. We are not the ones to express opinions, but the ones who obey the will of our master. The deputy steward finally said Siro's name. He glanced at the head steward and then honestly shared his thoughts about him. He completed the tasks I assigned, and he did so excellently. Moreover, he finished the work 6 months ahead of schedule. His words hit the head steward like a thunderbolt on a clear day. He didn't expect him to go against his instructions. He clenched his teeth. What the hell is he doing? Bishop sighed, his aura losing the earlier grandeur. Clamp looked at the deputy steward and asked, Do you know that those two are friends? He raised his hand respectfully and answered his master's question. I know he often goes out with the young master, but didn't know they were friends. But in my opinion, if he were a rude kid, he wouldn't have been able to categorize those 10,000 books. He couldn't believe his ears anymore. He didn't expect that besides Rena, his friend, and the kind mistress Jaina, there was someone on his side, speaking well of him. That was the deputy steward. Rena glanced at him with a smirk. Finally, someone stood up to acknowledge his effort and ability. Rena put her hand on her chin, quietly happy for him. Good job. The atmosphere completely changed, but that joy was crushed when she looked at her father. His gaze toward him remained unchanged. He made you uncomfortable because time and again, someone spoke up for you. Especially since Clamp returned, nothing has gone according to his control. She also knows the only person who wants to punish Siro is father. Suddenly, a deep, warm, and powerful voice rang out. He stood up firmly, repeating what he just said. I cannot agree to this. As soon as he finished, both Yena and Mr. Beat spoke up together. Father, Mr. Vena, we don't understand why you changed your mind at the last minute. Just as she relaxed a bit, now it felt like ants crawling on a hot pan. Meanwhile, he looked even more radiant. Mr. Clamp quickly corrected himself. No, I understand. Those two consider each other friends, Siron and Rin. Standing before him, full of worry and tension, he looked at the two and then pondered. However, it must stop here. If this relationship continues, rumors will eventually spread outside, and this could become a weakness that political rivals will seize to attack us. He listened carefully to his father's words. Everything he worried about was clearly stated by Mr. Clamp. G.I., sitting beside, still paid no attention to anything, looking indifferent. He began to express his opinion. Everyone in our clan is an outstanding individual in the kingdom. G.I. is even preparing to take a certification exam. Besides, what else can I do when so many clans depend on me like this? The maids standing neatly listening to his words couldn't help but worry about their own fate and their families, because being commoners working for the nobility was already an honor. Siro, you are a smart kid. I believe you will understand. Rena looked at him with something to say, but it got stuck in her throat. But Rian couldn't sit still and watch anymore. He gritted his teeth, staring at him with a determined gaze that refused to be bound by anything. He looked at his beloved grandson with a mix of amusement and frustration. He thought, I see you have a lot of potential and intelligence, Rian, but why don't you understand what I'm saying? He was confused inside, and so was Ren. He wanted him to fully grasp the heavy responsibility he carried. You also know how heavy the lives of countless people resting on your shoulders are. At this moment, he turned to look at him, wanting to know how he felt now, and also to see what he realized after becoming friends with him. I want to thank you, Siro, for teaching my innocent grandson what true friendship means. He didn't want this clan to be condemned because of him. He asked for his opinion, but can it end here? Siron just bowed his head. He closed his eyes for a long time without answering, then suddenly uttered two words that shocked both Mr. Clamp and Gina. Mr. Big Chop couldn't believe he could be so stubborn and unable to tell right from wrong. Gi never cared about anything, but now he had to look at him with different eyes. Rian was also very surprised by his answer. Everyone thought he would beg for mercy and cut off the friendship for his own life. He couldn't believe he was that brave. He hesitated, wanting to call his name. Ti looked at Siro sincerely and straightforwardly. She couldn't help but hesitate a little before calling his name, Siro. He placed his hand on his chest, looked at him, and spoke words from the bottom of his heart. If I'm a burden to Rin, then I don't mind never seeing him again. However, now he was no longer hesitant or afraid. He spoke honestly and openly. That doesn't mean I can't consider him a friend. He affirmed confidently and firmly. Rin and I are friends. I can't let my friendship be bound or corrupted by what AI says, he said to Mr. Klum. As long as you consider those matters, I will obey any order you give. Rin's hand holding the sword trembled uncontrollably. He felt deeply ashamed. His tears fell once again because of that. Inside, he blamed himself, but also felt relieved that Siro didn't have to die. Honestly, part of him felt that way. But Siro knew that abandoning a friend was like abandoning a part of himself. Rian stared wide-eyed at him. The words his master taught him during training were hard for him to decide on. But for him, he would rather lose his life to keep the word friendship. He felt deeply ashamed. He made up his mind. Fine, anyway, this isn't something to negotiate. He pointed his sword straight up and shouted loudly like thunder. Here, I declare. Mr. Clamp and Gina immediately feared what he would do next. She shouted, "Don't do that! I don't know what you're planning, but don't." She reacted like that because she didn't know if her younger brother was making a mature decision. Even a small mistake could affect his fate and the entire clan. She couldn't let him make such a reckless decision. His sword plunged straight into the ground. The sound of metal hitting stone made everyone's ears ring. He knelt down and drove the sword deep into the tile floor, shocking Siron. He declared bluntly in front of everyone, "I, Rian Ocean, the third son of the Ocean clan, from this moment on will become Siron's sword." His oath thundered through the air. The tension and suffocating atmosphere made his father so angry he was shaking. He clenched his teeth with a grinding sound, his face twisted into an ugly scowl. He roared, "What the hell, you damn brat!" The entire mansion seemed to shake under the force of his fury. His roar echoed through every corner. "You idiot." The origin of the Knight's Oath dates back to when the kingdom of Tomia was first established. During a chaotic era, all the great and small nations were alike, fighting to seize colonies. Adafi, the strongest among them, succeeded in unifying them all and declared the founding of the Kingdom of Tomia. However, the newly established kingdom had to stand against powerful neighboring countries. So, instead of being purged during the kingdom's unification, the defeated kings were allowed to directly govern their own territories. And during that process, the Knight's Oath was created. The defeated kings had to kneel before the new monarch. They swore to become swords that only their master could wield. In return, they were granted noble status. That is the origin of the Knight's Oath and also the birth of the nobility. Therefore, breaking the Knight's Oath means that person becomes more despicable than a rabid dog. Then he turned to look at everyone and grinned mischievously. "What do you all think? Now I can't take it back, right?" Everyone was stunned on the spot, mouths agape at his sudden decision. He still held the sword tightly in his hand, standing with one foot grounded and the other like a demon's stance. At that moment, he couldn't help but blame himself. "Master, it seems like I've caused a huge disaster this time." Rion also imagined his master getting angry and scolding him. "I didn't give you the sword for you to do this." Siro knelt beside him, took his hand, and said in panic, "Ryan, what the hell are you doing?" He didn't answer but glanced toward everyone. The old man's voice rang out, his face hardened, his features more determined. "Rian, if I'm really witnessing you say you will become his sword, then that kid must be worthy, right? Answer me." He helped him stand up, and both looked toward the old man. He continued asking, "Is he really talented? Or is he only talented in your eyes because you see yourself as useless?" Hearing this, he relaxed a bit and smiled confidently. He placed his hand on his chest and shouted, "A sword doesn't judge, it only protects." Everyone's faces darkened upon hearing his answer. Even Siro was surprised. Suddenly, a man laughed loudly in the tense space. He put his hand over his face and laughed heartily, shaking with laughter. He had to admit the truth in his words. That's right, immature kids at least have to reach this level to hit the peak. While his father helplessly slapped his forehead, his grandfather kept praising him. "Your mouth is good, but with that mediocre swordsmanship of yours, I feel sorry for your friend having to receive a sword like that." Rion couldn't believe his grandfather's words. He could only stammer, "Grandpa, sir." The old man placed his hand on Ciro's shoulder, smiling to comfort and remind him, "Enough, enough. It's all over." Although the boy was not yet the sharpest sword, Ciro would never betray you. "Take good care of my grandson." He patted his shoulder. He closed his eyes to savor the moment. He looked at the old man with eyes full of gratitude. "Thank you for acknowledging me." The old man pointed at the head butler and ordered him, "You two swore to be lifelong friends, so I can't just let you leave like that." The head butler used the carriage that Ciro was supposed to take home and brought his parents here. He quickly obeyed the order. "Yes, yes, leaving right now." The two servants looked at each other and laughed, both putting on their hats. The head butler was still shocked, screaming inside, "Is this for real?" Looking up at the clear blue sky, the clouds drifting lazily, he was helpless. Even in his thoughts, he never understood what nobles were thinking. Rian finally relaxed his mood. He smiled comfortably, exclaiming, "This feels great." He flopped onto the bed, arms stretched out. Ciro sat down beside him. He laughed and asked him, "Did you see my family's expressions?" "Awesome." Ciro felt deeply guilty inside. "Rian, the Knight's Oath. You don't have to do this for me." He suddenly sat up, startling Ciro. "Ciro, I'm not doing this because you're my friend." His eyes locked on him, determination blazing. "I'm different from my brother. You have the power to attract others. I simply chose to bet my life on someone like that." He blushed a little, feeling shy. "What?" "I'm a little embarrassed right now," he thought. Why did he suddenly say that again? He looked at him and sighed. "I feel so pressured." He blushed as he spoke. But if you want to protect me, you'll have to train a lot harder." His words made Rian so angry he almost coughed up blood. Seeing this, Ciro worriedly asked, "Hun, what's wrong? What's wrong?" He sulked. "Nothing, it's just that you stabbed a wound in my heart." Rena suddenly opened the door and said loudly, "Rian, Did you really swear the knight's oath? That I will become Siron's sword. Not stepping inside, she saw him slumped over a pool of blood. She asked what was wrong. He used the last bit of strength to say to her, "Get out." Siron refused. "What are you talking about? Just a moment ago, your sister helped a lot." He invited her inside. "Please come in." She was arrogant, that's right. She brought important information from the opposing side. He immediately sobered up, carrying a bit of worry. "What's going on? What are Dad and Grandpa doing?" She gently sat on the bed, then said, "Let you two listen. They are bloodthirsty. But after all, I also played the Knight's Oath card. They're planning what to do next. So anyway," she told him some extremely important news. "Dad is thinking about registering you and Siron at the Kaizen Swordsmanship Academy." "Siron, you said your sword skills are insane, right? You said it yourself." He was confused. "But is it really that serious?" She laughed, of course. "Now you're a member of the family. I told all of them about your talent. Let's see if they might willingly want to invest something in you. They want your talent to help Rian. Surely for Rian's future, they're trying to help you succeed." After hearing that, he shouted at her, "Without my permission, who dares to send me to school? It's tough. Finally, I get to hang out with Siron whenever I want." She didn't say a word, kicked him to the ground, and stepped on him. She sighed, then yelled at him, "Show some mercy, you damn idiot. You've caused enough chaos. What else do you want to do?" He protested loudly. He turned his head and looked at her with eyes sharp as knives. He shouted, "And anyway, Siron isn't even going to the Sword Academy. Siron will be a mage in the future. He has already opened his spirit domain." She looked at him in shock and suspicion. "What? Spirit domain? Siron already opened it? Wait, does that mean I swore the knight's oath to a future mage?" She looked at him, barely believing her ears. He angrily yelled recklessly, "Uselessness has its limits. Get lost, old lady." Thinking about Siron and Rin dueling, Rina spoke up. "So you used synesthesia to sense the spiritual world and read Rin's movements to win." She rubbed her chin and exclaimed, "That's clever. Because your spiritual energy is quite high, this is probably possible." Siron awkwardly replied, "Really?" Rina praised nonstop. "You're amazing. From what I learned at school, the more concentrated the energy, the stronger the spiritual world. And being able to maintain that concentration while using a sword is extremely impressive." Hearing that, his cheeks flushed red, and he lightly rubbed his head. Vina and Rin shared the same thought. "Saying that is embarrassing?" She said, "I will tell him about Siron's path. Of course, the condition for your admission to the sword school will come with it." Rian, hearing this, was startled and shouted, "What? So what will happen to my master?" Rina answered, "The teacher already knows about this. So yesterday he ended the contract. Tomorrow morning will be when he says goodbye." He was even more shocked. "Ah." Rian tightly held his sword, his mind a little sad. He silently thought of his master, the man who was about to leave this land. A butler opened the door and announced, "Siron, your family has arrived and is waiting in the living room. The master said you can meet them first if you want." Rina gently turned to ask his feelings. "How are you, Siron?" At first, he just smiled, but then he couldn't hide his emotions, extremely happy, jumping up and shouting, "I'm going." Siron ran quickly downstairs, making the two butlers worried. "Watch the stairs, the stairs." Siron awkwardly said, "Just talk to me like before." "It's just a bit." They panicked and replied repeatedly, "Oh Lord, no, please don't talk like that. Our heads will explode." He smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone." They still firmly refused, but no luck. After a few short minutes, everyone was in front of the reception room door. Siron hurriedly pushed the door open to look inside, where his dearest family was. Seeing the two inside, he shouted, "Mom! Dad!" They were also very emotional, shouting his name in unison. "Siron." He seemed to abandon everything, rushing like a little bird finding its nest. Finally, he buried himself in the warmth of his parents' arms. The three hugged tightly in overwhelming happiness. Siron looked at his family with a heavy heart. They had grown thin. Surely they struggled a lot, tossing and turning day after day, worrying about him. Siron's mother, tearful, reassured. "Don't worry, your parents are fine." Vincent wondered, "But why did you suddenly call us? If your business is done, you should come home, right?" He suddenly asked excitedly. "They didn't force you to stay, did they?" He explained. "No, it's just that I was given a pretty good opportunity." He didn't understand anything. Siron's mother was also hesitant. "A good opportunity," he replied, then proceeded to tell the whole story and developments to his family. After hearing it, they all froze, their faces pale and exhausted. Frozen in place, Vincent's eyes barely open, his whole body motionless as he stared intently at his son. Then, he forced a smile and spoke. "So you mean you became friends with a noble heir while working at the library, and that heir swore a knightly oath to you, allowing you to be his friend?" Siro replied coolly, "Yes, that's right." Suddenly, he lowered his voice. "Tell the truth to your father," he said, then grabbed Siro's shoulders tightly, shaking him repeatedly, tears welling up as he shouted, "How could someone as smart as you be so delusional? Did someone treat you badly? Is that it, son?" Despite being shaken like he was about to fly away, Siro insisted, "No, it's true. He hugged his beloved son tightly, crying uncontrollably as if about to say goodbye forever. Oh my God, they say people who go to noble houses never come back intact. Damn it. Siro tried to pull his husband away. Suddenly, the door opened again, and the butler announced, "Young master, the head of the family has arrived." 3 people entered at that moment. Big Chop spoke first. "Nice to meet you both. I am the head of this household." Big Chop Ocean Rian bowed slightly and said, "Hello, I am Siro Rian Rina's sword. Let me gently introduce myself. I am the eldest daughter, Rina. I've heard a lot about you two." Witnessing the shocking scene, everyone's faces turned pale, and both immediately bowed respectfully, replying, "Hello, we are Siro's parents. How come such great people like you are here?" They sounded a bit puzzled. "Oh my God, haven't you heard from Siro?" Vincent's spirit was panicked, his voice trembling as he asked, "Are all those delusional things the boy said really true?" Even sitting at the luxurious banquet table filled with delicacies, he still couldn't believe it. No way, no way. Eventually, Vincent seemed lost in thought, while Ciro's mother was flustered. "Honey, there are too many dishes." Even after finishing the meal, he still looked like someone who fell from the sky, his mind tangled. What's wrong with her? Meanwhile, someone handed him a cup of hot tea, and he gratefully said, "Thank you." Vincent felt the suffocating atmosphere here, his mind wanting to scream at what was happening. Holding the teacup, his hand trembled so much he almost dropped it. Even without knowing what a knightly oath was, there was no way they would treat a noble lady's family this well. "I need to clarify this." Thinking that, Vincent spoke up. "Sorry, I am glad my son is highly regarded by you, but I am also very worried that a noble heir like Ocean would swear a knightly oath to Siro. It's unbelievable." Bishop frowned and said, "To be honest, I am a bit uncomfortable too," he continued. "However, for the Ocean family, who follow militarism strictly, the knightly oath is absolute. If we discriminated just because of social status differences, it would destroy the honor of the Rian family. So from now on, we will use honorifics. Please don't feel uncomfortable, and our family will fully support your son." He burst out laughing loudly. "It's been a while since I've heard you say something right." Bishop was annoyed. "Dad, you're too loud." Siro thought to himself that as the head of the family, managing and deciding all major family matters, those decisive and proud words really suited him, even though he struggled with the decision to place a commoner under his protection. He glanced at Gina, who winked at him. He continued thinking when he saw Rian's bright smile, but the man feared no one. Bishop then returned to a serious expression and said, "To get straight to the point, I have to say your son is a spirit world user. The spirit world isn't something you get just by working hard. To put it bluntly, it's a real talent you're born with," he continued. "From what I know, you aim to become a mage. So if he wants to get an unofficial mage certificate as fast as possible, I am thinking of the Alphea's Magic Academy, one of the 5 most prestigious schools in the country, which would suit him." Bishop rubbed his chin and said, "I'm not saying you have to go to that school to become a mage, but if you don't, that talent will be wasted, and I don't recommend that. So he should attend Alphea's Academy to meet the Ocean family's standards." Clump reminded, "Consider their understanding a bit." His son looked at Vincent's stiff face and immediately understood what his father meant. Then Big Chop got straight to the point. "If your son graduates from the magic school, he will become a mage." At that moment, he finally understood and stood up. "Our son will become a mage." Vincent thought about the Mage Academy. He began to tremble and said, "No way, this must be a dream." "Our son," Bishop continued. "However, the biggest problem is his status." Vincent was shocked when he heard him awkwardly explain, "The magic school is selective, so they only allow noble descendants to enroll." Clume added, "There is only one option." Then he seriously said, "We will adopt Siro as an Ocean family member." Vincent couldn't believe what he just heard, standing there stunned, his mind in chaos. "What? Glam insists this is the only option after we've already joined families." He pushed out a commitment paper. "I have a cousin who still doesn't have kids. If I add the boy's name to my cousin's family, all the problems will be solved. However, we have no intention of stealing your child. It's just on paper. But through this, Siro will become a noble." Vincent thought to himself, "Siro will become a noble. How lucky does that kid have to be to get such a chance? But if I do that, it feels like this child is being taken away." He looked at his son with a troubled gaze, silently begging in his mind, "Please, Siro, what should I do?" Looking at his calm expression made him even more panicked. Could it be that he has already made up his mind? Then he glanced slightly toward his father. His hand slowly touched the table. Those big hands had always worked hard under the sun and rain for him. Then he clenched his fist so tightly that Vincent felt some pain. Siro, with determined eyes, loudly refused. "No way am I your son. I can't become someone else's adopted child." Hearing this, he panicked and shouted. Siro and Venna, sitting opposite, explained, "This is just on paper, Siro here. Of course, we will still treat your parents as your real parents. You will achieve your dream, and nothing will change." As she finished speaking, Clump chimed in, "The kid will become a noble. Opportunities like this don't come around often." Siro remained firm and said, If I have to trade my father, I'd rather live as a commoner, Clume angrily shouted. Commoners can't get into magic school, he decisively replied. Then I won't go to school. He tried to hit his feelings again. Then you won't become a wizard. Bitjob and Gina were shocked. He insisted once more, then I won't be a wizard. Those words made Siro's mother and Rian freeze, holding back their agitation as they yelled, Siro, why are you so stubborn? This world isn't that easy. There are things you have to give up to succeed. If you can't do that, then is your dream just a childish game? He calmly answered, maybe so, which made him feel dizzy. What? Vincent's eyes welled up with tears on a face that was usually passionate and full of life. The awkwardness and sadness were clear. Siro spoke. No matter how great my dream is, it's something I got from my parents. If my parents are the root, then my dream is the fruit nourished by them. He remembered the past full of memories, standing shoulder to shoulder with family, learning to read, and getting the chance to work at the ocean house. Those were things he achieved because he had parents as his root. This is just one opportunity I got, nothing compared to the countless chances my parents gave me. Siro laughed decisively and said, now you're telling me to deny my roots? That's like telling me to die. I really appreciate everyone's offer, but they're the only parents I have. Everyone in the room was motionless after hearing him. No one said a word. Gum was so shocked his eyes were wide open. Deep inside, he thought, what is this feeling of guilt? No, that's not what the kid means. Suddenly, Vincent bowed down and said loudly, please accept Siro as your adopted son, please, I beg you. He was a bit embarrassed. Clam's father from afar said, I understand your meaning. But what Siro cares about, he ignored what others wanted to say, just bowed his head and painfully said, Siro is not my biological son. After hearing her husband's words, Siro's mother bluntly said, Vincent, what are you saying? He still bowed his head and said, we can't have children. He explained, we got Siro through an unexpected event. I'm sure you can tell, but the boy definitely comes from a noble family. The boy is extraordinary. Glam and Xena were increasingly stunned. Vincent continued to express his feelings. If he becomes the adopted son of a noble family, he will return to where he belongs. So this isn't about a father abandoning or denying origins. Bitjob thought silently, is that really so? He looked at their family and understood. Everyone here probably guessed that. Siro looks completely different from his parents, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. But do those words mean he wants to give up his son? Siro couldn't listen anymore. He was extremely upset, grabbing his father's arm tightly and shouting loudly, Dad, what are you doing? How can you say that without warning me? He just avoided his gaze. Father, sorry, but you're grown up now. You have to know. Suddenly, Siro seriously questioned, do you really think I don't know? That sentence shocked Vincent deeply. His mood sank heavily, struggling to say, the reason you didn't ask me is because people only have one father and one mother. You want that too, but now you want to have 6 parents? He was panicked, scared, and heartbroken, his voice faltering. I just don't want you to give up your dream because of me. Tears started to fall. Siro shouted loudly and decisively, who's giving up their dream? As long as I try, the opportunity will come. But he cried painfully, looking at his parents and asked, have you ever thought about how I feel? Who wants to be abandoned by their parents twice? Vincent grabbed Siro's hand tightly, trembling. Everything I did was my fault. Siro, I will never abandon you. After saying that, he hugged him tightly. My little boy clung to me like he was afraid of losing, the loving tears flowing like a stream. Vincent sobbed, begging, please forgive this foolish father. You are everything to me. They held each other tight, pouring out their hearts. Everyone around fell silent to witness the sacred and beautiful family love. Bitchop, seeing that scene, suddenly realized one thing. The things we do for our kids can sometimes hurt them. Clump replied, being a parent is really tough. He asked, isn't it hard for you too, raising a child alone? Bitchop's eyes welled up with tears, his hands trying to hide them so no one would see him crying. He glanced softly at his son in front. Rian was crying too. He was moved by the deep bond between Vincent and Siron. Suddenly Bitchop said, I heard the Anfia's Magic Academy has a special consideration category. I can help with that. Glam wondered. Huh? What can this old man do? How could I convince that stubborn Anfia's guy? He said, no way, right? I heard he owes me a favor. Clump laughed when he heard that. Ah, for someone who follows every rule, isn't being stubborn the best method? Bitchop chuckled too. He said, I use that method to force you to become the family head. He answered a bit evasively. It's all for your own good. 3 days later, after Rian arrived at the Magic Academy, the family head allowed my family to stay in Ocean. Dad still felt guilty toward me. Not sure when he'd remember this time. Finally, Rian and I had some free time. We used it to sleep together. He looked really happy, laughing with delight. Watching my friend lying beside me, I laughed out loud at his stories with pure joy. Then 3 days later, both had to leave home to go to the academy, the place where their dreams would come true. Siron quietly turned his head to take one last look. Suddenly, someone was sobbing loudly. It turned out to be Rian, crying his heart out. I said, Rian, don't cry, he painfully said. How can I not cry? Getting on the carriage means going to the Magic Academy. We really have to say goodbye. The more he spoke, the louder he cried. Why can't I enroll next year like you? Siron replied. I'm not even sure if I'll get special consideration. We can still meet during breaks. Remember to write every day. Rian suddenly placed his hand on my shoulder and shouted Siron's name firmly. He yelled with all his might, You have to become a wizard. I'll become the strongest knight to protect you. Before he finished, Gina punched him hard in the head. Focus on graduating first. I'm the one who worries about you the most. Then she turned to Siron and said, Siron, don't worry. Just enjoy time with your family first. That guy will definitely help you get in. I softly replied. Okay, and thank you for helping me. I placed my hand on my chest and bowed deeply to express endless gratitude. Vina smiled and thought quietly, what a strange kid. At first I thought he was just a cute boy, but he's so thoughtful, able to hold on to his faith even in scary situations. She suddenly looked at me and said, Siron might get in when you graduate, but after that, no. Then she fell silent. She thought, what am I thinking? He's a kid about to live in a completely new environment, the Magic Academy. Then Gina stepped forward, placed her hand on my shoulder and said, No, just do your best. You'll definitely become a wizard. I replied, Please take care of Rian. Then she pulled Rian into the carriage and waved goodbye. For Siren, he got on the carriage where his parents were already seated, feeling excited and hopeful. The horses started moving. The two carriages ran in opposite directions, gradually getting farther apart. Sitting inside, I suddenly heard a loud shout from outside. Siron immediately stuck his head out to see who was calling. It was Rian Ocean, yelling toward him, When you get to the Magic Academy, remember to beat them all. I heard that and laughed out loud. Then Siron and Rian shouted back loudly, You too. And that meeting of two passionate boys would be remembered as the start of the event that broke the balance of all 6 lands. Below the roadside, there was a nest of baby birds. The mother bird flew back and perched nearby, then took off soaring above the grand castles with solemn architecture. This was Alphea's Magic Academy. A man placed a teacup down on the table that was clump. He smiled tiredly and said, I've been thinking for 30 minutes already. The answer must be yes, right? Alpheus replied. Even though we've been good friends for 55 years, I really can't accept your offer, Gump shouted in frustration. What did you say? Do you know how hard I struggled because of you when I was young? Anpheus said. It seems this is important, so you had to say those nonsense words. But special consideration isn't a backdoor for nobles. Every year, many requests come in, but this category has its own standards. The more he listened, the more annoyed he got, silently cursing this cunning old man for making him wait 30 minutes for nothing. Then Clump burst out laughing, saying this time it's different. The old man was a bit surprised. It really is important. It's been a long time since I saw that expression on him. Gam grinned fiercely and continued. I never said you had to take in a useless kid. It has to be the opposite. The boy is a friend of my youngest nephew, and he's really talented. Do you know what I thought when I met him? You seriously told me. I even thought I was looking at you when you were young. And Fees took a sip of tea and questioned, if the kid is that talented, then why didn't he enroll normally? If that's the case, there must be some problem. Gam, still serious, explained. There's a big problem. He's not a noble. The old man gasped at that, making him jump in surprise. Impossible. Then Alphas described Siro's exact appearance as a blonde-haired, blue-eyed kid. How did Clump remember Siro's earlier words? Even if I die, I won't regret being friends with you. He said that was my first impression of him. Bold words, he seriously added. I thought he was a smart kid who knew how to manipulate adults. However, after I offered to adopt him, he rejected it like this. If you tell me to deny my origins now, it's like telling me to go find death. Just remembering that made Clump cover his face and laugh loudly. Does that make sense to you? Of course, who would refuse to become a noble? Alphas gently stroked his beard. He understands the natural law of cause and effect. Clamp replied, exactly. Without a cause, there's no effect. However, not everyone understands this law and easily loses themselves. A new opportunity can come anytime, but the moment someone rejects their roots, they lose everything and can no longer decide what they believe is right. Does that remind you of yourself when you were young? Alphas was silent. Then after a moment, the old man said, their refusal to compromise means others might agree with what they believe is right, but those same people can judge them. That's what I find dangerous. Clamp sitting here clicked his tongue, then quietly asked, you still can't forgive yourself, right? You've done everything you could. You've trained many talents. Isn't it time you forgave yourself? The old man laughed and said, I should forgive myself? That would be way too arrogant. Alphas looked out the window and shared his reason. I teach kids to prevent someone like me from appearing again. With a sad look, he continued, if that kid really is like me, there's no guarantee he won't walk the terrible path I once did, right? Clamp heard that and said, you were once a genius. Alphas, a once-in-a-century genius. He continued, you were once seen as the light of the Milch family, took one wrong path and almost lost everything, but in the end, you came back. Of course, AI would know you ended up as the principal of a school in this remote place. Anfia's teased Clump. Well then, I guess heaven helped you. Some useless kid became an official third-class swordsman. I'm worried about the future of the Tomia kingdom. Then the two of them laughed heartily together. Suddenly, the old man stood up, then walked to the window to look at his school. Without a cause, there'd be no effect. Clamp poured more tea and said, "Is this fate? AI thinks you know that kid? The child who was cast out 4 years ago has come back." The old man laughed. "I don't believe in fate." Then he thought silently. But Alpha's thought of Sirun, a talent buried by class barriers, wandering for 4 years and now standing right in front of me. Is it really fate? Finally, he decisively announced, "I will accept Sirun in the spring 3 years from now." A carriage was running toward a small house deep in the forest. Sirun was all ready from head to toe, then called out, "Mom, Dad." Siron Arian is 17 years old this year. He smiled excitedly. "I'll be back soon." Siron's mom hugged him tightly and praised him endlessly. "My lovely child. Mom will miss you a lot," he promised. "I'll write often. But does my hair look good? I've never worn it like this before, so it feels strange," she replied. Miss Gina said, "Short hair is popular among the nobles. Just act normal." Vincent chuckled a few times, a bit shy, and said, "Did you forget something?" Siron waved his hand. "Dad, I'm 17 now. Kissing is a bit." He firmly replied, "Hey, if you don't do it, I'll have to yell." Vincent gently placed a kiss full of boundless love on his little son's forehead, then hugged him tightly and expressed a father's feelings. Siron, "Dad, I'm proud of you, and I really enjoy this warm feeling." Siron then asked, "But is it really okay? The head of the family also said he'd give you a house." Vincent seriously replied, "Oh man, you really are a hunter's kid, huh? A hunter's home is the forest and the fields." He was startled and thought, "Really?" He saw him off to the carriage and said, "Even if Dad refuses some subsidies from the Ocean family for you, they still insisted on giving it to me." Honestly, Siron thought to himself, "Today is a happy day in the village because I'm about to join the Magic Academy, but Dad still won't tell AI about me. The reason Dad refused the invitation to live in the city must be because he doesn't want to be a threat to me." Tamura was already waiting outside and respectfully said, "Please get in the carriage. We'll escort you to the academy." Siron got into the carriage, then stuck his head out the window and shouted loudly, "I'll be back soon!" And that's how my first day at the academy began. The carriage rolled away, leaving behind a couple seeing off their child who's learning to grow up and chase their dream. Inside the carriage, it was just Siron and Tamura, making the atmosphere pretty awkward. When they arrived, he took the initiative to open the door and called out, "Young master, we've arrived." Tamura Ryu Siron stepped down, his face showing clear surprise and fascination. He continued, "At Alphea's magic school, it's bustling with people coming and going right now, making the whole area lively. The school gates are tall and grand, looking very elegant." Tamura spoke up, "The cost of study materials will be covered by me, young master. You just need to focus on your studies." Siron was deeply grateful. "Thank you for escorting me, sir," he said seriously. "I'm just doing my job." Siron bowed his head slightly, expressing his feelings sincerely. It felt like now was the first chance to truly thank him. "I could get here because he valued me. I won't forget your kindness." He smiled as he said the words he'd always held inside. Suddenly, a statement startled Siron. No matter how talented a commoner is, they're still just a commoner and can never be better than a noble. Facing him was Tamura's stern and darkened face, but then he finished his point. "However, not everyone gets this chance. After you join the school, many nobles won't like you." He smiled as he advised, "But you have to persevere. If you can hold on until the end, everything will pass." Siren replied emotionally, "Thank you, sir. I will definitely become a mage," Tamura answered. "Now, if you're ready, follow me. We need to register your enrollment first." And so the two of them went deeper into the academy. He thought to himself, Alpheus Magic School, known as the Cradle of Geniuses. What will I learn here, and will I meet AI again? Inside, the guards shouted in unison, "We will serve you wholeheartedly." Bowing on the school grounds were people coming to chase their dreams like Siron. After finishing the paperwork, Tamura reminded him, "I'm leaving now. If you need anything, just contact me." Siron replied, "Yes, thank you very much." But then he looked around, thinking, "Will AI come pick me up? Should I take a tour while I wait?" Where? Suddenly, he noticed many long boards posted on the wall. Alfie's Magic School operates on a 10-tier system with a total of 420 students. Among them, 30 are in the graduating class. Each year, the number of graduates is. Siron was shocked, eyes wide open. "Only 10? Suddenly, someone approached and said, "So you're Siron?" Hearing that, he immediately turned around and bowed respectfully. "Hello, Principal." Anfias laughed and said, "We've met before." "Do you remember me?" he said. "Thank you very much for that time." The old man patted his back and said, "It's all good. We can talk slowly while we walk." Anfias announced, "You'll need to take an entrance exam." Siron felt dizzy because he hadn't studied at all. "An exam? I don't know anything." The old man reassured him. "Don't worry, it's just some simple tests to place you in the right class. Tamura asked. Can you enter the spirit realm? He answered, yes, sir. Hearing that, the old man was very impressed. Oh, that's really impressive. He thought to himself, who knows if it can open the spirit realm on its own. If I had started training the kid when he was young, that would have been great. I failed to recognize talent right in front of me. Though it's late, I need to teach him the basics first. The entrance exam hall will be full of 10-year-olds, so if he arrives early, he'll lose face. So the old man made a suggestion. Do you want to take a walk around the school? The two went into another area. A young boy was reading 3 books floating above the common desk. As he walked by, Siro noticed something strange. Passing by, he stammered, what Principal Alpheus introduced to me is this classroom where students study. He looked up in awe. This is the freshman class 18. This is the introductory class 18. Many kids are flying above and using magic. He was still standing there stunned while those kids happily passed books around, playing and having fun together. Some were gathered playing games and snacking. Siron excitedly looked around and shouted, everyone is using magic. Alpheus said, that's right, but the place we need to go is a bit different. They continued to the advanced class 74. It was very quiet there. Everyone was seriously studying, not fooling around. Siren silently noted the different atmosphere, because everyone around him was his age. What are they discussing so passionately? A black-haired boy spoke up. A large amount of magical power can lower the air temperature below the frost point. Wouldn't stopping the refrigerant be more effective? Anyway, the downside is the reaction happens faster. What about this? If we adjust the timing instead of the magic power, Siro was startled as if wanting to scream. What is this shock realizing something painful? I can't understand what they're saying, even though we're speaking the same language, right? Suddenly, there was a loud explosion behind. A girl crawled out of the smoke, coughing repeatedly. When she saw Alphas, she quickly bowed. Ah, hello, Principal. The old man smiled and said, all right, seems like there are some issues. The red-haired girl with glasses replied, yes, sir. I'm experimenting with some things to fix the major sound defect. But the results had errors. Siro wondered silently. Don't they even care? Alpheus commented. Looks like there's some imbalance between input and output. Check if the current is balanced. She enthusiastically gave a thumbs up. Thank you, Principal. I'll redo it. He was very surprised. Even the principal didn't stop her. Moreover, is he planning to try again? Siron looked around with a dazed and amazed expression, as if he was in another world. As the two continued the tour, a long red-haired girl gracefully passed by. That was Ami, a beautiful young lady who made the boys nearby swoon and stare. They continued to another room. Something caught Siron's attention. It was a notice board on the wall, a yellow board full of letters. He looked at it and thought to himself, this shows the rankings of the entire intermediate class. At the top was Kami's. Isn't she a first-class noble? More specifically, Ami Kami's. He stood there stunned, his face showing disbelief. Everyone listed here had talents like him, but she was the top. A desire grew and blossomed in his heart. I want to be like that too. I'll start learning from scratch right here. Siro's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope for the future. Something pushed him. I have to change my rank. Suddenly, a voice called from behind. Hey, Ami, wait for me. That call made Siro curiously turn his head and wonder. But is this Ami really Ami Kami's, the number 1 in the intermediate class? Suddenly, something made him freeze when he saw the red-haired girl. Her face made him recall a scary and dark past. That was when some thugs grabbed his shirt, beating others, and the leader was Ami. Back then, she was like a crazy little demon, pointing right at his face and questioning, where did this magic user come from? Why is a commoner back in reality? Ami just passed by without a word, but suddenly glanced at Siron. He immediately turned his face away. An orange-haired girl ran up from behind and shouted, Ami said to wait. We're going together, idiot. Siro stood there looking down, silently begging, please don't see me, please. Then both girls passed by. Siro looked back excitedly and said, did you see that? The guy we just passed by. He looks really handsome. Is he a new student? But no, he looks familiar. Right? She wondered. Or maybe he's a transfer student? A mid-app is pretty interesting. I think I've met him before. Serial suddenly said loudly. What? You're interested in him? Aren't you not into guys? She retorted. No, that's not it. I just feel like he looks very familiar. Hearing that, she was unsatisfied and shouted, don't lie. You've fallen for him, haven't you? Ami firmly denied. No, I didn't say that. She was Ami Camus, the number 1 intermediate love, the most famous girl in the intermediate class. She had rejected many confessions from seniors, juniors, and classmates. A model student among all model students, but the only one who knew her dark past was trying to get accepted. Alpheus asked, are you cold? Siro Jun replied, no sir. The third test location of the Magic Academy was a building with ancient and solemn architecture. Both entered inside. Alpheus said, oh man, looks like it's not over yet. The old man leaned toward Siro and said, that's good. Watch carefully what that kid is doing. Standing in the center of 3 circles full of magical characters was a child with brown hair. Above were the judges, and Phaeus briefed Siron. When you enter the spirit realm, you'll see the characters on the wall change, and how you perceive them helps us know the size, power, flexibility, and tendency of the spirit realm, he continued. So just answer the professor's questions honestly. He replied, yes, sir, full of excitement. So interesting. 7 above called out, so Cammy, can you use magic? The child answered, yes, sir. The boy demonstrated his ability. I can lift objects together. The man praised, oh wow, so cute. Good, try entering the spirit realm. Kami replied, yes, sir. The boy closed his eyes and announced, I'm in. The professor asked, what's the farthest number? The boy answered, 6, sir. A professor smiled and asked again, 6? Alphas explained, number 6 means the diameter of the area is 6 meters. Siro absorbed the knowledge. Got it. A brown-haired man asked next, which color do you see as the strongest? Cammy answered in red. I think I'm stepping into a world of red. The man immediately noted that the divergence type was like light and fire. That showed this guy tends to be very active. Then, speaking up, Amphius explained that this divergence type means his spirit field is much stronger than his actual age. A female professor asked if he could see the giant tower. Kami replied, it's to my left. Then Sienna asked, how does the temperature feel? The boy said, it's a bit hot. I'm already sweating. After everything, she said, well done, Cami. The praised kid happily ran off. Sienna sighed, this year's freshmen are really impressive. Thought smiled and said, yeah, that student's spirit field size is 12 meters. Looks like the quality of students has improved year by year. Finally, they wrote a comment, overall good use of spirit field, but endurance is a bit weak. Then they called the next guy, Siro Arian. Alphas put an arm around him, smiled and said, show them your skills. He smiled back, yes, I'll do my best. Thought rubbed his chin, thinking to himself, so that kid must be the one who went through the special test the principal mentioned. Sienna was also thinking, that's a special choice, but he's pretty old. Borrowing a noble's house title? Isn't his family quite famous? The papers said Siro Arian is 17, a guest of the nobility. She thought maybe they discovered his talent a bit late. Sienna saw him and thought, his appearance is unique, but at this school, he'll quickly get buried. Thought asked Sarun Arian, can you use magic? He replied, no, I never learned before. The guy said, really? But even if you haven't learned, you should be able to do a few things, right? Alphas frowned a bit. That's what they think. Magic is an act that brings knowledge into your mind. Noble kids are taught many things, so they can naturally use magic. But that kid has no knowledge at all. He said, all right, now step into the circle and advance into your spirit field. The guy asked, can you enter the spirit power? Siro hesitated. I'll try. Thought breathed out lightly. Luckily, it didn't seem like a serious case of family abuse. He gradually entered his spirit field. Blue light surrounded him. A beam of light flew down onto his head. Characters around started moving and floating. He opened his eyes, amazed by the scene. So that's how it is. Thought asked the usual questions. Now, Siro, tell us the farthest number. He paused, not answering, so the guy called again. Siro? The brown-haired woman smiled. Looks like he's shy. Amphias outside said, Siro, answer quickly. We won't classify you. We're just trying to find the best way to educate you. He still hesitated, then explained his current situation. I see a number, but it's so long I can't read it. Thought confused. You can't read it? It's not based on sight, but on feeling. Siro explained more. No, I mean, I can feel it, but it's too long, and it's still getting longer. Thought sighed. Damn. Then he frowned and said, then start with the first numbers you can see. Siro focused to slowly look at the results in his spirit field. It was extremely long, and he looked at the number 3, 415. There was another row of numbers behind. He summarized it into one number and answered 3, 14. Thought was shocked. What? Sienna was very alarmed. Siro, we don't put the number 3, 14 in there. Are you mistaken? He frowned and replied, really? But that's what I see. She thought to herself, really? Of course, there are cases where pi appears. That means the size of the area exceeds the range we set. Can he really see as far as 30 meters? The brown-haired woman asked. So what color do you see strongest? Siro looked around and answered blue. Completely blue. Again, the professors looked at each other in surprise. If it's really blue, isn't that the convergence type? But his spirit field is still that big? The convergence type has better durability. The size of the area is opposite to divergence. Amphias here was stunned. No wonder. We understand why you're so determined about this, but this isn't just a good talent. He opened his eyes wide, sweat pouring down his forehead. They wrote on his file the word convergence. Then they also noted both hemispheres. The old professor asked, how many numbers are floating around? Siro looked up inside his spirit field, thinking, is he asking about this? Why count one by one when I can feel it? Inside here are many glowing dots. He decisively answered 857 numbers. The man heard and froze, mouth stammering, 867. Then he shakily wrote on paper, density 86, 7%. Amphias outside was silent, his face suddenly serious. This is dangerous. Sienna lightly pushed up her glasses with a cautious look. She regained composure and continued the test. Siro, how cold are you right now? When he heard the question, he answered so coldly it gave me chills. She wasn't surprised and immediately jotted it down. Just as expected, Sienna wrote the overall evaluation as follows: converging and defending with exceptional durability. His spirit field size is unusually large. The brown-haired woman smiled in praise. Good job. Now we need to hold a meeting to decide which classes you all will join. So all new students, please wait outside. Siron obeyed, turning around with the other kids and heading out together. He led the way, pushing the door open and stepping out slowly, waiting for all the kids to exit first. Then he closed the door behind them. As soon as the door shut, the room inside buzzed with chatter. An interesting student. Exactly how does a 17-year-old have a spirit field with a diameter over 300? The density of a spirit field increases with its size, but that student's spirit field density was 86.7%. The old professor said, above all, it's pure concentration without using any enhancement skills. Is this kid some kind of monk training nonstop on a mountain or what? Suddenly, a comment from Seven made everyone stop talking. Could he be lying? The guy smirked mockingly, thinking about it. A spirit field with 90% density and a diameter of 30 centimeters coming from a 17-year-old who doesn't even know magic? That's a bit hard to believe. Could he have boosted the numbers before telling us? No. Sienna frowned and said, Sir, that it seems you forgot. There's no reason for new students to lie. If they got into the advanced class like that, they wouldn't keep up with the rest anyway. Not to mention passing tests. Why would a student cheat like that just to get into school? Above all, some teachers here seem to have forgotten that pi was displayed as a bug. Siron was sitting there, forcing a smile among the kids. She continued, That's not something a normal student would say just to get attention. The guy next to her clicked his tongue angrily. Suddenly, Alpha stepped forward and asked, So where would be the best place to put him? I mean, Siron. She stood up. Principal Sienna Oliver. The 6th level mage said the lower class studies spirit field development and its theories, while the 5th class starts real magic, right? I think this student's spirit field is almost perfected. Therefore, I suggest 5th class. The guy behind decisively said, I object, which made her furious. Inside, 7 6th level mages voiced their opinions. He's a 17-year-old teen who knows nothing about magic. This could cause trouble and make him arrogant if placed in an advanced class. Now I think we should. Sienna bluntly replied, That might be true, but not every student is like you, Mr. Seven. The guy angrily shouted, What did you say? So the two of them launched into a verbal fight. Mr. Seven yelled sincerely, She just wants to put that kid in the 5th grade because she manages that class. And she only wants that student, right? Sienna fired back. What's wrong with wanting to teach such a talented student? A brown-haired professor said, Mr. Seven has a point. Even with amazing talent, he's still a young student. So why don't we teach him step by step starting from 10th grade? The old professor next to him looked tired. Finally, those two again. The brown-haired woman gently said, He might lose motivation. If we send him to a basic class because of his age, what do you all think about just postponing the placement and keeping an eye on him? The old professor spoke up. I think 7th grade would be suitable. 7th grade is an advanced class that includes basic lessons about spirit energy. If that kid is that talented, then skipping grades is also an option. Alphas rubbed his chin and replied, just as expected, What you said is right. He didn't hesitate and made the decision immediately. Siro will be placed in 7th grade. The Magic Academy has a system with 10 classes based on evaluation. Students are assigned to classes of 10 different levels. But those classes can also be divided into 3 groups. 10th to 8th grade is beginner level, where students are educated focusing on spirit energy development. 7th to 4th grade is advanced level, where students learn how to use their magic and spirit energy. Finally, the graduation class is made up of 3rd to 1st grade, with strict training to produce professional mages. And the next morning, at the grand and elegant school named Amphias, a 7th grade badge was pinned on the chest of a new boy. He caught the attention of many female eyes, who always marveled when they saw him. Siro carried a school bag in his hand and slowly walked into the class under the gaze of countless people. The teacher announced, Today we have a new student in our class. The girls below kept whispering. He was placed in the intermediate class right when he started. He looks pretty old, huh? But he's so handsome. Standing on the steps, he gave a bright smile and introduced himself. I'm Arian Siro. Pleased to meet you. The whole class immediately buzzed like New Year's. Everywhere there were claps and happy chatter. Most were girls, warmly welcoming him. The teacher had to ask for silence. Siro felt very excited because his wish finally had a chance to come true. I've finally arrived at the Magic Academy, the Alphys Magic Academy. Alpheus Academy uses a total of 75,425 square kilometers of mountains, including dormitories. It has 33 buildings and 40 training centers. Although going outside is forbidden on days other than weekends, it's not inconvenient because most facilities are located on campus. Classes end at 5 o'clock, and any time after that is free time. But students usually go to the library, which is open 24 hours, connecting students with similar interests, satisfying their desire to learn. All of this motivates creating a prestigious environment. Siro thought to himself, as expected, the classes are tough, there are many subjects, and all are advanced knowledge. This place is for nobles who have studied since they were young and have gone through a long, hard time with it. That's why I've faced many difficulties. However, by using every possible way, I can keep up with the knowledge in the historical sequence deeply engraved in me. All the world's knowledge gradually started to accumulate in him. One beautiful morning, the teacher announced, "Class will end here for today. Well done, everyone." As Siro closed his book, he thought, the afternoon class is the Spirit Energy Combat class, but the schedule doesn't say where. Looking around the classroom, he felt a bit shy. Who should I ask? Luckily, there were a few people about my age. Siro quietly approached and asked, "Hi, do you know which training center we need to go to?" Maria was startled by the question. "You're asking me?" He thought she seemed like a shy classmate. "No wonder I feel comfortable," she replied. "You probably don't know yet. Today's practical class is at the second comprehensive training center." Siro asked, "Comprehensive? What's this summary, Maria?" "Explaining all the intermediate classes that will train together for 2 weeks. The orientation session is today." Hearing that, he kind of froze up. The summary of intermediate classes must mean moving to the second integrated training center. At that time, many students were entering inside. It was really noisy there. There were voices laughing and greetings all around. "Hello, senior. Thanks for last time." "Hello, senior. Please come sit here." They all shouted in unison. "Hello, senior army." Turns out it was because of her that it got so lively. The cereal next to her also caught some attention, waving, "Hello." Those sitting above looked down and silently admired. "So famous, seriously. She's someone I'd rather not deal with if I could, but she has 2 integrated training sessions every week. Even so, if she's been in the intermediate class from the start, she'll soon move up to the graduate class." Seniors and juniors were chatting actively, but strict rules still applied. Siron worried, wondering if he could stay invisible here. Right then, the special teacher of the intermediate field class, Etela Romit, a level 6 mage, appeared and loudly said, "Hello everyone in the intermediate class. I'm Etela, and I'll be responsible for your field class this year." She looked around once, then continued, "Surely there are some students transferring from the New Year's start, right? Even though our class is full of famous faces, it's quite a crowd. We have a new face joining the intermediate class today." Because of that sentence, everyone looked at him. Is the rumor true? Who is it? He just forced a smile and thought, wait, this is too dangerous. Itella poured more fuel on the fire. "Siro, will you stand up and greet everyone?" He stiffened but still had to comply. He swallowed, gathered some courage. Over here, Ami and Serial were also drawn in, glancing at Siro. He then smiled and introduced himself. "Hello, I'm Arian Siro, and I just started studying in 7th grade. Nice to meet you." Before he could finish, the whole room burst into applause welcoming him. Siron stood frozen like he was about to faint. "I don't know anything anymore." Serial here excitedly spoke up. "Amy, is that the guy you saw yesterday? Seems like his name is Siron." She acted indifferent but thought silently. "This is the first time I've heard his name. Who is he? He seems famous. I'm sure I'd know about people like that already." Suddenly, a brown-haired girl spoke up. "Senior, do you know him?" "According to my sources, the teachers are super focused on him." Serial marveled. "Really?" The girl explained. "They said all his stats were amazing when they checked him during the entrance exam." Serial replied, oh my god, I like him even more now. Wonder which rich family he's from." That casual question made Ami suddenly freeze. Her eyes glowed fiery red, and her hair flew wildly. She seemed to recall something truly shocking. It was a memory from the past when she and a few others were caught in something like a whirlwind. At that time, she stared straight at a boy outside and questioned, where did he learn magic? From an ordinary civilian. And is that the boy crying outside? That boy was none other than young Siro. Back in the present, she was trembling, sweating heavily, with a forced smile appearing. Damn it. The Camus family is famous for their genius bloodline. The red eyes are a unique trait passed down to every descendant. They allow the owner to remember every moment they see with perfect accuracy. Every arrow shot hits the bullseye precisely. Another arrow flew in. On the target, the arrows were stuck in the bullseye, making studying pointless. The archer was a red-haired girl. Although she hit the bullseye many times, she wasn't happy at all. On the contrary, the butler standing next to her kept clapping and praising. Wonderful young lady. That red-haired girl was the youngest daughter of the army family, also the most talented among the siblings. Ami's father laughed loudly. My daughter. He placed a chess piece down and said, truly a descendant of the Kami's family. Ami silently stared at the chessboard before her. The butler called out to the young lady. Ami's father asked what was going on. Ami stood up with a cold face, totally bored. She turned around, annoyed, and walked away. A gang of thugs followed behind. Ami was filled with hatred, thinking she despised everything about the family. The family, the family. What does my power have to do with this family anyway? I can do everything without needing to use this family's name. She followed the thugs around, fighting everywhere. Ami silently thought she could do whatever she wanted. Watching the thugs fight, Ami sat with her legs crossed, bored out of her mind. But then someone made Ami feel surprised and forced her to rethink. Ami was stunned to see the thugs falling all around her and a boy standing opposite her. The boy was crying, tears streaming down his face. This person changed Ami's mind. It was another low-class boy, damn it. On the lecture hall stage, Siro was bowing to everyone. Ami looked at the scene before her. Her mouth twitched as she blurted out, damn it, damn it. Suddenly, Siron called Ami. Ami, the brown-haired girl beside her, stammered, senior, senior. Both were confused. Ami was startled and explained she meant shoes. Her shoes were a bit uncomfortable. She thought to herself, I knew it. Memories seen through red eyes. It couldn't be wrong. The person beside her continued, what were we talking about again? But Ami kept focusing on her own thoughts. I thought he was a noble. Ami looked at Siro. But who knew he was actually a commoner? How did he get into this academy? Ami's body trembled. That past was extremely, extremely embarrassing. Ami slapped her forehead, wishing she could die. Her eyes were blurry. I cleaned up all the clues about that brat phase, so there's no way he remembers those days, right? Ami recalled memories from 5 years ago when she squatted in front of a blonde boy. The boy's face was still wet with tears. Ami covered her mouth and sneered. A slave doesn't have nails, right? Why don't I just cut them off? Later, she stood behind, blushing and covering her mouth, watching the thugs strip the boy's clothes off. Strip him. What were they doing? Ami imagined Siron reminding others about her. Senior Ami, she's not the person everyone thinks she is. Siron waved in the imagination. 5 years ago, she used to hang out with thugs in those little alleys. Why would someone trusted by professors like me lie? That's it, nothing more. Siron whispered to everyone. She's actually really into men. Listen, she even tried to strip me naked once. Ami got angry and accidentally tore the page in front of her. She clenched her fists tightly. No, never, absolutely not letting that happen. We have to kill the rumor before it even starts. Meanwhile, Siron kept using me. Who's staring at me, damn? Romy Atella, a mid-level spirit field specialist professor with a level 6 mage certificate, stood on the podium and spoke. Now everyone, exactly what is a spirit field? Someone answered, it's the mental state of a mage, ma'am. She nodded. Right, it's perception. About the mental state of a mage. Its initial form is just a sphere, because that's the easiest shape to focus on. The blue of the spirit field, reflected in Atella's eyes. Then, through practical training, we can perceive and transform it at will. Atella opened her spirit field. She said she would show you the spirit field. Siron gaped. All right. Siron focused on the blue spirit field before her. You could see the professor's spirit field with your own eyes. The spirit field radius is 10 meters. Atella introduced, this is the basic shape of a spirit field, a sphere. But as I said, in reality, the spherical form is rarely used. Atella snapped her fingers and said she would give an example. A target board appeared floating in midair. Atella said she would use magic to aim at the target. Atella stood inside her spirit field. Her spirit field radius was 10 meters, but the target was 20 meters away. She would use a fireball, a fire element spell. Siron excitedly covered her mouth. Finally, I get to see someone use magic. A small fireball appeared on Atella's fingertip. She said first she would create a small flame. Atella controlled her small fireball and then said she would see if she could hit the target precisely. The fireball flew out, carrying the flame straight forward toward the target. But when it reached the spirit field boundary, the flame immediately went out. Down below, all the students who were sitting earlier had their eyes wide open and mouths agape. The flame had disappeared, and Atella smiled as she explained. As you all have seen, most magic cannot leave the spirit realm, so magic can only maintain its form within the spirit realm. Atella leaned forward slightly, extending her hand as she continued. However, if we expand the spirit realm, Atella's spherical spirit realm instantly turns into a straight line, she continued. Straight toward the target like this, Atella's small flame immediately shatters the target, she explained to the students below. Then we can touch it. Surprised cheers filled the lecture hall, full of admiration. Some older students whispered among themselves, look at those surprised faces of the 7th graders, so cute. Siron and his friends clapped for Etella's impressive demonstration. He thought to himself, I didn't know it was possible to do that. Can the shape of the spirit realm really be changed? Then Atella continued speaking. But this method has a weakness. The students' faces showed slight disappointment. A male student asked, isn't that the right way? Atella opened the projection screen beside her and pointed to it. Changing the shape of the spirit realm requires a lot of concentration. In real combat, when your opponent can attack you in every possible way, constantly changing shapes is not the right choice. Itella pointed to the blue screen, showing information about the spirit realm. She introduced, so people have divided the spirit realm shapes into 4 types: defensive form, offensive form, target form, and redirect form. These are the 4 main types, Itella continued, starting with the defensive form. The defensive form is an octagonal shape. It allows the spirit realm to block most attacks. Itella's spirit realm immediately transformed into an octagon, surrounding her inside. She said, the more contact faces it has, the higher the defense efficiency. Itella waved her hand and changed the spirit realm's shape again to a star shape, also known as the offensive form. Based on this shape, it helps the user easily locate targets. The sharpest points glowing the brightest indicate where it's aiming at most targets. Itella's spirit realm shape changed once more. She continued her lecture. Next is the target form, extremely effective in long-range combat. However, it won't be effective against fast-moving targets in theory, but in reality, the distance between the tips and the center is quite far, so it's hard to pivot. Itella calmly explained, the important thing when using this form is speed. You can rotate its shape. The students whispered among themselves, she can even use that technique without blinking. The professor thought, can we do that? Unlike the others, Siron was deep in thought. With that method, you could use the spirit realm within a 10-meter range in real combat. Itella continued. And finally, the redirect form. It's not very popular because even 5th graders struggle to master it, Itella said, but she would give them an example. Just then, a student behind Siron spoke up. If we can do that, does it mean we get promoted to higher classes? When I was in 8th grade, I got a perfect score in spirit realm class, easy as pie. Before she could finish, the transformation below silenced the few open-mouthed students. Even Siron was startled. The noisy spirit realm students beneath the blue sphere were gradually separating from Itella. All the students in the lecture hall shouted, separating from the teacher's body. Siron was so excited he wanted to stand up. I don't understand. The spirit realm is the mage's mental state. How can it separate from the body? Itella's spirit realm gradually turned into a stream. Siron was curious about what was inside it, the center of that spirit realm. Itella stood below, surrounded by the spirit realm streams forming shapes around her. She said, the redirect form is extremely difficult to use. It's so hard that even real mages struggle. But the strength of this form is that the mage is not the center of the spirit realm, so there's no movement limitation. And therefore, instantly targeting with a spell is no longer theoretical because its operating range is unlimited. Instant spells mean that the mage sets the magic inside a redirection form and it activates automatically upon hitting the target. Hearing Itella say this, the students gasped in surprise. They whispered among themselves, how can the professor even do that? She acted as casually as if she were just breathing. Just stepping into the spirit realm was already tough enough. The girl behind Siro replied, she's on a whole different level, a 6th level mage. Siron was stunned, a gentle expression hiding extraordinary talent. Itella adjusted her glasses. You guys would be disappointed if I skipped the practical part in the first lesson, right? The top scorer in the fast target magic test. Before Itella finished, the students below were already buzzing excitedly, eager to start practicing. Itella called out, Ami Kamis from class 4, come on, we'll start with the student representative. The girl sitting next to Serial said, she's amazing, always number 1 in class. Serial turned to smile at Ami. Again, Ami's the star that all the guys fall for the moment they see her. Truk looked at her, then saw Ami's restless, nervous face. Serial stammered, you're still not done with your sentence, right? Ami was sweating all over. I don't want to be the center of attention right now. The first form in the 4 spirit realm target types has the advantage of long attack range. However, it's a disadvantage against fast-moving and multiple targets. But if used by someone with extreme focus and high-speed spirit realm control, boom boom, 2 explosions sounded in quick succession. Army swiftly launched several fireballs toward the targets. Then that weakness completely disappears, turning into an impregnable fortress against enemies from afar. The students on the benches admired and exclaimed, no wonder Senior Army is so amazing. She's incredible. Usually, those competing in fast shooting switch between the 4 forms, but Senior Army always comes first, even though she only uses the target form. A classmate sitting with Hang and Siro muttered, I wonder if I could ever become a mage like that. Siro stared blankly. Even an amateur like me can see she's absolutely incredible. Siron couldn't take his eyes off Ami's performance. The fireballs kept breaking targets, not only constantly shifting the spirit realm while standing still, but she could also attack all the targets the spirit realm swept through. Ami was like a ruler of the battlefield, even in just one move. Siron marveled. Her face shows no expression. Every gesture exudes elegant nobility. Applause rang out. That was amazing. The student behind Siro said, if I could date a senior like her, school life would be totally different. The girl next to him scoffed, keep dreaming. She doesn't even care about AI. Don't forget the Kami's family too. Siro listened to their talk and thought, now I get why the guys go crazy over her. Not only is she high nobility, but she's also got everything else. Siro shifted his gaze down to Ami below. Someone so perfect. Why is she hanging out with those street punks down there? Ami finished her demonstration, bowed, and quickly ended the spell. She achieved level 9. Time was 205 seconds, followed by a round of applause. Ami was stunned, then suddenly looked up, staring with her blue eyes in one direction. Siro felt that gaze and was startled. The students around whispered, what's that? Senior Ami can't possibly have someone yell out loud. She just looked at that new student, right? The shout woke Ami, who immediately turned back to her seat. Damn it, why was I looking at that brat for no reason? Ami was restless, but I couldn't help it. It was so annoying. At least one thing was confirmed. Everyone around was talking. Do those two know each other? No way. He just enrolled today. Siro went pale, thinking, I get it now. And not just Siro, Ami was thinking the same. Ami thought, he remembers me. And Siro realized she remembered him too. Ami was deep in thought. If he spreads rumors about my past, it'll be a huge problem. I really have to shut him up, right? After thinking, she shook her head. Calm down. I'm the top student here. Just a few random words from someone like that, how can I trust them so easily? If I'm careless, it'll only make things worse. Serial ran over to check on Ami. What happened in the spirit realm? Why's your face all red? Ami quickly shook his head, rubbed his face, and said, no, nothing. Then the practice session was divided by class. The students moved downstairs. Etela said, 7th graders, we'll start with the defensive form. You gotta master defense first before anything else. She walked around, explaining to the students because mages need to maintain focus to survive on the battlefield. Sciron stood alone, eyes closed, concentrating on a trick, imagining himself shrinking and condensing his consciousness inside his head. Sciron was drawing out a spirit realm unique to himself. First, condensing the realm and forming a shape, then building a frame and preventing collapse. Just as he thought he succeeded, he suddenly jolted. Sciron looked at the spirit realm in front of him. No, he hadn't materialized it yet, so he couldn't be sure. It'd be easier if I could see the spirit realm inside the spirit realm. Sciron approached Etela and asked, Ma'am, can I use the spirit realm? She was surprised. Huh? The spirit realm? Etela glanced around and said, actually, only upperclassmen get to use it first. Sciron followed her gaze, thinking there's no need to care about others when learning magic. He thought because chances to truly improve don't come often. Etela turned back and smiled. Looks like no one's using it right now, so go ahead, she thought quietly. Is it a bit much to have a student rep as a model? Everyone around was noisy. A newbie? So cute. Serial nudged Ami. Ami, look. Serial's next sentence made Ami choke on her water. That student just entered the spirit realm. Ami turned around and shouted, startling Serial. What the hell is he doing? What can a 7th grader even do? Serial whispered, Ami, you're acting weird. What's up with you today? I'm starting to get scared. Everyone's attention focused on the spirit realm. Sciron stood alone inside it. The board behind displayed, Spirit realm range 0 meters. Sciron stared straight ahead. Finally, I found it. A blue orb wrapped around Sciron. He could see it with his own eyes. My spirit realm. The surrounding students were instantly shocked. What's with that size? The spirit realm range on the measuring board kept changing. Sciron looked up, thinking back. Did they tell me about my spirit realm size during the entrance test? If the teacher heard, he'd definitely say no. We couldn't even measure it. Sciron raised both hands high. So how much bigger can it get? Watching the spirit realm grow bigger and bigger. Deep inside, Sciron panicked and shouted, Stop! The measuring board displayed, Spirit realm range 20 meters. 5th graders stammered in shock. Is he really 7th grade? Isn't the average 7th grader only 13 meters? The chatter buzzed nonstop. Are you sure he's not just showing off? If so, the density would drop like a balloon. Sciron was sweating bullets. Okay, enough. Too much attention already. Now, on to defense form. Just as he was about to switch spirit realm forms, Sciron suddenly itched. What the hell? He looked at his spirit realm. The frame wasn't rising but collapsing, but everything was fine during practice earlier. Ami, standing in the 4th grade area, gawked. No way you succeed on the first practice session, right? Sciron wondered where he went wrong. Seeing it with my own eyes scared me. No, my concentration can't be affected by stuff like that. Sciron focused and analyzed. I have to find the reason no matter what. So what's the difference between outside and inside the spirit realm? There has to be something. Suddenly, something flashed like a drop disturbing a still pond in Sciron's mind. I get it. Sciron recalled Etela standing inside the spirit realm earlier. I was mistaken because Professor Etela was too relaxed as a model. If I change my spirit realm, it requires focus. So, the intention to shrink my spirit realm also used that focus. Sciron took a deep breath, regaining his spirit. If the thought of shrinking my spirit realm affects that, Siron opened his eyes wide and concentrated. He said, then I just need to keep it at normal size. Siron finished speaking. The range of the spirit field kept expanding. The surrounding students gawked in disbelief, like, what? It just got even bigger. How is Siro's spirit field growing like this? Siro's eyes were full of determination. The numbers on the spirit field gauge kept climbing. Ami twitched the corner of her mouth watching this scene. The whole auditorium was almost covered in a blue glow. Every student around had to look up with their mouths wide open. The number on the spirit field gauge had reached 41 meters. The entire hall shouted, so huge. Looking at the spirit field in front of them, someone screamed out loud, what the hell is this? What kind of spirit field gets this big? Siro raised both hands high, focusing his thoughts. Now there was no need to give any commands on the side. He looked at his hands, planning to shrink everything all at once. Siro's spirit field immediately shrank down. It formed into solid planes. The older students gasped. That new kid is seriously. They watched Siro standing inside his spirit field. The crowd instantly buzzed. He did it, and it's only the first day. Even Siro was surprised by his own spirit field. He reached out to touch the spirit field. It looked like he was inside a giant gemstone. Etella standing beside him was also surprised, adjusting her glasses, thinking quietly. Although the superior convergence nature of this defensive form helped him, succeeding on the very first day was truly amazing. I heard he even shocked the teachers during the entrance exam. Serial turned back to Ami and said, looks like the news. He really caught the attention of all the teachers, huh? What do you think, Ami? Ami's expression was terrifying. Serial was also startled. How could Ami forget the old thoughts about Siro that kept swirling in her mind? That kid is the source of my humiliation. He could have come all this way. Seems like someone's backing him up. She stared hard at Siro inside the spirit field. Sooner or later, he'll close the gap between classes, and then his fame will only grow. Ami decided to change her plan. I have to secretly get close to him. Even Professor Etella was surprised. He's exceptionally skilled in all-around abilities, like he spent his whole life training on a mountain. Siro said, Professor, its size has shrunk quite a bit. Etella nodded. That's right. The smaller size increases the hardness of the spirit field, and at this level, with this hardness, most physical impacts won't be able to break your spirit field. Moreover, the hardness gives you some ability to resist mental attack magic. After explaining, Etella continued, good, you can now dispel the spirit field. The spirit field around Siro gradually disappeared. He said, thank you, ma'am. At that moment, the cheers in the hall exploded. Students from all classes kept praising, Siro, great job. The new student was congratulated. Only then did Siro get startled. Why is everyone staring at me? He shyly said thanks, then quickly ran off from the center spot. Thanks, everyone. Etella smiled at Siro, thinking quietly, I understand his brilliance. To perfect this defensive form, he must have strong convergence ability and an unusually large spirit field. So success is understandable. Etella looked at Siro's shy face as he received so much attention. I have to keep an eye on him. And at this moment, countless eyes were on Siro, but not all were the same. A group was talking about Siro. Looks like he'll be joining our class soon, huh? That talent is really amazing. So there were competitive looks or some girls exclaiming, so impressive, first day and already. Then there were clear looks of admiration and affection. Besides that, envy and jealousy. And finally, someone standing in the back row, Ami, was looking at Siro with a terrifying glare. The next day at the academy, now there was another pair of eyes. A purple-haired woman with her hair tied up was about to enter, casting a curious gaze toward Siro. The door slid open, and the classroom immediately got noisy when they saw who had come in. It was Professor Sienna. The professor said, please tell us about your first love. Siro also saw the person who just entered. It was the cold, serious gaze of the person standing on the podium, looking down at the class. The students buzzed, and Siro realized this was the scary professor. During the entrance exam presentation, Sienna Oliver didn't realize it, but this was the professor in charge of the 5th grade class. The other students were hyped, feeling awesome. Who would have thought that us 7th graders would get to attend her lecture? But the more Sienna thought about why someone like her would bother teaching a 7th grade class, the more annoyed she got. The 7th grade professor is such a pain. If he put a talent like her in 5th grade, she'd definitely find a way to catch up with the others. Sienna pushed up her glasses. She came to this class so she could personally teach Siro. Sienna thought to herself, I'll make sure she levels up as fast as possible, and she absolutely has to be my student. Siro was startled, her eyes darting forward. He thought to himself, maybe she just looked at me. Nah, I'm probably overthinking it. A classmate sitting in front of Siro loudly asked, since this is the first lesson, can you tell us a story? Another student joked, are you really dating the 7th grade teacher? Sienna said nothing, but her frown showed her disgust. Sienna raised her hand, and a small block of ice instantly appeared in her palm. a crystal clear block of ice. Sienna asked the class, "Is there anyone here who can explain the theory behind this magic?" On the nearby window, Siro had already frozen a layer of frost from the cold. Sienna's voice remained steady. "What is cold air?" The classroom ceiling had also crystallized ice due to the low temperature. Sienna continued, "And what is the process of freezing?" The students shivered, hugging themselves, stammering, "Professor, it's so cold." Sienna calmly explained, "You're cold because you're lacking energy." She moved the small ice block in her hand down toward the floor. But the term latent energy doesn't exist in this world, so temperature can only rise infinitely, but it can't drop infinitely. The ice block in Sienna's hand suddenly shattered. She explained, "When energy reaches 0 degrees, we call that absolute zero." Sienna smiled. "If we mix a bit of energy from this room, we can easily create things like this ice sample. But if we break it into tiny pieces and create a convection current, what would happen?" The ice shards fell to the ground. Sienna answered her own question. "The answer is we can create a coldness strong enough to kill a person, just like what you've experienced." The students were both scared and speechless, thinking, "Does that mean we're about to die?" Sienna turned her back to the podium. "So the question here is, how can a mage absorb that energy?" She grabbed chalk and wrote on the board, then looked down at the class and continued, "There are no tools or devices. How can they activate magic like that?" Siro focused her gaze on Sienna. She drew a circle representing the spiritual domain and the mage on the board, then said, "A mage controls the world within their spiritual domain. And of course, it's only within a certain range. But once inside, that mage is basically a god." Sienna's voice was steady. "And if you want to affect the senses, it can create light, sense, or even physical sensations. That's the mage's special sense, giving them the unique ability to dominate reality." But even with this divine power, Sienna paused. She tapped the chalk on the board, then said, "What if they don't know what abilities they have?" She raised her tone. "For a mage, to activate magic, they need to satisfy certain conditions, and those are total control and total energy." The 7th grade students below were wide-eyed listening to Sienna's lecture. The way mages activate magic is based on their total control and total energy. No matter how much total energy you have, without knowledge, you can't activate magic. Sienna's words awakened Siro. That's why mages, besides having special senses, still study the world like scholars. Siro also realized why he couldn't use magic. Siro remembered how he used to protect himself. He thought he had no concept of total control, so he only trained total energy. Sienna continued, "You'll learn countless subjects at this school's spiritual domain. It's just half of what it takes to create magic." Sienna laughed, saying, "If you're not hardworking, you can't become a real mage." Yeah, after the intro, Sienna also started today's lesson. "Now, we're going to kick off basic chemistry class." "Yes, Professor Siron, I'm determined I can do this." Siron's eyes seemed to say he could become a mage. Evening fell. Outside the academy grounds, some girls were chatting. "Are you going to the library today?" "Of course. There's a test coming up. They even talked about studying at the dinner table." "What's the topic of your research?" Another classmate answered, "There are some things I need to create first." Students were walking back and forth across the schoolyard after classes ended. Students usually head to the library or join research groups. Siron hugged his bag and walked forward. "Every day I go to the library, and because of that, I'm just able to keep up with the noble students." He looked up at the sky. Sleep time got cut short too. So tired, thinking it over. Siron pulled himself together, but learning magic made him feel relieved because his dream was slowly coming true. Siron quickened his pace. "I wonder if there's a spell AI created so people don't need to sleep." His legs cramped, then he floated above the ground. "Why is my body getting lighter?" Siron was startled to realize he was flying in the sky. "Wah! What the hell is this? I'm flying!" Siron glanced behind and saw someone grabbing him by the collar. "What the hell is going on?" Siron was shocked. Someone was carrying him through the air like a hawk carrying prey. Deep in the forest, with a thud, Siron was thrown to the ground. The pain made tears well up in his eyes. He sat on the ground, looking at the person in front of him. Siren panicked. A head of red hair that was Ami Kami's. Siren broke into a sweat, thinking he'd have to face her. But who expected her to show up so suddenly? Siron hesitated. She really was still the same kid from 5 years ago. Why did Ami make that expression now? She said, "So you still remember me, AI?" Siren asked. "What?" A small flame appeared on Ami's fingertip, flaring fiercely in front of Siren. Ami smiled wickedly. "Yeah, I should just settle everything right here." Old memories replayed like a movie. Siron held his head, defending against the relentless attacks. Someone shouted, "Hey! Hey, stop it!" A thug squatted in front of Siron, looking at Ami. "Miss is gonna kill that kid." Ami recalled that day. "At first, I thought I'd take the kid home, but seeing that crying face, she pondered, I want to watch a little longer." The blazing flame controlled by Ami, she thought. But then Ami glared at the thug. "That bastard." Siren sat up straight, looking at Ami. That gaze made her suspicious. Is he really the kid from 5 years ago? Siron sighed and replied, Of course I remember. Siron continued, Back then, you ordered those criminals to forcibly strip me. Hearing that, Ami also recalled that past. She covered her mouth and chuckled. So what? Why don't we confirm it? Ami loudly interrupted Siron. Stop. You definitely remember clearly. She started yelling to explain. It's not like that, right? Actually, you misunderstood your memory. Not a serious misunderstanding. See? Siron wanted to say something but was cut off by Ami. You'll see. Ami blushed and hesitated. I'm not a loose woman. Siron couldn't keep up with her thoughts. Ami shouted. Those thugs tried to strip you on their own. I never ordered that. Then she hurriedly added, No, wait, I think I heard you say you wanted to see it, or something like that. No, that's not it either. Anyway, Ami insisted. From the start, I wasn't interested in men. Siron muttered quietly. No way, you kidnapped me just to say that? Ami froze too. Inside, she screamed, Of course not. But why am I standing here making excuses like this? Siron realized something too. Maybe she's worried I'll spread rumors about her bad behavior all over school. Both sides were already awkward. It's really a hassle. Siron stood up. Can't you just say sorry? Ami stepped back. What? Siron said tiredly. I understand that's a memory you want to forget. Anyway, your grades are among the highest in the intermediate class. You're pretty famous too. But what happened can't be changed. Siron said calmly. So wouldn't it be better to just apologize and end this? I think that's the right thing to do. How do you handle people who apologize, Ami? Suddenly thinking, Ami felt like she was being warned. Wait, snap out of it, Ami. Her eyes showed panic. This guy's too slick. In front of Ami, a chessboard seemed to appear. He said the right things about himself to embarrass the other person, then schemed to gain the upper hand. How dare he try to outsmart me? He must think I'm easy and weak, Ami thought silently. Would she really open her mouth to apologize in a moment like this? Listen, Commoner Ami asked Siron. If I apologize to you, what do I get? Siron couldn't believe her ears. What did you say? Ami rubbed her chin. I mean, even if I apologize to you, there's no reason to believe you'll just accept it and not stab me in the back later. There's no trust between us, right? She nodded. If I just apologize empty-handed, it means admitting I was wrong in the past. In the end, I'm the one who loses, aren't I? Siron asked her, Do you have to get something out of an apology? An apology is the minimum courtesy to someone you hurt, not something you use to get benefits. Ami's loud laugh cut off Siron's words. Looks like you don't understand how this world works, she thought silently. Another attack using moral arguments. I get it. Ami assessed the situation and thought to herself she would flip the situation right here and now. She continued, If I don't get anything out of it, I have no reason to bother. Didn't expect you to brag about that stuff to look good in front of me. Her words stunned Siron. Looks like even if I apologize to you, I still won't be safe in the Magic Academy. Siron was forced to open his eyes wide by Ami. He thought silently, what the hell is this? Looks like the model student act is just for show. Her nasty nature is still there. Ami covered her mouth and exhaled, secretly glad she was about to win. Should I say one more thing? She asked Siron. You know what the scariest thing about the Magic Academy is, right? Siron's face froze, not understanding her deep meaning. She said it's the upperclassmen. Ami's next words felt like a heavy rock on Siron's shoulders. If he got on the bad side of an upperclassman, not only would all the upperclassmen become his enemies, but his classmates too. And of course, if it got out that you're a commoner, with Ami's sharp gaze, chances are you'd get expelled from the academy. Siron shouted at her. Are you worried I'll spread rumors to get myself expelled? She covered her mouth and laughed. Of course not right away. I'm just saying I'll wait and see how you behave first. I'll check how well you keep your mouth shut. Siron asked what she meant. She ordered, From now on, bring me coffee every day. I'll test your reliability through these errands. Siron shouted. Why should I do that? Ami stepped closer to Siron. I heard you got a special admission here. For a commoner to get this far, it must have been tough. Wouldn't it suck to get kicked out? Siron agreed. Fine. If I can prove my trustworthiness with these silly errands, I'll do it. Ami put on her hooded cloak. Good choice. Behave yourself. After all, your future depends on it. Seconds later, she immediately looked scary, threatening, Siron, if you dare tell a teacher, I'll make sure you die with them. Saying that, she jumped 2 or 3 times and disappeared like a whirlwind. Siron waited until Ami left, then squatted down to pick up his backpack. Well, I guess this is better than getting expelled. Looks like her power is still top-notch, even though I feel it's unfair to have to do everything she wants. Siron held his face. It's only the start, and it's already this hard. The next day, everyone bustled toward the library. Some students suddenly got attracted by something. Someone called their friend. Hey, look! Siro was holding a cup of coffee, walking over. Everyone around was surprised and started whispering. What? Is he the new student? Oh man! Oh man! Siro stood in front of everyone, holding out the coffee with both hands to Ami. Senior Amy. Siro's voice wasn't too loud. but loud enough for everyone to hear and turn their eyes toward Ami. Her coffee cereal stood next to Ami, patting her shoulder and whispering, "No way, Ami, how could you?" Ami tucked her hair behind her ear, her eyes reddening. She snatched the coffee cup from Ciro's hands. "Oh man, you must have spilled a lot." Then she turned and walked away. Cereal said, "You're just leaving like that?" Ami calmly replied, "We gotta hurry up. You go to class. No time to waste." Ciro's face flushed red as he watched Ami's back. "What the hell?" Probably some of the students gathered around, started buzzing. Oh man, he just confessed to Ami, but Ami, she just walked off without saying a word. Poor guy. Cereal chased after her, asking Ami, "Do you think the new student likes you?" She shook her head. "No, it's not like that. I was just giving a little guidance to a junior." Calm on the outside, but inside, Ami was jumping for joy, super happy. She sipped her coffee thinking, "How's that? The humiliation that I, the great Ami, just served you." In her mind, she painted a scene. She thought to herself, "You'll be added to the list of juniors who secretly like me." She thought, even if Ciro stood in the middle of the school shouting, "Amy Kamis is a perverted thug," everyone would just shrug and say, "Oh man, he's just trying to get revenge because he got rejected." Ami was sure from now on. No matter what he said, no one would believe him. She walked on humming. What's sweeter than revenge, anyway? Cereal walked beside her, clueless but seemed pretty happy. Ami felt relieved, thinking, like all the worries from the past 5 years just vanished. Her thoughts were like a massive drumbeat at the peak. Meanwhile, Ciro felt drained, standing in the crowd. This definitely felt like bullying. When did I ever offend her? Ciro clenched his fists, thinking, if I get stuck in negative thoughts, I'll be the only one losing out. No trust at all? He looked up again. The emotion in his eyes had changed. If I have to do this anyway, I'll do it perfectly. Experience and feelings depend on your mindset. And from then on, straight for 10 days, the academy was noisy again. He showed up again. "He's here again today!" Someone shouted loudly. The innocent romantic story at the Magic Academy. 10 days straight of him confessing non-stop. 10 days later, the cheers and gossip got louder. Ami and Cereal stood in front of the library, also watching this way. Ami laughed. It seemed the number of onlookers had grown. Behind Ciro, a crowd was staring hard at him. Ami grinned, showing her teeth. If this many people are here, then everyone must know by now. Should I slowly wrap this up? Cereal, standing next to her, asked. Ami, hey, when are you going to accept Ciro's feelings? The sudden question made Ami freeze. Huh? What are you talking about, Cereal? Ami asked loudly. Why would I accept that guy? Did you forget I'm an AI? Cereal thought for a moment, then said, but there are a lot of rumors, and honestly, for others, you don't even glance at them, but you always take coffee from Ciro. Cereal's words sounded like gospel. Ami's expression, everyone was ready to witness the birth of the Academy's legendary couple. Her thoughts boiled down to 3 words. Another cup of coffee was placed in front of Ami. Ciro said, Senior, he smiled, your coffee. As soon as Ciro finished, the students below immediately cheered loudly. Say yes, say yes. Ciro looked at Ami confidently and casually said, this time I didn't spill a single drop, right? But inside, he was urging Ami, hoping she'd hurry and accept it. I gotta get to the library fast. Ami gritted her teeth. Now, not only were her eyes red, but her cheeks were flushed too. How did things get like this? Are you guys messing with me? Ami was tense, her face flushed red as she looked at Ciro. Suddenly, she reached out and knocked over the coffee cup in Ciro's hand, then said, such a hassle. Cereal and the other classmates were stunned. Cereal covered his mouth and called out to Ami. The coffee spilled onto the floor. Ami said, you think I'd fall for you just because you gave me this? Ami pointed. You're a student who refuses to study, yet you keep trailing after a female student. She spun around. Don't ever give me this stuff again. Cereal quickly apologized to Ciro. Sorry, my bad. This was Army. Everyone around was noisy, shocked by the harsh rejection. Cereal asked, what's going on? What are you gonna do if those rumors get out? Ami snapped. Who cares about those losers? They're probably all full and lazy anyway. She shouted, once I graduate, it'll all be over. Outside on the stairs, Ciro was bending down to pick up the coffee cup. The chatter didn't stop. I think she's like an ice princess. That's why she acts like that. Let's accuse her of wasting coffee. Poor Ciro was still stunned. Really? I don't have to do this anymore. Why did he hug his bag and stand up? The girls sighed. Oh no, he looks so miserable. It's heartbreaking. But contrary to what everyone said, Ciro's face lit up. I'm free. That night at the library, Ami was resting her head on the book in front of her. Damn it, she muttered angrily, lifting her head and pressing her pen against the spot between her eyebrows. I need to stop the freshmen from spreading rumors outside, but I'm the one who started it. It'll be fine if I end it before the rumors spread too far. But that's not the most important thing. Ami's eyes glowed pinkish red. The label on her camisole named Lamb was a memory reflecting the surrounding scene. Ami suddenly changed. She seemed to be sitting in the academy courtyard. This was a skill that allowed the user to record what they had experienced. Ami recalled how Ciro handed her the coffee. he shyly said. Senpai, here's your coffee. For 10 consecutive days, every time she met Siro, she used the pink camisole label. Ami remembered how Siro looked doing those small chores. She clenched her teeth. He looked really excited on the first day, but what Ami saw didn't change at all in the remaining 9 days. Loudly thinking, his gaze didn't shift one bit, not even his eyelashes twitched. Ami got closer, pondering the image in her memory. What did it mean? She seriously asked herself. No matter how much someone tries to hide their feelings, they can't hide their true emotions in their eyes. Because the autonomic nervous system can't be controlled. If he could control his gaze, Ami's eyes suddenly flashed. He could control his emotions like a robot. She closed her eyes, or Ami shut the book to draw a conclusion. He was extremely honest. Serial noticed her movement and whispered, "Oh, Ami, are you done?" Ami stood up, gathering her books. "I'm feeling a bit tired today." Serial also intended to stand. "If so, let's go home together." Ami refused. "No, you don't have to do that for me. I'll go alone." Serial worriedly asked, "Is it because you feel guilty for rejecting Ciro's coffee?" Ami was speechless. "I already said no," Serial advised. "If you want to confess anything, just tell me, okay?" Ami nodded. "Yeah, thanks." Army went outside, looking drained. She complained. "Oh, I'm so tired. Nothing's going according to plan. My mind's all messed up." Army pushed the door open. "I need to rest for a bit." Suddenly, someone greeted. "Leaving early today, Army?" She thought, "That's Jack Adrius." Damn. Amy closed her eyes. "I thought I'd have to wait for you until midnight," Amy asked. "Him? Why would you wait for me? Are you that boring?" Jack stepped closer and said, "Don't be so cold. I heard the rumors. I heard there's some wimpy guy named Siro chasing after you." Amy was less bored. "No way! You came here just to laugh at me?" "Oh man, my head. Of course not. Here, take this." Jack handed coffee to Ami. "This is premium Western coffee. You won't find this at school." Ami felt awesome, deserving to be treated right. Ami asked him with disdain, "What the hell are you doing?" Jack replied, "Like you see, I'm trying to steal your heart." Jack said, "Unlike that weakling guy, he's going to inherit the position of royal finance minister. He's way more worthy of you." Amy showed her disgust openly, coldly saying, "I have no interest in playing those disgusting games with you." Jack froze, repeating, "Disgusting." Amy went on, "And I don't think we're close enough to have that kind of relationship." She bluntly called him out. "You think I don't know? Your crew's been trying to take me down whenever they get the chance?" Jack quickly shouted in explanation, "Wait, you think it's just a misunderstanding? Aren't the things you're saying a bit too harsh?" Jack grabbed his steaming coffee cup and stepped closer to Amy. "Insulting me is like insulting my whole family. I won't forgive anyone who messes with my family's honor." Jack squinted and smiled. "As a member of the famous Cammy's family, you should know that, right?" Amy said coldly. Pathetic Jack froze. "What?" Amy didn't hold back and stared him down. "Just because you have some fame at school doesn't mean you can act like a jerk, especially to people who don't support your family." She smiled. "Someone who started that weird club and secretly insults others, do they even know what honor means?" Jack bared his teeth in a sneaky grin. He angrily grabbed Amy. "Bitch, looks like you're cocky, just because you're famous, huh?" Jack snapped loudly. "You think no one can stand up to your Camus family?" Jack said. "Your family might be top in some field, but not in power." He stepped closer, forcing Amy to back up. "With my family's power, we can drain your Cammy's family's finances." Jack's eyes looked down from above, loudly asking Amy, "Now do you get it?" Amy laughed. "I get it," she said bluntly. "Yeah, that look is definitely from a loser." Amy stared straight at Jack's ugly face and commented, "Not like Cyron. Your eyes look like dead fish eyes." That made him refuse to believe his ears. "What are you saying? That I'm not worthy compared to that loser?" "What?" Jack went crazy. "Oh, right. I messed everything up. Before I win, you better not interfere anymore." Jack's next words made Amy furious. "I can guarantee that within a day, that guy won't be able to use magic even once again." Jack continued, "I'll prove to you how great I am." But he got slapped, knocking Amy's coffee cup over. Silence fell as the coffee cup shattered on the floor. Jack gritted his teeth and glared at Amy. "Arrogant bitch. My patience has limits. No matter how pretty you are, pupil dilation." He shrank back. Amy opened her domain calmly and asked, "Pretty what?" Amy's red eyes flickered in the dark. "What do you plan to do?" Jack wriggled nervously. Could she really use the 4 forms that fast? He hesitated. "Are you crazy? Do you know this breaks the magic use rules here?" Amy laughed loudly, the wind howling through the closed hallway. She mocked Jack. "You're just a pretty face. At least Cyron doesn't rely on his family name," she said. "He's someone who takes responsibility for his actions. I bet you can't catch up to him in half a year, right?" Jack's veins bulged as he wanted to curse Amy. This girl is really, he thought silently. She filled the whole room with a whirlwind. Jack calculated if he made any move, would she strike back? "I can't fight the top mage of this academy." But he looked at Amy once, then grabbed the nearby railing, preparing for a gentleman's revenge stance. 15 is not too late. Jack ran downstairs. "Don't think this is over," Amy muttered, leaning against the wall. "It's been a long time since I've been this fired up." She wondered to herself, why am I doing this? Because he threatened me? Or because he found out my secret? Amy remembered what Siron told her in the forest. If doing these things can make you trust me, I will do it. Amy turned sharply away. She looked at the spilled coffee on the floor and cursed, damn it, I guess he won't come tomorrow. The moon outside had risen high. She muttered to herself, but thanks to him, my mind was finally free of worries. A few days later, at the academy, Serial stood there with tears welling up. The waves and Ami had caused a commotion on a piece of paper that read, I have captured Siron. Come to training hall 14 by 6 p.m. Before I castrate him, if you dare tell the teachers, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Siron read the message on the paper, then turned to ask Serial standing beside him, so Senior Ami came there to save me? The bottom corner of the paper was signed by the Black Magician. These events had turned into a raging tsunami. The bell from the tall tower rang out, and students trickled in, getting ready for class. Siron walked while reading a book. Everyone around recognized him. They whispered secretly, hey, that's the guy who's hitting on Senior Ami. It was fun, but also kinda embarrassing. Siren sighed helplessly. Damn, the thing was, 4 days ago, Ami had knocked over Siron's coffee. Cold and emotionless, Siron thought tearfully, how am I supposed to hold my head up here now? He covered his mouth with the book and said in one breath, in situations like this, just flash a confident smile, and they won't tease you for long. Looks like they're starting to doubt me less. Suddenly, a figure caught Siron's attention. Oh, that's Senior Serial. Seeing Serial standing alone there, Siron wondered, she's always with Senior Ami, right? What's going on? Siron stepped forward to greet Senior Serial. Just as he finished speaking, Serial suddenly shouted, startling him. Shout along! Serial lunged forward, grabbing Siron's collar. Why are you here? Where's Ami? Siron was shaken to the point of almost passing out, asking, why are you asking like that? Serial shoved the paper in Siron's face. Look at this. You should be in trouble, right? Siron blinked. What? The paper read, Siron is in my hands. If you want to rescue him, come to Training Hall 14 before 6 p.m. If you dare tell the teachers, you'll regret it for life. Signed, Black Magician. Siron stared at the paper, confused, asking again, I've been kidnapped? Moreover, Siron turned to ask Serial, is this person the Black Magician AI? 30 minutes earlier, Amy and Serial were walking across the schoolyard when someone blocked their way and greeted, Senior, how are you? Serial frowned. It's him, Ami said. Didn't I tell you to get lost? Why are you still talking to me? The blonde guy sneered. You better tone down your arrogance. It'd be better for you. He waved the paper in his hand. The boss wants to see you. Serial dragged Ami away, ignoring him. Ami said, that's why he'll always be stuck at level 5. The blonde guy continued. The boss said, if I send you this, you'll listen. He said, if you don't want your guy to get hurt, you better accept. Serial frowned like she was looking at a lunatic. What did you just say? That's disgusting. Then she told Ami, let's head to the library. But Ami suddenly turned back, snatching the paper from the guy's hand. Hey, Serial suspiciously called out to Ami. Ami looked at the paper in Siron's kidnapper's hand. She thought of Jack. Was it him? Jack had said, I'll definitely make sure he can't use magic anymore. Ami cursed silently in anger. Jack, you bastard. She clenched the paper tightly and loudly said, so what? Ami crumpled the paper and threw it on the ground. His problems aren't my business. Serial asked, what's that? The blonde guy saluted him. Whatever, just delivering a message. Serial unfolded the paper to read. The Black Magicians are the bad guys who bully top students, right? She muttered. Why would they kidnap Siron? What does it have to do with you? Ami worried. That day, I really couldn't hold back and fought back. Serial said, go tell the professor. She continued, not just Siron, but even you will be in danger. Ami muttered, Professor, that's definitely the right thing to do, but it won't be that easy. Ami imagined being called up to the meeting room. If the faculty council got involved, during the investigation I'd have to reveal my relationship with Siron, and my past would be exposed. Ami thought of Siron's expression, if that happens, they'll find out. Siron's pitiful face appeared in Ami's mind. He's just a commoner. She recalled what she once said. For a regular person like you to get here, it must have been tough. It'd be such a shame if you had to quit halfway, right? And also what Siro said, if doing that earns her trust, then I'm fine with it. Ami's thoughts drifted back to 5 years ago. The person lying on the ground said, it's not me. She froze, seeing Siro sprawled on the kitchen floor. 8 bridges, please. Ami clenched her fist tightly and called out to Siro. Ami handed over Siro's backpack. I'm going. If you don't see me back, go tell the professor, okay? Siro was startled. What? Why would you? She watched Ami's figure fade away, shouting, what can you do alone? Do you even know how many of them there are? Ami turned back and said, sorry, but I have my reasons. Don't worry about me. She said confidently, even if there are 10 jerks like Jack, they can't do a thing. I'm not returning to reality. Siro looked at the paper in his hand and said, that's why I don't dare to believe it. He asked Siro, Senior, did Ami go to save me? In Siro's mind, no way someone as cunning as her would do that. Siro urgently asked, she went alone? What should we do? Siro replied, Ami said she has her reasons. It's the first time she's asked me for a favor like this. She continued, she told me to wait until 7 o'clock. Siro rubbed his chin. There really is no other choice. He pondered why she didn't want to tell the professor. Siro pulled out his pocket watch and checked the time, wanting to keep the secret just between them. We're in the same boat, so Siro thought for a moment. She had no choice but to go alone to keep her secret safe. Then he told Siro, I have to go too. Siro tossed his bag onto the table with a thud. Senior, just wait until that time, okay? Siro called out, wait. Siro turned and ran off, thinking as he ran. Hall number 14 is toward the mountain. Will I make it in time? His legs cramped, and Siro left the ground. It was Siro holding him as they flew away. She said, how long will it take if you run? It's better if I go with you, she loudly instructed Siro. I'm about to teleport. Holding tightly onto Siro, she asked anxiously, what do you mean? A yellow light flashed beside Siro. He saw a faint yellow glow surrounding his hands. It enveloped them, and in a blink, they vanished from the sky. Siro panicked and shouted, there are students moving inside the building. He saw something flash across the sky. What? Who just used magic? Siro's eyes widened. Their destination was the forest. Siro held Siro tightly to slow down. Colliding with a tree while teleporting would be dangerous. From here, we should fly. No sooner said than done. She immediately hugged Siro and shot off flying. Moments later, Siro landed on the ground. Siro trembled, holding onto a tree to stay steady, unprepared mentally. He clung to the tree, vomiting green and yellow bile. Meanwhile, Siro, having landed at hall number 14, ran off quickly. Running, she called out, where are you, Ami? Siro worried. There's no one here, that's strange. It's only 10 minutes before the meeting time. Siro wiped his mouth and said, maybe they changed the location because the address in the letter was leaked. They must be trying to avoid the teacher's eyes. Siro loudly asked, then what about Ami? He thought, such a meticulous plan. Secrets from the past intertwined. Now is not the time to worry about my own secrets. Whether a civilian or not, she and I could get suspended. Stuck in a situation tougher than I imagined, Siro said, Senior, go back and report this to the professor. He looked ahead. If you go back alone, it'll be much faster. Siro replied, but Ami told me to wait until 7 o'clock. Siro shook his head. It's okay. It's because of me that it's like this, he said to Siro. I'll help her, so it's fine. Senior, go quickly. Siro was stunned. What? After hearing that, she grabbed her head and screamed loudly. Is your important reason me? What's your relationship? Are you two secretly dating? Is there something I don't know? Siro urgently shouted. We don't have time. The later we wait, the more dangerous it gets. Siro had sobered up. Remember to wait here. After Siro ran off, Siro breathed a sigh of relief. The mountain is familiar terrain to me. Siro stood in the forest, activating his spiritual domain. He closed his eyes and focused. I'm sure I'll find some traces. The spiritual domain expanded throughout the forest. Siro seemed to catch something. Here it is, footprints. He followed the footprints to those of two people from not long ago, but it stopped halfway. Did they fly away? Suddenly, a sound came from the forest, making Siro jump. A cracking noise. Why are you standing up? Looking toward the smoke column rising deep in the forest. Don't tell me something's wrong. Inside the deep forest, the person who just used magic slipped up with their voice. The blonde guy handed the letter to Ami with a smooth smile. Oh my God, I almost hit you with the silver cannon meant to welcome you. Ami glanced at the red flames burning beside her. A few new people appeared above. They landed and surrounded Ami. Big boss Ami is really here. Caught such a big fish. Our boss is something else. The newcomer said that. Then Jack, the gang leader, said, Amy is our honored guest, so don't be rude. Amy stood right in the middle of the circle. Crossing her arms, she looked at them. Thought it would be something serious, but it was just a bunch of punks who only knew how to eat. They asked her, you really came alone? Is that kid so important to you that you risked your life to come here? Ami said coldly. Just catching a rat, no need to burn down the whole house. Gritting his teeth, angry but laughing. Still confident, huh? With this many eyes watching, I doubt you'll get what you want. He showed a sneaky look at Ami. This time, I've planned everything out. Ami didn't bother to look at him and replied, how you plan is your business. I don't care. Where's Siro? Jack's gang laughed loudly at Ami's question. Where else could he be? Probably still licking books somewhere in the library. He doesn't even know what trouble his girl is about to face. The blonde guy mocked loudly. Books, I love you. Wherever that guy is, I don't care. They stared at Ami. We only care about the little sis. The guys here are crazy for revenge. Jiet glared at Ami, recalling last night's conversation. He's still really pissed. Payback's a must, she warned. Ami exhaled deeply. Without Siro here, it's easy, she smiled. Just like Mai's house said, with this many eyes watching, it's really annoying. Then Ami was immediately surrounded by a blue light. She said, because cleaning up all this trash takes a bit of effort. The trash holding people back? He nervously sweated. No, no way. Before they could realize what was happening, Ami launched an attack at the blonde guy. Behind, flames burned his arm. The blonde guy yelled, "Too hot!" The others immediately panicked. That girl really shoots fire. Giet shouted while running. Calm down and dodge, he yelled. Area attacks aren't effective against many targets. Jack cowardly flew up with a few others to dodge quickly, then immediately returned to their original spots. But Ami's domain swept toward them. Jack was stunned. Boom! An explosion blew up right where he was. Ami calmly stood below and flicked her hand again. Ami's eyes glowed sharp red. Time to deal with her. Her domain split into many beams, sweeping over them, missing no one. She focused her power, flames blazing with a roar. Ami simultaneously launched countless fireballs in many directions. The fireballs flew wildly. The others covered their heads to dodge. Hey, didn't you say she only mastered area attacks? Why is her rotation speed so fast? One hit guy was blasted away, cursing silently. Damn it, what the hell? This skill level is totally different from training ground. Could she have real combat experience? Too hot. He was blasted straight up high. But no matter how strong the skill, there's always a weakness. He hovered in the air looking down. To resist horizontal area attacks, he gathered wind into a vortex in his palm. So I have to attack vertically. Giet used all his strength to launch an attack at Ami. Wind blades approached Ami from above, gradually closing in. Seeing Ami, unable to dodge anymore, Giet grinned. You're done. But suddenly, just as the wind blade struck down, Ami dodged like lightning. Giet shouted to the sky, "How the hell?" Ami mocked him. They call this momentum, babe. Ami reached out her hand with firepower. Her domain targeted Giet directly. He cursed loudly. Damn it! Giet took a full fireball from Ami and was blasted back several feet. Killing like a mad demon, that bitch Ami moved forward. She smiled gently, saying it's because you keep worrying about useless stuff all day long, so your performance stays trash. Killing gritted his teeth in hatred, reaching out to counterattack. Don't even think about looking down on me. Ami laughed and said, don't resist in vain. This time, I won't let you off so easily. Suddenly, something struck straight into Ami's eyes, a surge of purple power rushing in. Ami's body felt nailed down. She was confused. What the hell is this? Ami clutched her face in pain and screamed. The jacks appeared all at once around Ami, attacking her simultaneously, hit harder, finally caught it. Jack bared his teeth in a surprised grin. Not happy, East Lion. Ami's spiritual domain was falling apart. Jack said if you don't dispel the spiritual domain, you might go crazy. This circle is called anti-magic. Ami cursed that bastard. Her eyes flashed bright red. You dare use forbidden magic? Ami cursed silently. Red eyes won't help me recover. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, grabbing Ami's hand. Both her arms and legs were immediately tied up. Killing laughed loudly. Finally caught you, you bastard. He stroked his hair as he got closer. Ami, how do you feel, babe? Have you reconsidered my offer from yesterday? Out of nowhere, Jack pulled out a dagger to threaten her. You better think carefully. See, I don't mind breaking the law. Ami gritted her teeth. I warned you already. If you dare play tricks, I'll take your life. She thought silently she couldn't break free, and now she couldn't even fight back. Since 12, I haven't been able to train anymore. Damn it, Ami hovered in the air. I gotta find a way. Killing laughed loudly. It seems you still know exactly what kind of situation you're in, right? He caressed the dagger in his hand. Heard you're tired of those who cling to you, huh? Let me help you. Killing showed a shameless grin to Ami. Just one swipe from me and they'll all back off from you. The red glowing dagger pressed close to Ami's face. He was extremely satisfied. I wanted to do this from the start. You should have been screwed like this from the beginning. The dagger hovered before Ami's eyes. She heard Jack's boastful voice. You should have been screwed like this from the start. He ordered, speak up. Ami shut her eyes tight. Damn, I'm out of strength. Suddenly, she recalled a memory from 5 years ago in a small alley, the image of Siro lying on the ground. So this is how he felt. Just as things got intense, someone shouted to stop. Ami opened her eyes and looked toward the voice. It was Siro, appearing with a wooden stick in hand. He cursed those trash sons-in-law, the lowlifes. He was shocked. That name was Ami, even more surprised than the trash. Siro was panting, gripping the stick and staring at them. Killing laughed mockingly. What's up, you came alone? The dagger twisted in his hand. The prince has arrived. His gang immediately followed the prince. No matter what you do, Ami shouted at the fool. Why did you come alone? Siro silently calculated. Even if they outnumber us, thinking they can control the top student among the mid-level trainees, how's that possible? Anyway, Senior Serial must have called the teachers by now. I just need to buy some time. Siro's body erupted with spiritual energy. He bolstered his confidence. I've beaten Rian with swordsmanship before. I can do this. Siro ordered them to release Senior Ami immediately. Seeing Siro running toward him, Jack sneered. Are you crazy? Release her so you two can attack us together? Siro kept running forward with the stick. The blonde guy asked Jack, is that idiot just running straight at us? Killing laughed. Open up, you guys. They stood still, watching Siro. At this moment, Siro also sensed something was off, something wrong. Siro's spiritual domain suddenly shattered like Ami's earlier. His eyes froze. The stick in his hand dropped. Siro clutched his head in pain and screamed, then fell. He hit the ground amid the mocking laughter of the Jacks. They laughed loudly, just as expected from the prince. 07 echoed, what the hell are you gonna do to a mage with that? Ami shouted to Siro that breaking his spiritual domain was anti-magic. Siro knelt on the ground, holding his head. Anti-magic? Ami kept shouting. You might not be able to use magic for the rest of your life. Get rid of the spirit realm fast, or you'll go crazy. Are you listening to me? Siron's mind was hazy. My senses felt like they were drifting away, my consciousness shattering. He recalled what Professor Etella once said, a mage needs to maintain focus to survive on a chaotic battlefield. Siron held his head, thinking that the defensive form is used to prevent the spirit realm from collapsing against most disruptive forces, even under physical shocks. It wouldn't collapse. It would also work against psychological attack spells. Etella's voice echoed in Siron's ears. After all, magic resistance and spiritual power are just ripples. He still painfully held his head, enduring mental torture as the spirit realm was attacked. Siron thought if he could raise the density of his spirit realm to a level that couldn't be penetrated. Siron looked at his hand, focusing his mind again to rebuild the spirit realm. The blonde guy was surprised. What? He's trying to endure? He sneered. Is he trying to act like a top-tier student? You're just a rookie! Siroan shouted. Boost the power. Ami panicked. Give it up, idiot, there are too many of them. Endurance has its limits, but the killers kept holding him down. What? They saw Siron's spirit realm being rebuilt again. What the hell? The planes of the spirit realm grew more solid. Siron slowly stood up, trying to focus again. I need more glass shards. Jack's group was hit back by magic, screaming, what is he doing? They're reflecting it back at him. Jack kept his attack stance. Don't be scared. Your emotions are disrupting the wave, Jack yelled. You want to get hit by magic resistance? On this side, Siro was gradually standing upright, stepping forward. With every step he took, the spirit realm was reinforced. Siro's spirit realm orb grew bigger and harder. Jack's group shouted, don't come closer. Magic resistance is fighting back. Jack's crew was all hit by magic resistance. They painfully held their heads, screaming, help me. Ami just stood there frozen. What the hell is going on? Suddenly, the wind binding Ami loosened. She was so distracted, thinking she couldn't use the spirit realm, that she didn't know what was happening. Both her hands were freed. Now I can use the spirit realm. The magic resistance disappeared. She landed on the ground. Ami stared blankly at Siron's spirit realm in front of her. No way such a cold and hard spirit realm can exist? Siron was even bleeding from his nose. He looked down, feeling something wriggling beneath the spirit realm, pressing down on the magic resistance. He silently sensed it like standing on a tiny worm. The killer's forbidden magic was shattered, which made no sense. Are you messing with me? He looked at his fallen comrades and shouted, we have 6 people. How could we lose to a brat like him? The killer went crazy from being defeated, starting to slander Siro. Yeah, that bastard must be a magic resistance specialist. That's probably why he got into the academy through a special recommendation. The killer stood up and opened his spirit realm. You think you can beat me with combat magic? Siro was stunned. This is a big problem. The killer on the opposite side prepared to launch 2 windblade strikes. Siro was confused. I don't know what magic to use. The killer laughed loudly. I should cut him down. Before finishing, he got punched by Ami, flying face first to the ground, even thrown several meters away. The killer hadn't recovered when he got hit again in the face. Ami cursed. He's done for, damn bastard. Siron hurriedly stopped Army, who was going crazy attacking Jack. Stop! You're gonna kill him. Calm down, senior. Army kept hitting and asked, what are you planning? Say it again. Army beat Jack like he'd never been beaten, relentlessly demanding, say that crap again, you damn bastard. Siron burst into tears. If you keep using that tactic, he'll really die. He used all his strength to pull her back. Please. After struggling for a while, a quiet silence covered the forest. Siron asked Ami, are you okay? But Ami just lay motionless on him without answering. Siron tried calling again, Senior. Finally, Siron realized Ami had fainted. He shouted loudly, wake up, Senior! Senior! Inside the forest, both Siron and Jack's group were lying scattered. Siro looked at Ami lying unconscious on him. I didn't think she'd pass out like that. Did she collapse from exhaustion? He was silent for a moment, then said, thanks, Senior. Siron spoke quietly. I heard that you came here to save me just in time. Ami, lying on top of him, suddenly jerked. She sprang up like a spring. Now I feel so refreshed. Ami turned to look at Siron. Right? How do you have the guts to come here and fight them when you're so weak like that? Siron grimaced from Ami's hit, clutching his stomach as he knelt on the ground. Just as expected, she has nothing good to praise at all. Amy cleared her throat. All right then, let's get out of here quickly. She reached out her hand. If the teachers catch us now, we'll be in big trouble. Siron grabbed Ami's hand and stood up. Senior Serial must have already reported this to the teachers. I told her to do that. Ami was startled. What? I told Serial not to do that. Why? Siron raised his voice in response. What else could we do? That was an emergency situation just now. Ami held her head. That's because you don't understand how things will play out here. Things will get way more complicated if the school has to get involved in stuff like this. The mages only overlook something after thoroughly examining and investigating it. In other words, they won't let this slide. Ami shouted, Do you want our secret to be exposed too? Siron said, Do you think that's the problem here? We barely survived. They killed one of us. Did you hear them arguing about the secret? Ami said, Damn it, we can think about the consequences later. Just run first, Siron asked confusedly. We're already running, aren't we? At that moment, a pink light blinded them from above, freezing the two in place. Ami gritted her teeth. Please, let it be an old teacher coming here. An easygoing old teacher would easily overlook this. An older teacher might say something like, This kind of thing probably happens sometimes. But the ones who showed up were two scary people. One was Flame 7, a rank 6 certificate holder. The other was Ice Sienna, also rank 6. Seeing them, Ami immediately held her head. I'm definitely dead. It's those two hottest-headed advisors at school again. Are we gonna die or what? Serial rushed over. Ami, are you okay? Serial held his face. Ami shook her head. Are you hurt anywhere? What's wrong with your head? Ami was dizzy. I'm fine. How did you get here so fast? Over here, 7 was preparing to cast a spell. A sphere shot straight up into the sky. Siron admired 7. That's the blazing sunlight spell. I heard it's a very difficult spell to use. Thanks to the light from the magic shining down, 7 saw 6 of Jack's gang lying unconscious on the ground. What the hell happened here? The guy frowned and turned to look at Ami and Siron, making them both jump. 7 approached and shook Ami, asking, Ami, how come a top student like you got caught in such a messed up situation? He asked. Ami, are you hurt anywhere? Sienna frowned hearing this. Sienna said to Siron, Siron, we came because we heard you two were in danger. Can you explain this situation to us? Siron nodded. It's because. But before he could finish, Jack interrupted. Let me, he said. I believe I can explain everything to you. Jack, with a bruised face, said, Honestly, because of a personal grudge, I requested a one-on-one duel. This kind of thing happens pretty often at our reckless age. Sienna's gaze turned cold. A one-on-one duel? I heard that she received a threatening letter. Plus, she glanced at Jack's gang lying on the ground. I saw you use anti-magic. You're not going to say you didn't know the Academy's rules, right? He was startled and tried to justify himself. That's because Army was too strong. I only used it as a countermeasure. Jack spoke boldly. But look, we're the ones who suffered the worst consequences. He confidently patted his chest. Not to mention that Ami broke the rules first when she attacked me in the library. That's why I proposed a one-on-one duel. Don't you find it strange that Ami didn't immediately report this to the teachers? Ami heard him shamelessly twisting the truth and shouted, What nonsense are you talking about? You're the one who threatened me first in the library. See? And this time, you wrote that you kidnapped Siro. Giet cut her off. But did we really kidnap him? Not even today. You were the ones who attacked us first. Giet pointed right at Siro's face. Besides, seeing that Siro didn't report this to the teachers, but immediately came here, means you two are hiding something. He shouted, Teachers, do you understand now? Giet decisively judged them guilty. He said, The guilty ones are those two. 7 glanced at Siro, while Ami gritted her teeth and hissed, You bastard. Giet grinned with bared teeth. So what now? Why don't you spill those secrets right here? He sneered silently. Now do you understand the terror of a dark mage? He quietly calculated, planning to blow this small matter way out of proportion. I don't care how much money this will cost. After digging up your precious secret, the local news, national agencies, even the church will know about it. I'll spread the word everywhere. But Professor Sienna cut off his madness. The atmosphere quickly cooled down. She said, You can stop babbling now, Jack. Cold wind blew fiercely. Sienna said, You and your friends used anti-magic. You even crossed the line by using it to attack others. She looked at Siro and said, You know that Siro's and Ami's minds could have been destroyed. They could even have lost their sanity. Siro clenched his teeth at his life. Professor Sienna's eyes turned icy blue. I think just these actions alone are enough to expel you from this academy. Giet laughed, pounding his chest loudly. A so-called advisor has the power to kick me out? 7 stepped forward and whispered to Sienna, Ma'am, the Adios family is basically the academy's lifeline. Without their sponsorship, we'd all be out of jobs. Sienna replied. Isn't it the role of advisors like us to guide students onto the right path? She said coldly. If you can't even do that, then you'd better pack up and leave this academy. Giet laughed loudly. Fine, let's see if I get expelled or if you get fired. He tried to open his swollen eye wide to look at Sienna, then said, "This world runs on money. Money makes everyone bow down." Sienna's face grew darker. Giet kept talking nonstop. "You should take this chance to learn more about how this world really works," Sienna said calmly, then raised her hand high. "Looks like I still have to teach you a lesson." An ice pillar slowly rose. The wind blew so hard it was impossible to keep eyes open. Siren exclaimed, "So cool, Ami," squinting. "How did things get this bad?" Seven called out, "Ma'am, you can't just punish a student like that." Seconds later, Giet was immediately surrounded by a mountain of ice, like an ice pine tree. Countless sharp ice spikes pointed at his face. Siro watched this show with his mouth wide open. Impressive. She didn't even touch a single thread on his clothes. That means she can control magic down to the tiniest detail. Siro was stunned. So that's why she's called the Ice Mage Prodigy. Sienna said, "Jack, do you really think everything can be solved with money?" He still didn't know when to quit, yelling, "Stop talking nonsense! Break this freezing spell for me!" Sienna snapped her fingers, and a block of ice shattered instantly. She said slowly, "We know you've hurt many other students, but the Academy hesitated to punish your misconduct. Because of my family's sponsorship, of course," Sienna shouted. "Don't get it twisted," she continued. "School isn't a place where teachers teach you for money, but rather, we teach you lessons that even money can't buy." Jack hesitated. "What the hell is that?" Sienna said. "That's what you dreamed to become." She seriously asked me if I didn't want to become a mage. Those words woke Jack up, reminding him of who he used to be. "Sienna, if you get me into 5th grade, I'll become an amazing mage and repay you." Sienna went on to share the dream I had with my friends. "We studied together to become mages. Isn't that why I decided to push this far?" Jack was stunned. He remembered how he and his friends looked from childhood until they grew up. Sienna asked if I really wanted to tear down everything I'd built so far. "With my own hands?" Sienna looked at Jack gently. He was silent for a moment, then spoke. "Miss," Jack hung his head. After a long pause, he said, "I'm sorry." Siren looked up at the sky. He thought about what mattered most to him inside the punishment room. A shout, "That hurts! Take it easy on me. Stop being so annoying. It's just a scratch." Finally, what had to happen, happened. Two people, Siro and Ami, were sitting in the meeting room. Siro asked, "Why didn't you report to the teacher right away when stuff like that happened?" "The first thing I should have done was tell the teacher." His voice was steady, but instead I went to help an upperclassman. They're way above me in rank, and that kind of thing can't be an excuse. Ami and Siro glanced at each other and fell silent. After a while, Ami spoke. "I get it. I'll answer honestly." Siro looked at her. "Right, like we could hide this forever. Although I don't know who leaked this to the principal." Ami was quiet for a moment, then said the truth was Siro actually is. Siron thought about Ami's identity. She winked at her boyfriend. As soon as Ami finished, Thosh, Sienna, and Serial all gaped. A shout echoed through the academy. "What?" Loud screams rang out. "Help me, is anyone there?" In my imagination, Ami was like a princess trapped by a thorny rose. Chot was screaming for help. "Please save me. Those killers are like cruel black-skinned demons. Who would bother coming to this godforsaken mountain to save her? She should have accepted our feelings, then none of this would have happened." Suddenly, the sound of a horse neighing startled the black-skinned thugs. When they turned around, they saw a white horse. It sparkled. Someone said, "Anyone else coming in here?" Siro appeared like a prince, kicking the bad guys away. They yelled, "Behind you! Ami's hanging from the tree. That guy is Siro." He slashed the thorny rose, tying Ami. With deep feeling, he said, "I'm here now." Siron carried Ami like a princess. Ami called Siron, and he looked at her sweetly. They passionately called each other's names. "Siron, Ami." The students cheered excitedly. "No way, is this for real?" The girls stared at Serial standing in front and said, "So romantic." Serial nodded. "Of course it's all true," she confirmed. "I saw it with my own eyes." Dark Army appeared behind her, calling Serial. The Army's voice echoed throughout the academy. "What kind of rumors are you spreading? I know you've been obsessed with cheesy romance novels lately, but this is just unacceptable." The Academy's bulletin board had an official notice posted, announcing the punishment related to the school research club's misconduct. Specifically, the violent behavior of the research club and countless other photos. Anfia's goddess, Ami Karis, admitted to dating a new student, senior Siron Arian. Ami said she was dating the new student to save the one he loved from the violent, wrongful chaos. Young love blossomed the moment they connected. Dark magic was defeated way too easily. Who is the new student, really? Ami and Siro shared a passionate kiss under the moonlight in the deserted mountain forest on campus. The girls kept sighing. "Oh my God, so jealous." Ami's voice rang out. Serial said, "Are you bored of living?" She sighed. "You've never even seen that happen." Serial laughed excitedly. "Why would I need to see it to know what happened? You said you two were dating, right? So obviously you two have kissed, haven't you?" She laughed. "I figured it all out. With this, no guy would dare come near you anymore." Ami clicked her tongue. "True. That part makes sense. A few days before the incident, he slammed the table and asked Ami, "Are you lying?" Thought loudly questioned Ami. "But I know I have zero interest in dating AI. This whole thing is just ridiculous. Besides, Siro is a new transfer student." Yet Ami calmly made up a story. "Actually, I met Siro when we were kids, but meeting again at the Magic Academy like this feels like fate." She turned to tuck her hair back and smiled at Siro. "Right? Siro?" Siro whispered. "Then how will you take responsibility?" Before he could finish, Ami landed a painful kick. Siro quickly nodded. "That's right." And Sienna was left speechless. So that's the reason? No wonder he was so determined to save Ami like that. Ami thought it was better to pretend to be lovers than to let our past get exposed. Turns out Siro still hasn't calmed down. "I knew it. I felt something was off from the start. What is this?" "Ami, you're seriously so dumb." Ami silently drank water. Siro said, "There's a joint class today, right? You'll get to see Siro then." Siro forgot to eat, focusing on questioning Ami. "Are you meeting him after school? Like having dinner together? Or do you prefer secret dates in the library?" Ami replied casually, "We're just focusing on studying like usual." Siro rested his chin on his hand. So dull. Ami forced a smile, thinking she still had a ton of stuff to do. No time to waste on fake love stories. She even held Siro's hand tightly. That useless guy was just enjoying a normal school life. He was still carefree and innocent. Ami felt something was off. Wait, why do I feel uncomfortable about this? At the intermediate joint class training area, someone called Siro. Siro cheerfully shouted, "Over here!" Siro waved. "Hello, senior!" Siro excitedly ran over. "Hey, Slow, how are you today? Missing Ami a lot?" Siro scratched his head and laughed. "Senior, you're so funny." Ami covered her mouth. "So that's it. It's him. It's definitely him. He should be super grateful to be pretending to be my boyfriend." "But look at him," Ami, annoyed, thought. "He should feel pressured standing next to me. How dare he treat me like that?" Suddenly, she cleared her throat to get Siro's attention. Ami patted her chest and said, "When it's just us, feel free to talk to me casually. No need for all that senior-junior formality. After all, we know each other too well now." Siro stood there stunned. "Oh my god. This is the first time I've heard Ami say stuff like this. Could this be the power of love?" Ami said, "Considering our relationship." Siro quickly forced a smile. "Ah, no, I'm fine. Anyway, you're still a senior student," he added. "It's time for class. I gotta go." Saying that, Siro left, leaving Ami standing there. Siro blankly said, "Okay, bye." Ami turned her back and walked away. Siro quickly called, "Ami." She turned back to look at Siro. "What's going on?" Siro pulled out a chair and sat down, silently listening to the harsh words aimed at him. "Congratulations. Congrats. You must be so full of yourself, huh? You come to class just to put on a love act, right? You don't even have any skills. Did you get into the academy just because of your face?" Countless bad looks were thrown at Siro because he only went on dates and didn't bother studying. Siro silently listened to their chatter. He didn't even know anything about spells. His hand on his thigh clenched so hard it trembled. Starting 2 days ago, the rumors spread more and more. 2 days ago, someone ran into the 7th grade classroom bulletin board and said, "Hey everyone, heard the news yet?" They noisily chatted. "Senior Ami and the new student are dating." Of course, they even admitted it in front of the teacher. Some male students cried while comforting each other. "No way! Senior should be mine! You don't stand a chance," crying on my shoulder. Then a female friend said, "So annoying. Just thinking about the two center stage students becoming a couple. I was planning to claim the new guy." Maria sat listening to everyone laugh and gossip. "Makes sense. Birds of a feather flock together. We should be congratulating him." Suddenly someone appeared next to Maria and spoke, startling her. But wasn't that a bit strange? Everyone in class turned to look at the person who spoke. The short-haired girl asked, "What do you mean?" The guy said, "I'm talking about the new student. Look at this." The newcomer slammed a paper on the desk. "What's this? Midterm grades?" Everyone gathered to look at the paper. "What's going on? What the heck? What is this?" On everyone's score sheet, Siro is ranked best in the class, scoring 30 points in every subject. Isn't he supposed to be the top? Everyone started changing their view of Siro. "See, it looks like he doesn't know a damn thing about spells." Some classmates didn't believe it and asked, "How is that even possible?" That big guy said that, yet he still got admitted. There's gotta be some shady stuff going on here, right? That guy kept throwing shade at Siro. He claimed his family had connections backing him up and spread rumors that he was a genius. Then he bragged about dating some rich girl from a noble family. He sighed. "The world's seriously unfair. Some rich brat just parties and causes trouble, only joining the academy to get a girlfriend." Yeah, those words successfully stirred up everyone's irritation. "You mean he got in because of connections? Why am I just realizing this now? Isn't that super suspicious?" Everyone started acting like they were fighting for justice, wanting to kick Siro out for all our futures. "Get that filthy trash out of this school. We'll never forgive him." Maria sat silently on the side, listening. The classroom door was pushed open. Inside, someone was still angrily shouting, "How can the Academy do something so unfair?" Siro silently looked inside. Weird. The unusually quiet class atmosphere confused Siro. It was noisy and lively just a moment ago. "Is that him walking into the class?" Siro asked his desk mate. "What's the next class about?" But the guy just walked away without answering. Siro stayed silent. Maybe there was no need to ask why they were acting like that. The students whispered among themselves, but they made sure he could hear. Because of him, even the army could be affected. Right now, in the practice room, during spirit field practice, Siro stood there alone. Siro tried to focus on his spirit field, but he still heard people mocking him. Why is he practicing here too? Siro quietly listened as they said his spirit field had touched them. That made him feel disgusted. They kept showing way too much malice towards Siro. His spirit field was way bigger than necessary. At that moment, Atella came over and called him, "Siro, how's it going?" Siro quickly greeted Professor Atella. He asked her, "The redirection type is pretty tough. When I try to move the spirit field out of my body, it feels like my consciousness goes with it." Atella smiled. "That feeling is normal, Siro. Your converged spirit field is natural, so it pulls your consciousness along," Atella continued. "Redirection is artificial. The spirit field leaves the body, so it doesn't really suit you." Siro nodded. "I thought so too." Atella asked further, "What about your other 4 formation methods?" Siro thought it over. "The other types?" Siro said, "No problem at all, I guess." Atella smiled and asked, "Good. So do you want to try practicing in the shadow field?" Siro was stunned. "What?" He got confused. "Right now?" Atella said, "If you don't feel comfortable, we can do it next time." Siro stayed silent without replying. She continued, "You're the only student in class 7 who can switch all 4 methods, so I just want to see it once." Atella looked at Siro worriedly. This kid wanted to use the shadow field from day 1. Could he be worried about what the other students think? Siro pondered. Now's not the time to get all emotional, but someone who believes in their own worth won't be shaken that easily. Later, he looked up and said, "I'll try. Please give me your feedback." The class 7 students immediately shot hostile looks at Siro. "He's still gonna do it." Another guy replied, "He just wants to show off in front of his girlfriend." They looked at Siro standing in the shadow field without holding back, saying, "Anyway, what else is he good at besides that?" Atella said, "Try each type one by one, switching through all 4. Siro nodded. "Yes, ma'am. One of the criteria for promotion is mastering spirit field switching. If I succeed now, I'll be one step closer to moving up." The class 4 students were also waiting to mock Siro, except for Ami and Serial. How much better are they anyway? Siro just thought. The class 4 students were also waiting to mock Siro, except for Ami and Serial. How much better are they anyway? Siro just thought. Maybe I won't have to clash with the 7th grade VA anymore and can finally escape this mess. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Siron's spirit zone immediately appeared in the image zone. First up was the defensive form. Ami was surprised. It was even stronger than the beginning with the dark mage. SAO, a male student, said it had 144 facets. This was definitely an advanced defensive form. The 7th graders quietly listened as others commented on Siron. At that level, it was basically like an armored wall. Siron's spirit zone shifted again into a star shape. Then it morphed into a letter shape. Tenatella smiled. This student really had a solid foundation. The speed of transformation seemed way ahead of the 7th graders. At this level, moving up to 4th grade was totally doable. Siron stood inside the spirit zone and exhaled. Even though he really wanted to prove his successes, if he wanted advice from the professor, he had to show them failure. Siron's spirit zone wavered again. The 5th graders looked puzzled as he switched to the redirection form. SAO said only 5th graders get to try that form. The 7th graders frowned. The redirection form's key must be that Siron focused on moving the spirit zone's center before it fully shrank and disappeared. He held his head, breathing heavily from the energy drain, just like during practice. "I can move the spirit zone's center, but it feels like the farther it drifts from my body, the more my consciousness gets pulled out." Siron cheered himself on. "Let's do this again." The other students started covering their mouths, laughing. Malicious whispers kept echoing like they'd found a chance to take Siron down. "What's he doing? Thinks he's a genius or what? So cocky. Serves him right, huh? Know what shame is? And he still dares to stand there." Siron stood silently. The others mocked him again. That was still just the 4 basic forms. Ami spoke up. "Hey, he's doing really well. Why did SAO suddenly act like that?" Sariel said, "Look at Siron's spirit zone." She said to Ami, "Why is SAO shaking like that? Is he embarrassed to be noticed?" Ami shook her head. "No way. He's not the weak type of guy," she muttered. "What's going on lately?" Siron lowered his face and stood there. Why do SAO people enjoy others' failures? Isn't it just that everyone wants to see their own failures? SAO, everyone isolated him. Siron started doubting himself. Sure enough, memories from his childhood kept replaying in his head, not fit for this place. Suddenly a voice startled Siron. "You're overthinking it," the person said. "Don't hesitate. Just do whatever you want." Siren silently listened. Don't you want to become a mage? He was confused by the voice. Who the hell is that? But Siren snapped out of it. Wait, what am I thinking? He squeezed his eyes shut. Siron's spirit zone rose up powerfully once more. I came here to become a mage, after all. The fourth graders all gawked at Siron's spirit zone. The seventh graders looked annoyed. Siron stood inside his spirit zone. He clenched his fists tightly, trying to focus before it redirected, before it disappeared. Siron shouted loudly. Someone flipped through the student accident report by the boss. The situation was 6 culprit students tried to harm the victim's mind by overusing anti-magic, a forbidden magic at school. However, 7th grader Siron subdued the anti-magic with a defensive form. The person flipping the report thought he countered anti-magic with just a defensive form, one of the 4 basic forms. Sienna pondered. Anti-magic is so dangerous that even experts have to use artifacts. It's both difficult and risky. Artifacts are objects granted magical power, so even non-mages can wield similar magic strength. She was sure those kids didn't use anti-magic properly. But to have one stand against 6, Sienna was deep in thought. Siren's spiritual power must be greater than all 6 attackers. She marveled. Truly a genius. Suddenly, someone called Sienna inside the office. Siron and Sienna asked Etella, have you successfully switched to the redirection form? Etella nodded in agreement. Just yesterday, that kid had only started learning to switch between the 4 methods for about 1 month. Etella said she confirmed the field got separated and disappeared for about 4 seconds. Sienna was happy. Awesome. She lifted her teacup, took a sip, thinking silently. Her judgment about that person was definitely spot on. Etella continued. So, to boost the students' motivation to learn, I have a few suggestions for the teachers. Sienna pushed up her glasses. I guess we were thinking the same thing. A few days later, during 7th grade chemistry class, Sienna filled the whole board with chemistry formulas. She said today's lesson would end here. The students sighed. Thank God. Sienna continued. The reason she ended class early was because she had a special announcement. She called Siron, the new student, inviting him to stand up. He quickly stood up. Yes, ma'am, Sienna said. Student Siron will be specially promoted to 5th grade starting tomorrow. Your schedule will follow the 5th grade. Try to adapt to it. The 7th graders immediately got noisy. Did you hear that? He got promoted 2 grades at once? No way! Normally it takes 2 years to move up 1 grade. In their minds, they only had one thought. Which family is backing him to get promoted 2 grades like that? Sienna grabbed her book, ready to leave. I hope you all will work hard to achieve that too. However, she hadn't left yet. The short-haired girl who always showed hostility towards Siron spoke up. Wait, I object. There's never been a precedent for jumping 2 grades at once. Something shady is going on here. She loudly questioned. Besides, why would a student who can't use any magic get promoted early? Sienna pondered. Can't use any magic? She looked up at Siron. Etella never mentioned this. Sienna asked, is that true? Siron stayed silent. Countless eyes in the class turned to Siron, all clearly implying, obviously you can't, so just say you can't, say it quickly. Siron calmly replied, yes, I haven't been able to use any magic. Sienna was a bit surprised, couldn't believe it. Even a simple, ordinary spell can be learned out of curiosity. But she said, however, there's no rule requiring magic use to get promoted. So, there's no problem. As soon as Sienna finished, someone slammed the desk loudly. The tall guy who deliberately provoked everyone stood up, shouting, that's completely unacceptable. He yelled, clearly favoritism, right? Even the teachers say the field isn't everything about magic, right? Siron stood there quietly, listening to his accusations. Siron is only good at the field, right? If he could do even one spell, I would accept it. The 7th graders, feeling they had found a foothold, all spoke up. Yeah, if it's about casting spells, we're confident we can beat him. Siron can't keep up with the theory class. They looked at Sienna. If you stubbornly promote him early, we'll propose to the student council and organize a hearing. Sienna was silent. I didn't know anything about this. Sienna said, I understand your thoughts. Seems like I was a bit hasty with this announcement, she said. We will officially announce again after the teachers' meeting. The tall guy immediately smiled, satisfied with his goal. Sienna sat inside, looking outside. Why are the students so agitated? She pondered. It seemed it wasn't just about opposing unfairness. That sound mixed with emotional issues. Just then, someone came in looking for Sienna. Miss Sienna, she asked. What's going on, Maria? Maria hesitated. About that, what happened earlier, I have something to say. Maria slowly recounted everything starting from a week ago. At first, we completely ignored Siron. She recalled Siron's lonely figure, but a few days ago, everyone started openly bad-mouthing him, even littering his desk. Maria sat in front of Sienna and said, they even disturbed his studying. She burst into tears. I witnessed everything. I saw him suffer false rumors and attacks from everyone. The way they bullied him was really unfair. Maria was shaking with tears. Sienna understood clearly now. She frowned afterward. Sienna said, thank you, Maria. I've already tried, now let me handle it. In the book titled Outstanding Students, the physiologist Tokalin said something really deep. Tokalin said, people should sleep at least 6 hours a day for optimal health. He sighed, even though I only slept 4 hours a day throughout my school years. The interviewer asked him, doesn't that contradict your needs? You only sleep 4 hours, but still became an outstanding student? Tokalin pointed and said, listen, teenagers aren't just humans. They're superheroes. Whether they sleep or not, no matter what they do, nothing affects them. The clock hands past 12 o'clock. Siro leaned back and sighed. He looked around. No one was in sight. Is it this late already? Passing by a classmate leaving the library, Siro nodded to greet her. And luckily, she politely nodded back. Siro walked alone outside the school campus. The crescent moon hung high. Siro recalled Tamura's words, Master, once you enroll in the Magic Academy, countless nobles won't respect you, but no matter what, you have to endure it. If you can endure until the very end, you'll reap the sweet rewards. Siro looked up at the sky. I will definitely make it. He thought about those who cared for him. Siro made up his mind, placing his trust in himself, the advanced class professor of magical theory. Siro looked at the moon above. No matter who tries to block my path, I will still become a mage. In the bedroom on the 3rd floor of the dormitory, Siro had just finished showering when someone knocked on the door. He hesitated and looked over. This late already? Siro checked the clock. It was past 1 a.m. Who else would come at this hour? Siro suspected it was the 7th grade students. Could it be them? The voice outside said, Siro, are you free? Siro opened the door. It was Sienna. She asked, can I come in? Siro quickly nodded. Of course. He awkwardly poured tea for Sienna. Would you like some tea? Sienna declined. No need. I planned to meet you earlier, but you weren't in your room. Sorry for bothering you so late. Sienna looked at Siro's desk. So that's it. Sienna realized when she first saw Siro's grades, something felt off. Although his grades were low, all subjects had equal scores. She understood it seemed like he tried to improve his knowledge in all areas at once, rather than achieving temporary results. He studied for the future. It wasn't that he couldn't learn magic, but that he decided not to learn it. But why did he do that? At that moment, Sienna looked at Siro. Could it be because he didn't go to school as a child? Siro sat upright in front of Sienna, shyly thinking, I feel so embarrassed. The two sat facing each other. Siro thought, maybe it wasn't during class time. Sienna focused on observing Siro, although in class he always stared straight ahead. He seemed like the shy type. She asked, is school life really tough? Siro nodded. Yes, but it's fun, and studying is interesting, Sienna said. I heard classmates are bullying you. Siro lowered his head. I'm fine. You don't need to worry about me, Sienna said seriously. Please be honest with me. Don't be shy. Siro nodded. I'm really okay, though I regret not being able to make friends with AI. Later he looked up and said, but I don't know how to make them stop hating me, Sienna asked. Aren't you even a little angry at them? Siro nodded. Of course I am. After all, I'm still human, although I really want to have good relationships with them, he calmly said. But I don't want to obsess over relationships to the point of rejecting myself. Even if all the 7th grade students say I'm wrong, in the end, they're just 40 people. Siro calmly explained to Sienna, I believe somewhere in this world, there is someone who can understand me. Sienna realized, I get it now. She smiled and nodded at Siro. I understand what you're saying. Siro, I will keep that in mind at the teachers' meeting. Sienna concluded that Siro wanted to advance classes early. Sienna's serious voice echoed steadily during the teachers' meeting. So I would like to end the announcement with the opinion that student Siro, he should be promoted to the next grade early. The professors pondered, isn't this a bit sensitive in the Alpha's Academy council room? The professors were also noisy. A whole group bullying one student just because he can't use magic? The teachers' meeting for the intermediate class was a common scene in the lower classes. Those classes usually had many kids and a few older students who lacked talent. Besides, the skill gap among students at that level was usually huge. One teacher said that meant promoting Siro early would be beneficial. That student should graduate in 4 years. Sienna sat down and he continued. From a school perspective, he should graduate early. The sooner the better. But number 7 spoke up. I object. Alphas asked the teacher. You object? The old man looked straight ahead. What's the reason? He replied, I know Siro is a genius. The problem is he can't use magic, and I think his weak theory scores can't be overlooked. Sienna said irritably, as I mentioned earlier, Siro's low scores are because he's studying all fields at once. He's just postponing learning magic. As teachers, we shouldn't interfere with a student's personal study method. I'm not questioning his study method. Frowning, the issue is you're showing too much concern for Siro. Sienna's lips twitched. She snapped. What did you just say? He explained. Although other students might be weaker than Siro, overall they are stronger intellectually. This kind of decision could make students feel like failures and lose motivation. He laughed. A teacher shouldn't focus only on the genius and forget the other students, right? Sienna shouted. You're not just trying to blow away the future of a talented student, but you also don't recognize the wrong jealousy among the kids. The two, number 7 and Sienna, banged the table loudly. Other teachers covered their heads. What now? Can their personalities really be that opposite? Other professors looked at Sienna. Level 6 certificate is at odds with number 7. Level 6 certificate like water and fire, they sighed. It's unbelievable they can become Amphia's mages. Waving his hand. Enough, both of you go back to your seats, he said. Both have their own views and reasons. Sienna's perspective is meaningful, but number 7's opinion isn't without reason. He cares about the overall balance of the school, and I think that comes from his love for Amphia's students. He means well, I get that. We need to consider the common feelings among students. Number 7 nodded. That's exactly what I meant, Principal. Hearing Alphas speak, instead, he smiled. How about we do this? The next morning, students came and went busily. Everyone quickly ran forward. They noisily gathered in front of the intermediate class notice board. What's going on? There was an announcement about the promotion exam. Due to many complaints about early promotion decisions, the school decided to give all 7th grade students a chance to be promoted. The promoted student will be chosen based on the criteria below. All related students are advised to note, early promotion will be decided through a test. Only one student will be promoted early, and that student will be promoted straight to 5th grade. The test subjects are magic and spells. The chosen skill to evaluate is teleportation. The problem of judging students by field alone has been solved. Thus, the school decided to change the evaluation criteria to using the teleportation spell taught in 5th grade. Someone loudly said, all 7th grade students can participate in the promotion exam. They noisily said, if you pass the test, you'll jump 2 grades, straight to 5th grade. This teleportation. Do you know how to use teleportation? Someone said, of course not. That's a spell taught in 5th grade, and 7th graders are constantly confused. The theory seems simple, so practicing it shouldn't be that hard. What do you mean it's simple? Even a senior I know had to be hospitalized because he made mistakes while practicing it. A guy from the NAM class shouted, what the hell? How are we supposed to do this? Do they seriously have no intention of letting AI in our class level up? Suddenly, someone stepped forward, and the 7th graders instinctively moved aside. Everyone stared at Siro as he arrived. He looked up at the teleportation notice board. Oh, after class, the advanced class announcement board was buzzing with noise. Did that really happen? Yeah, bullying. Poor guy. Just a 7th grader. Just because he doesn't know how to use magic? 7th grade hasn't even learned magic yet. What does that have to do with anything? Someone said the real reason was jealousy because he was dating Ami, and Ami was standing in front of the notice board, looking dazed. So he got bullied? She realized that's why he was avoiding her. He didn't want her to get involved? Serial, standing next to Ami, analyzed that the 7th grade spiritual power was still pretty weak, so it's normal for stuff like that to happen. I've been through similar things, but leveling up early isn't really a big deal. Tread Army turned and walked away. Serial called after him. Where are you going? Army replied. To meet Sarun. Serial said, what? Wait, what are you planning to do? Army got pissed, saying, teach him a lesson, of course. How dare he hide this from me? I'm gonna gather all those 7th grade bastards. Serial hurriedly said, are you crazy? No way, Ami snapped, stepping forward. Why not? This involves me too. Serial was dragged along by Ami but still spoke. If it were you, would you want the person you like to get caught up in bullying? Serial shouted. If you go there, things will get worse. Ami silently cursed. Stupid, stupid, so damn stupid. Did she really think that? Bullshit, I'm not the one he likes. Then why the hell did he hide this from me? Serial said. Anyway, teleportation is way too hard for 7th graders. Army smirked. Good then. For someone who's never learned magic, teleportation is way too dangerous. Serial suggested, Ami, why don't you teach him? Wouldn't that make more sense? Ami snapped angrily. Why the hell should I help that brat? Besides, I'm prepping for the upcoming exam. I don't have time to care about that. Serial nodded. Right, I forgot. Sorry, Ami said loudly. If he can't even handle this, he's not worthy of being my boyfriend. At night, something appeared on the trees at the academy. That AI was moving at lightning speed. A shadow landed, someone muttered. This definitely doesn't mean anything else. Ami, cloaked, sat on a tree, grimacing. I'm only helping him out of responsibility. In a blink, she vanished. Ami kicked off a few times and flew to Siro's room. First, I gotta make him beg me for help. Ami landed on Siro's window, startling him. AI Siro shouted. The AI hadn't finished speaking before being silenced. Ami said, I'm here to teach you a lesson. Ami smiled brightly. How dare you do that to me? Suddenly, Ami froze because Sienna was sitting in Siro's room. Sienna pushed up her glasses. You're Ami? She asked. Is it really this late and you're still meeting? And sneaking into the boys' dorm at night? Ami quickly waved her hands. You've got it all wrong, ma'am. It's really a huge misunderstanding. Sienna hurriedly said. The whole dorm's been evacuated to this side, so just come in first. Sienna covered her mouth. It's only been a little while since we last met, and you're already this bold, Ami stammered. It's my first time here, Siro thought. He'd be in trouble if he met you, so you came here secretly. After saying that, Ami suddenly remembered to ask Sienna, by the way, what did you mean? You're still here at this hour? Sienna replied, I came to give him some advice about the leveling up exam. The classroom atmosphere was chaotic. Ren nodded at Ami. Okay then. Siro handed Ami some tea. Senior, have some tea. Thanks. It smells great. Where did you learn to brew tea? Mid-sentence, Ami suddenly wanted to smack Siro. It's not like that, you little bastard. I'm the one who has to suffer humiliation because of AI. Siro quickly shouted, sorry. Meanwhile, Army's voice echoed throughout the dorm. And why didn't you tell me you were being bullied? Sienna quietly called out, hey, you two. Sit down first. Let me finish talking about the leveling up exam. Siron took a sip of tea, thinking about everything after. He was speechless as he looked at me and Ami sitting across from Sienna, letting out a helpless sigh. So it turned out like this again? Ami said, isn't this teleportation test a bit dangerous this time? Has Siron learned magic yet? Sienna asked. The principal gave the direct order. She was worried too, but clearly, the principal must have some agenda to do that. Ami thought to herself. No wonder it's one of the principal's little games. Siren asked, Ami, is it really that dangerous? Ami nodded. Of course. You know teleportation is magic that uses the property of light, right? Siron replied, yes, I've heard about photochemistry theory before. Ami explained, for you, light has something called an absolute speed. They say no material in this world can surpass light. She talked about how teleportation magic works by using that speed to transcend time and space. Siron said, by transforming the body into light. Sienna, sitting beside, added, it sounds complicated, but teleportation isn't really that intense. Even beginners can easily succeed, so just go for it. The necessary level for teleportation is near light speed, because it's magic you can use even if you only understand 1/1000th of light speed. Sienna's voice was steady, but because of that, the photochemical level decreases and the remaining body mass is very little. Siron thought, so learning it is easy, but it's really dangerous if something goes wrong at the speed of sound. He looked up and said to Sienna, do you understand why teleportation magic is banned at school now? Sienna smiled. You really catch on fast. Ami glanced sideways from her seat. Like seriously, when did these two get so close, leaving me out like that? Has Sienna ever been this close with AI? Siron asked again. So how do we pass this dangerous magic test? Sienna talked about that. Ami cleared her throat and said, you should practice it somewhere without obstacles. Siron daydreamed. Is there such a place? Ami raised one finger. Yes, there is. Siren looked up at the ceiling above, suddenly realizing, could it be up in the air? The horizon, the boundary of the teleportation training ground, 1,000 meters high, 700 meters long, Sienna said, still not certified. But in reality, there's nowhere else but that spot. Talking about that mountain peak, she said, the test rule is to race from this peak to that peak. Siron's mouth dropped open. Sounds awesome. No obstacles at all. He smiled. But if you fall, you're dead, right? Ami asked Sienna. But isn't this a race where whoever reaches the finish line first wins? Don't you think it's a bit tough for 7th grade level? Sienna's eyes darkened. If no one reaches the finish, the student who teleports the farthest wins. Of course, the difficulty level of the test is set at level 1, with safety equipment to minimize danger. But she paused a bit and continued, what I worry about is if the students compete too fiercely, collisions will happen. Amelia looked at Siron. So, obviously Siron, Sienna added, will become the target of the kids' competition. Siron silently wondered if he could handle it. If it was just a tough test, no problem. But Siren remembered the hostile looks from everyone. He didn't like the idea of fighting alone against the whole class. He hated getting hurt by the brutality of competition. Siron asked himself, should I even take this test? At that moment, Sienna spoke again. I'm sorry, Siron. She looked at him. I tried to get you into 5th grade from the entrance exam when you enrolled. Seems my ambition caused you trouble. Siron quickly said, no, please don't say that. Sienna bowed her head. So from today I will take responsibility for teaching you. Ami, sitting beside, said nothing. After a while, Ami looked up, gloomily staring at Sienna. Why? Why do you have to go this far? Sienna looked at Ami. She just felt responsible for the unprecedented difficulty of the promotion exam. She will try her best. Ami pounded her chest, saying, no way. That could make things worse. Rumors will spread that the teacher judging the promotion exam is biased towards Siro. So even if he passes, the results will be cancelled. She confidently looked straight at Sienna and said, leave Siro to me. If it's just a level 1 difficulty, there's no problem, right? I can teach him. Siron stared blankly at Senior Ami. Wasn't Ami mad at her? Sienna adjusted her glasses, thinking, that's true. But Sienna asked Ami, you know, I've applied for the graduation promotion. Am I capable enough to take care of Siron? Siron jumped. turning to look at Ami sitting nearby, unable to believe it. Graduation class? He widened his eyes, thinking, oh my god! The graduation class is the dream of every student at the magic school. To become a professional mage, the graduation class's skills are recognized at a near-professional level. Becoming a senior student at a prestigious school means having an article published in the Kingdom's Magic School magazine. However, once you step on that path, the good school life ends. Ahead lies a hellish and terrifying training. The promotion application and Ami Kami's first test were sent. Ami will be the first to step into such a place. Siron leaned in and asked Ami, how can that be? Isn't that too fast for someone our age? Ami avoided the question, looking away. Ami teared up, thinking, it's all because of that brat, that damn kid. She thought about Siro skipping 1 or 2 grades. That kid from Mai is progressing too fast. The only place to escape to is the graduation class, right? Little Ami quickly ran off to the hellish graduation class. Don't come here. Siro looked at Ami with sparkling puppy eyes. So cool. I don't even dare to dream of being number 1 in the advanced class. Yet she confidently was the first to apply for a place way beyond reach. Siron silently watched Ami and Sienna talking, thinking, even in such an important situation, she's still here to help me. Over there, Ami was laughing and talking with Sienna. No matter how busy I am, there's nothing I can't do well, right? She gave up. Sienna smiled back. I understand your feelings for your boyfriend, but at a time like this, you should leave it to the teachers. Sienna said since this is Siro's first time learning magic, having a teacher teach him would be more effective. This successfully fired up Ami's competitive spirit. She turned sharply to look at Siro. So, Siro, you choose, me or Miss Sienna. Siro tensed. Ami asked. Wouldn't you prefer your girlfriend to teach you? Siron smiled and said, I'll handle it myself. This time both Sienna and Ami were stunned. What? The shout echoed throughout the dorm. What? Ami yelled at Siro. You idiot! Do you know how rare this opportunity is? Siron twisted his hands and replied, I don't want to bother the judging teachers. Plus, my dad still has an important exam ahead, Ami shouted. Others are even willing to spend a fortune hiring tutors for that, and aren't you the target of the whole class's competition? Ami said, that's not something you can do alone. Siron bowed his head. Isn't that why Senior pushed for early graduation promotion? If I hesitate here, I won't move up to a higher position. Siron's words stunned Ami. Siron continued, for me, 5th grade is just a step in becoming a mage, just like Senior. Ami covered her mouth, coughing. Siron said to Ami, trust me, Senior. Though I can't say I'm sure to pass the test, I'll try my best and won't regret it. Sienna silently listened to their conversation. After Siron finished, she stood up. I understand. If that's the student's wish, the teacher must accept. The other students did the same. Siron stood up and bowed his head to thank her. Thank you so much for caring about me. Miss Sienna, Sienna continued. You all can stay and discuss your opinions further. As for Ami, you, Sienna, come to the door. She turned back to look at Ami and said, forget about today, but if you climb through the boys' dorm window again, you understand, right, Ami? Bowing his head. Yes, ma'am. Her soul screamed alive. After Sienna left, Ami slumped down and exhaled, totally freaked out. Just as she was relaxing and sliding down, Ami was startled. She quickly stood up and said, I'm heading out too. Siro also bowed to Ami. Yes, I had to come all the way here. Siro sincerely thanked her. Thank you so much, Senior. Ami suddenly asked, hey, be honest, why have you been avoiding me? Siron froze. Ami continued, from the start, you could have told me you were being bullied. That's not something you have to handle alone. Ami turned around. Could it be that she remembered what Siron said? That if the person you like sees that scene, their pride would be deeply hurt? Ami stammered. Pride hurt? Siron replied, it's not that I wanted to avoid you, Senior. Ami covered her mouth in panic. So it's true? Really true? Siron went on. If you're wondering why, it's because you're my target, Senior. Ami was silent, feeling less bored. So, that's the deal. I knew it. Siron scratched his face. Actually, from the first day I came to school, I saw your name at the top spot. Siron recalled when he first arrived at school and saw Ami's name on the honor roll. Siron said, at that moment, I thought I wanted to study hard to be like you. On the 4th grade honor roll, out of 42 students, the number 1 spot was written. Kamisami Siro laughed and said, but back then, I didn't expect things to turn out like this. It's really awkward. If I told you I was being bullied, things might have gotten even more awkward. Ami sneered. Target, huh? She silently cursed. Damn it, getting beaten by a kid? Ami remembered before. If Dad knows any AI at the magic school, please introduce me. She coldly looked at Siro. What a ridiculous fate, Ami softly asked. Are you joking? Siro blinked. Yes, ma'am, Ami shouted. Target my ass. That's ridiculous. She stepped right up to Siro. In front of me, you act all friendly, calling me senior this and senior that, but behind my back, you're secretly trying to catch up? Siro panicked and raised both hands in front of his chest. How did it come to that meaning? He groaned. Why is it turning out like this again? Ami pushed the window open. If you plan to get past me, Ami put on her cloak, turned around, and said, "Then from now on, don't call me senior anymore." Siron stood there stunned. Ami shouted, "Come compete with me fair and square." She climbed out the window. "Try to catch me early in the guild, and I'll make you call me senior for life." Suddenly, Siro spoke up. "Ami." Ami was shocked and called him by name straight up. Siro said, "Wait a moment." He stood seriously in the room looking at Ami. "I will definitely catch up to you." Ami laughed, her whole face shadowed with that deadly aura. "Just to catch up to me?" She turned to face Siron and flew out. "Hopefully by then I haven't graduated yet." Siron clung to the window, watching her disappear. He exhaled deeply. "I refused help, but surely those attacking me are watching my every move." He lost, but Siron showed determination. "The only way left is to rely on my own 2 feet. The time left until the early promotion exam is 1 month. The countdown begins." The next day, after class, everyone was noisily chatting. "Are you preparing for the promotion exam?" the students discussed. "Today, I just hired a tutor for 1 month to learn instant teleportation. It's dangerous, yet 20 people signed up for the exam. Theoretically, it's easy. If you apply the formula, it's not too hard." 7th grade boys talked among themselves. "The problem is applying it." A green-haired boy pointed at Siro, carrying a pile of books down the road. "That kid's taking the exam too?" A stack of books fell. The cover read photoluminescence. Siro thought, "I said I'd do it on my own." But looking at the pile of theory books in front of him, Siro was discouraged. The problem is applying it in the real environment. A mage must always face constant changes, especially with teleportation magic. Terrain information is very important. Depending on the situation, we need to adjust the level. Omnipotent and radiant, Siro sat down to take notes. Just the units alone had reached the 20th power of 10 people. How could anyone calculate something like that? He rubbed his head, thumped it, refusing to give up. There was no way they would set an impossible test, he pondered. Sienna had also said that learning instantaneous teleportation wasn't complicated, but what if that didn't apply to someone like him who had never studied magic before? Siro thought about Sienna's words. The 7th graders would definitely succeed, because they'd been educated from a young age, because they could easily afford expensive tutors. Siro felt like an outsider watching them. Sienna had asked him if he could close that gap. Wrong. Siro looked up. Anpheus was smiling at him. Someone nearby clapped in praise. "Awesome!" That person looked at the tall figure's back through the smoky haze and said, "You performed instantaneous teleportation perfectly. Truly the son of Spider." The Magic Association's technical advisor, he called the young master Mark, named Spider Mark, 15 years old, 7th grade, stood up straight and said, "It's nothing, since I'm being taught by a 9th-level certified teacher." The other man handed him a towel to wipe his face. Mark said, "I was a bit worried, but it's pretty easy." The man explained, "Because the test is quite simple. You can focus on choosing." His tone was steady. Although learning to perfectly apply instantaneous teleportation in 1 month was impossible, if we just speed up learning the parts necessary for the test and spend the rest of the time practicing, it's totally possible to pass. He chuckled, feeling triumphant. "Maybe you should thank that special umbrella bastard." He wiped sweat and said, "Thanks to him, I leveled up 2 grades in a short time." Mark drank water and asked the man, "By the way, what's that bastard doing?" The man replied, "Per the young master's instructions, I'm watching him, but it seems he's just self-studying and reading books." Mark was puzzled. Self-studying with books? He doubted it. He thought the guy must have hired a killer tutor with that kind of money. Is there something shady going on? Mark ordered to keep an eye on him. He's not a reckless guy. His tone was steady. Just reading a few books. How could he use magic? Over here, Siro was diligently studying many books. He put down his pen, took a break. "I've done everything I can. First, I spent a lot of time deeply understanding light. I memorized the theory without a single mistake. I'm not sure, but there isn't much time left." 7th grade training ground number 41. Since it was nighttime, only 1 or 2 dim lights flickered. Siro stood below, starting up. "Now I have to cast the magic. Nothing is impossible. The only hope is that it works as I expect." Siro's eyes glowed a deep blue. First, he opened the spirit realm. Siro's forehead immediately lit up. As he said he was applying photochemical theory, Siro tried to maintain his focus. "I'm on the boundary between omnipotence and omniscience." The light grew brighter and brighter. Siro was almost enveloped in blue, the word "I" in the center fading away. Suddenly, Siro's body shone golden. He joyfully looked at himself. "All right, it's working!" Siro shouted. Now, for instantaneous teleportation. His eyes opened wide. Humans can't calculate the amount of light. Siro recalled the teachings. When a mage focuses, their mind becomes light enough, sharp enough to sense everything around them. It's said that excellent mages can even count the number of leaves from a distance. Someone placed small coins in their hand and explained, "This is called an extreme sensitive mental state, or the alpha spirit realm." Holding out their hand, they said, "At that point, the mage perceives the outside world supernaturally. As a result, they can manipulate the phenomena in front of them." Siro felt like he had opened a new world. It wasn't about calculating quantities, but sensing everything. Time was running out. The remaining time until the instantaneous teleportation exam was 13 days counting down. 9 days inside the academy, someone asked, "What the hell is that?" Everyone's eyes turned toward the back of the classroom. The short-haired girl and the pink-haired girl, who always looked annoyed, also shifted their attention to the back of the class. A voice rang out, "Did he train without any protection?" "No way." Everyone was staring at Siro. His face was covered in bandages. Siro focused on writing and thinking. His first attempt at instant teleportation had failed 7 times. He felt a bit helpless trying to fix his mistakes. "I have no choice but to keep practicing." Siro kept falling to the ground, lying there clutching his knees. "This time, my knee messed up." The countdown was 8 days. Siro's notebook was filled with scribbles. He was still focused on calculating. It was an error of plus 0.02 microseconds. After the countdown reached 7 days, it was a stupid method, but 6 days remained. At night, the training ground echoed with non-stop crashing sounds. 5 days left, and Siro was still falling. 4 days left, and he was determined to try again. "My body will remember it like instinct." The countdown was 3 days, then 2 days, and only 1 day left. A Siro stood under the light, holding his knees. Panting hard, sweat dripped from Siro's face onto the ground. "What am I supposed to do? The test is tomorrow, but every time I fix one mistake, another one appears." Another mistake popped up. Siro wiped his face. "Now there's nothing left to fix. I have to make it. I have to." Siro silently breathed in. The space before his eyes blurred. He slapped his face hard to wake up, trying to connect everything. "I can do this. I have to do this." Siro tried once more, his foot pushing off the ground. He focused on thinking about teleportation. A flash of light flickered and then shot away again. Opening his eyes, Siro saw himself hovering just above the ground. With a soft thud, he gently fell to the ground. He exclaimed, "No injuries this time." Siro lay flat on the ground, smiling satisfied. "I did it. How far can I go now?" He kept thinking until he fell asleep without realizing it. "There's no time to lie around here. I need to practice linking. I need to pray." At dawn the next day, Mark stood high up, looking out over the courtyard. The man called him "Young Master." He asked Mark, "What do you think?" Mark turned confidently and replied, "Very good. Today will be a historic day because I will advance to 5th grade." He squinted. 700 meters is nothing. I'll do it easily." Inside the academy, the 7th grade classroom was still quite empty. Maria walked to the classroom door when someone called out, "Hey Maria, have you given up on the exam?" Maria was startled. It had to be him, she thought. Maria asked, "Weren't you at the training ground? Are you studying?" Mark laughed loudly. "Do I look like a fool? 7 failures in studying, huh?" He arrogantly asked, "Maria, what are you doing here? Is that why your grades suck?" Mark mocked Maria. "You should go learn from the training zones. The best way to study is to watch and learn from those better than you." Maria turned to leave, hesitating. "That's true. Good luck. Hope you pass." Mark laughed and asked, "Really? You hope I pass?" Maria's hand trembled. Mark leaned close and said, "You're really something. You know, like sneaking around with a teacher or something." Maria reflexively asked, "How do you know that?" Her question made Mark laugh. He laughed loudly. "Idiot. I was just testing if it was you." Maria's backpack dropped to the ground. "I have many ways to get information. A shy girl like you going to the teacher's office is kinda weird." Mark cornered Maria against the wall. "Because we're classmates. I'm being nice to you. But once I'm your senior," he threatened Maria. "Do you know what will happen then?" Seeing Maria trembling like a scared rabbit, Mark hated it and stood up straight. She's such a coward. How could she even think about becoming a mage, even though she was 4 years older than him? But she was still his classmate. Mark left a sentence and walked away. "Just wait and see." Behind him, Maria sat down scared. She trembled, covering her mouth, tears streaming down her face. Mark pushed the door open and loudly asked, "Is the plan all set?" 4 other guys from 7th grade turned to look. One of them answered, "2. We'll stick to Siro right from the start. The other 2 will protect him." Mark said, "So there will be 2 chances to get him." 7-time loser, Mark said. "The distance for the first round is 10 meters. So, push that guy out at least 10 rounds." The gray-haired guy nodded and asked, "You really gonna do what you promised if we pull this off?" Mark's eyes suddenly flashed. "Of course. Once I rank up, I'll definitely find a tutor job for you." "You won't have to worry about finding a job even if you don't graduate," Mark assured. "My dad's the technical advisor for the Magic Association. If you help me, I'll never forget it. If I can help, I definitely will." He thought proudly to himself, no tiny slip-ups allowed. A genius shouldn't lose focus. Inside the foggy mountain forest, is this the impassable bridge? The unregistered 7th graders were gathering in one spot. The short-haired girl who once opposed Siro going to class asked, "This is the finals, right? I'm so tired." The pink-haired girl also said, "There are more people than I thought, especially since they're all crowding around the 5th graders." Looks scary. Standing in front of her, someone added, the seniors from 5th grade. On the 5th graders' side, they were all tense, thinking, if some kid makes it into our class, I hope it's a super cute one. Everyone laughed and said, that would be fun. Both the 4th and 6th grades also came to watch. The judges arrived on time, including the principal. A bright spell shot up into the sky. Itella looked at the signal, then turned back and said, it's time. She looked at the students standing at the starting line. The test will start in 10 minutes. Someone cursed, damn it. It was originally a cliff. Where's the bridge? Another said, idiot, that's the bridge right there. Someone else looked down and only saw 3 or 4 thin ropes stretched out. They shouted again. What? What kind of bridge is this? Over here, someone was using binoculars to watch the group of contestants. Here it is. This is the best spot. Serial held the binoculars excitedly. You can see super clearly. Army crossed his arms behind him and said, hey, we don't have time. Why are you watching those dumb 7th graders? Serial said. What are you talking about? I have to cheer for your boyfriend. Give him a little luck. Army sighed. Whoever passes, passes. Whoever fails, fails. What the hell is there to cheer for? She bit her finger thoughtfully. Anyway, you can teleport. So, the black-haired guy walked over to call Mark. He started up and asked, did you find Siro yet? The black-haired guy replied, no. That guy said he's not here. Mark glanced and said, what? Over here? Siroan was still lying face down on the ground. An ant was crawling toward his face. Suddenly, Siroan's eyes snapped open, startling the ant to run away. He sprang up like a spring and shouted, what time is it now? Someone else also shouted loudly, what? Not present? Ami looked through the binoculars and said, what? Siro's absent? Serial panicked. I'm not sure. I looked everywhere but didn't see him. Ami hesitated, maybe worried. Isn't he the one who failed at magic use? See, I told you. Learning to teleport on your own is really tough, and these test students are standing on a sheer cliff, someone muttered. This is a cliff, not a bridge, Ethel shouted. The rule is simple. When the teacher signals, you move to the cliff on the other side. Whoever teleports the farthest passes the test. The 7th graders looked at each other. What? Someone stepped forward to try. You're telling us to run over there? If we don't finish the test, we'll fall down there, right? The 7th graders doubted. Is there really safety equipment down there? 7 stood in front of them and said, if you're scared, quit. The 7th grade contestants looked at him. 7 said, as you know, death is a real possibility in every curriculum at the magic school. 7's face was serious. Also, this is the early promotion test, selecting students fit for 5th grade. So if you can guarantee your own protection, join in, but with that weak determination, he coldly warned the students, you better leave now while you still can. Outwardly serious, but inside 7 was suppressing a laugh. Got cold feet, huh? Putting on a little pressure to prevent safety incidents is necessary. He glanced to one side. The real danger was the belt on Mark's group standing there with arms crossed. Those who joined just to compete. Mark laughed at those mediocre losers. Like, why even bother taking this test? In the end, it's just a stepping stone for me in society. He was smug about that umbrella kid. Heard he self-studied to pass the test or something. Either way, he's gonna fail. Watch this. What a joke. Mark looked ahead, thinking he still had to prepare thoroughly. Just then, Etella raised her hand. Everyone line up, the exam is officially starting. Suddenly she went silent, spotting something. Someone was running headlong from afar. It was Siro, looking a total mess. Everyone was shocked to see him arrive. Siro leaned on his knees, breathing hard. I'm sorry. He looked up at Etella and asked, am I still allowed to take the test? Etella quickly ran over to Siro. Meanwhile, Serial spotted him through binoculars. Ami, there he is. Ami snatched the binoculars from Serial's hand and shouted, what the hell? Where the hell is this idiot showing up so late? Ami watched closely, biting her lip. Why the hell was that kid's face covered in bruises? Did he get hurt during practice with the judges? Sienna turned to ask Principal Anphias. Miss Atella wanted to ask if they should make an exception for the latecomer. Anphias nodded. Managing the situation is also a skill for students. Just start the test as scheduled. Sienna was silent a moment, then replied, understood. Then a bright orange flare shot into the sky. Atella turned and shouted, get ready, the test will begin as planned. She spoke to Siro, who was barely standing. Siro, if you want to quit, just tell me. Siro dragged himself forward. Thanks for caring. I'm okay. Someone waved at Siro. Over here. He looked confused, saying, thanks. The guy who spoke glanced at someone standing a bit away. Siro successfully took the first step, eliminating that kid within 10 turns. He bent over, gasping, sweat pouring down. He glanced ahead. Focus. Put everything you've got into this. Etella raised her hand high and said, the early promotion test for 7th grade officially starts now. Everyone get ready. Etella checked the watch on her wrist. Everyone lined up, all crouched down in the ready position. Max glanced at the person next to him and signaled, just follow my lead. The other nodded. Siro also focused his mind. Itella fired a flare into the sky as a signal. All the students taking the test surged forward. Siro ran headlong like everyone else. Two others ran behind him. They nodded at each other. The clock hands ticked away. 1 second into the test, the kids had already advanced this far after many tries. Well trained. But this was the first time they saw the cliff. What would it feel like to have the sky spread beneath your feet? That burning, tough feeling in every toe? Excitement or fear? This was a world they'd never known. There was only one strategy the kids could think of. The classmates ran headlong, determined to grab first place no matter what. Every student believed the chance to be first was totally possible. 2 seconds into the test, the cliff was still 20 meters away. Mark was running at full speed too. He thought, running fast won't get you first place. The key is to teleport at the right moment. In theory and practice, the prerequisite to win is knowing when to jump. The jump spot decides the outcome. Early or late turn doesn't matter. Of course, if you have the guts to do it, the red-haired kid misstepped, still quite far from the cliff. He went all in. The redhead shouted, "Screw it." Then he vanished in a flash of yellow light. Nearby, students hurriedly said, "Me too." Everyone kept teleporting as the test hit 3 seconds. 5 meters from the cliff, the lead group took off. Someone yelled, "Damn it, I'm gonna make it." 3 meters left. Another guy charged forward. One of Mark's buddies ran up from behind. "Sorry, Mark, I'm going ahead," Mark yelled. "What am I supposed to do if the escort leaves first?" Mark gritted his teeth angrily. Cowards. He kept running forward, worried about falling. Max, the leader, jumped when he was 2 meters away. They jian bai ti troi ko ba foi nam jai. Siron vandang kamdo chai. Motrong nung ten dong bon ko max futrach keo chan siron. Kung vai, ko tang ni, ten dien nai sao ku teo toi hoai vai. Mot ku ban ka kung ngop nung. Lam ji kon ai nuai chung tadao. Toi ti, kung ngui het len. Toi di trok de. Sao do lap tuk bien mat. Hai ngui futrach yu chan siron kung bato sudung fep tut. Siron ven chai ve truk. Ki huang kachi kon mot met. Thuri jian troi kwala ba foi bai jiai. Siron ven kamtai chua toi luk. En dap jon ngay sat meip vachda. Siron hat quite tam min fai bat kipa. Hok sin theo doi ben fia ami, deu ha hok mum. Ngay ka hoi dong ban jiam kau ben fia ko siena kung kong no duk. Etela lo lang dingin, ting tau lo no dan vanglen. Kota tong kung nai sung sao? Siron. Arian vượt qua hai met. Trigan bai ti troi qua bong jai. Tai cambiet tu ku gia tok ocean. Kung nukwok ti do kiem tuet lan truk. Dai la lan dau tien ta tai mot ngui kong ron sel ki dung truk mat chata. Ko kong se hai chut now a. Tet kala nung loi de kin ngak kurian dan show on. Boy hin ko kung kong dam nin tang vao shaman. Mot nam truk din tu ocean fong rian. An ang enung loi tan tuong ko rin dan show min ma ko chut soho. A chuyen do ai ha? Kung kong ko gidak bietaw. Chila toida tung dok trong mot kun sash. Trong do vietrang ban chut ko su so hai din tu tri tuong tuong. Nung deu hien siron king ngak hon lai la loi te kisi ko rin. Sabang loi te kisi ko kuduk. Den an kung kong ngor toi rin se fatong loi te kisi ve min. Ner lai kung sach. Chiko kung mui misokim. Siron bin tan gai tich tuong tuong rang min se chet ngay saudo. Vidu nu ngay ka hinaira koi vachda. Fai den luk tip de chung tam withuk su chet dung kong. Vai nen toi dangung tuong tuong ve tuong lai, va top trong vau hien tai. Nia la toi nen tim rajai fap de transahai. Ana da ngung tuong ve tuong lai ma top trong vau hien tai. La me suk min tim radap on. Deudo da jupen rut niu. Ngay loi jai thich ko ena, rian kong de tinduk, kam de het suken gunguk. Siron kukubin gukung ha. Nguk, nguka, binoila en yok, siron jut min ko chut kingak. Ninen ting bonoi venyung thu nikium nikiu no chang kogit tat. Kodo dai mohoi, nam chat vai an, lon ting noi. Ne roi suung tu vachda, kose chettai. Chakchan chettai. Kodang noi kai keive. Tai rian hiunom loi men noi dundin lo lang nevai. Envoy van geithich, kung faido, ngithong sut len now, toido kuchet ngay 30 mai sungdo, treve thuktai. Tuan bo kak hoksin din ixem kung tuante jiao vien dang vokung lo lang va hoi hop. Chiek dong ho trong te ko etela dich quen tung gi tung fut. Tai vachda? Tat ka hoksin tam jia bai ti deu da huatan ng vetsang bai di ti siron may baton hai suung. Kakotein luk nai, tua ramut chutan sang vang. Bato murlin vuk. Luk kan ko gio kwa lon ki sudong 50 kuen da tauthan ap luk len kote kwa ena. Min kong duk mut trong, nerline vuk bifaver, moi tu se ket tuk nge. Kwan kak siron roisung, kako te ko an duk bautrum boy mo tung an sang. Kong jian sung kwan siron bato bin doi. Ku the an belen laudi vai tuk do an sang va don dui kip ning hok sin di truk. Siron vut kwa nyom hok sin di truk. Bi ju mot hok sin fat hien radio da va het. Kai. Moi ngui bato kin yak toto. Hakong ngara lai doi kip. Tam chi vut kwa kamin. Kai ji, no da but nai montoi se now, de ko te vutos sa nu veichu. Nin siron vut kwa nu vai. Tendo chom tinduk. Urban kia non nui. Nom học sinh đừng dèm vui mừng ho et hitay en bat đầu tiên vào cuộc đua. Tất cả đều ho et cô vui cho Siron. Bắt đầu rồi, cô lên nào. Tuy chỉ là một khoảng khắc tổng qua khi nhìn bằng mắt thường, nhưng thấy gì chưa? Học sinh mười vụ này xuống đỡ. Nhưng học sinh lớp năm vô cùng ung tung khi chứng kiến man thể hiện vừa trôi của Siron. Họ không tin được rằng một học sinh mới lại có thể làm đến mức này. Ami, cơ tu talando học mà pháp mani. Siron nhớ ang gang, jiong ko chutron hoi den Ami. She didn't even know how to respond. Even she was shocked, left speechless. After calming down, she understood why he started later than everyone else, so she wasn't as surprised as before. Sure enough, even though he started late, he had been trying to make up for it. As long as he kept up that pace, Siro would always be the one leading the race back. Mark was in front, but he knew it wouldn't be long before Siro caught up. Damn it, damn it. What the hell is the task force doing? The gap ahead isn't even an issue anymore, he thought bitterly. Mark glanced back, tried to speed up, but it was too late. In just a moment, Siro overtook him and took the lead. That kid was right in front of him. While far away in the forest near the mountain range where the competition was happening, Maria was slowly stepping into the Alang forest. Maria wasn't talentless. From the start, the harassment from classmates, combined with her own insecurity and weakness, held her back. In the teacher's room, when asked about her grades, Maria was scared, didn't dare to look up, and answered with a trembling voice, "Sir, it's because those kids keep bothering me." Moreover, before she could finish, the teacher coldly cut her off. It's natural for classmates to hold each other back. This is a competition that all the others have surpassed and gotten promoted through. The class finished the third round, and the students competing were divided into 3 groups. Leading was the group with Siro and Mark's task force. The middle group stayed about 3 meters behind, and at the back was the last group, the ones who used magic first. Out of fear, damn it, I couldn't even use flying magic. According to the senior's words, even if you fall, you're still safe, right? After flying for a while, a reckless student sneezed. That single sneeze threw the student off balance, causing him to fall. Following him were many other students in Group 3, all falling down the cliff. Panicked screams, "Help! I'm giving up!" Watching the students fall, others came to watch, and the teachers all laughed, laughing at the show, just as expected. Students who couldn't overcome their fear would fall first. Saying that, the teacher wrote down the names of those eliminated on paper. The eliminated students kept falling, screaming nonstop, "Where's the safety gear? How much longer do we have to keep falling?" When everyone fell to a certain height, a large fan at the bottom of the cliff activated. The fan created gusts of wind that caught the falling students, letting them land safely. Those still conscious lay flat on the ground. "This sucks. You should have told us about this beforehand." After that shock, the eliminated group all screamed in frustration. Since the seniors didn't warn them about this, none of them knew. This was just a small gift left intentionally by the seniors for the juniors. In the end, all the students in the last group were eliminated, 200 meters down. The students who made it this far showed signs of exhaustion, panting. "I can't go any further." Some students, too tired from maintaining instant teleportation magic, fell down. "Help me, please." Familiar cries rang out again. The middle group had given up quite a bit, falling back to the leading group. Mark kept trying to speed up. His magical talent was average, and so far showed no signs of fatigue. Idiots without talent shouldn't even dream of climbing higher. The middle group will all give up anyway. Hearing the cries of surrender behind him, Mark sneered inwardly. Despite speeding up to catch Siro, the gap between them was still pretty wide. The problem was, damn it, maybe it was his mood, but he felt the distance between him and that kid was getting farther than before. Mark gritted his teeth in frustration. He kept accelerating, trying to catch up. He couldn't help but feel annoyed thinking about him, who didn't even show a hint of tiredness. How was that possible? He should have been dead before the start. Suddenly, ahead, Siro changed, a surge of energy flowing into his body. Mark behind witnessed it all, cursing silently. "What the hell is that?" Siro suddenly sped up. Miss Etella used her magical eyes to observe all the students' tests and had to admire his talent. Ciro's talent was truly amazing. Even I have to use shadow barriers multiple times, yet Ciro's pace is steady like a number line, like a machine. The shadow barrier, Miss Etella, using self-objectification to stabilize the mind while creating a unique momentum. Not just Etella, all the exam graders also nodded in agreement with her comment. Some teachers even gave feedback to Mark after seeing his decent magical skills. On the other hand, Mark showed a clear change in pace. He's pretty good compared to his classmates, but still a bit impatient due to his youth. Not only that, some even praised Etella's talent. As expected from Etella, even from such a distance, she could accurately sense things through empathy. Truly amazing. That guy stood on the other side, face twisted in annoyance, silent without a word. The principal watching was also extremely satisfied with Cyron's talent. Serial held binoculars to watch the competition. Amazed, he asked Ami beside him, "Did he just use shadow binding himself?" That's really impressive. Where did Siron learn those advanced skills? Ami, standing on the other side, answered Serial's question, intently watching the match. Even though she already knew inside, she wouldn't say it out loud. Learn? Ordinary mages learn to consciously use the subconscious world, but this kid is different. He's almost directly controlling his subconscious. That's not something you can learn. Watching him pull ahead, Mark knew he couldn't win fairly. Time to stick to the plan. Thinking that, Mark suddenly shouted loudly and started moving. Receiving Mark's signal, two henchmen immediately began executing the pre-planned strategy. Even though both had reached their limits, damn it, he gave the signal. But why now? They had to squeeze out every last drop of their remaining mental energy to complete the mission. The henchman decided to risk it all, using all his remaining mental power to boost himself to his absolute limit. Siron sensed a double strike. That AI must have changed its rhythm. Just a moment of distraction, a shadow suddenly appeared in front of Siron, catching him off guard. A student suddenly shot up in front of him, making Siron startled and unable to react in time. He could only slow down to dodge. What the hell is going on? Another student also rushed at Siron, eyes wide open, staring at the incoming attacker. The henchman knew his action was wrong but couldn't disobey orders, thinking silently, "Sorry, but you gotta end the game here. Let's fall together." The henchman shut his eyes tight and charged full speed at Siron, aiming to make him fall. Siron's eyes widened, staring intensely at the student, rushing at him, utterly shocked. Is he seriously trying to tackle me? The student, eyes shut and teeth clenched, looked anxious, hovering midair. Then suddenly, he opened his eyes with a suspicious gaze. The falling student could only watch Siron playing midair. In his mind, he thought, how the hell did he dodge midair in such a dangerous spot? A few students who fell finished their game. Siron was struggling to stay conscious, his hands playing midair in the vast blue sky. Right before his eyes, the rhythm was broken. Fatigue began to set in along with his final determination. Siron's emerald eyes lit up once again. I can't pass out. Focus. A ray of light like the sun shot up into the blue sky. The student falling down saw that scene. He really is a demon, not human. With that thought, the student kept falling along with a few others. Below, the 5th grade students were noisily discussing, didn't he move kinda weird just now? Could he have lost his way? One student said, they actually wanted to crash straight into the kid ahead. That's the real goal. Two students turned to look at him with utter surprise. How do you know that? Who'd purposely cause an accident? When Iruki's name was mentioned, he calmly sat cross-legged, arms crossed in front of other students. Iruki described with his hands, one hand clenched, the other open, standing upright, bringing them close together, then said, one person blocks the race ahead, the other attacks from the side. Just like that, Iruki analyzed with a calm expression. That's a brilliant strategy to block both things. The advantage of teleportation and spatial jumps if the new students don't stray off the racetrack. Surely something terrible is going to happen. After analyzing, Iruki just waved his hand, smirking calmly. Well, if it were me, I would have easily escaped using the motion equation. Hearing that, the two students just frowned, full of disgust and anger, looking away. That fake innocent act was seriously gross. Their eyes met. But according to Iruki, there's no way the teachers wouldn't notice. Not sure what they're scheming. Meanwhile, the principal and Miss Sienna were still watching the exam. Mark, with his power, was rushing forward confidently, laughing loudly with pure joy. The top spot is mine. Mark grinned triumphantly, thinking everyone would be so jealous. Those dumb classmates and even class 6 will become my juniors. Just watch. Mark's confident blue eyes sparkled even more. That's my talent. Siron was still trying to chase after Mark's shining magic stream. Siron thought Mark was in great shape. He would definitely finish the exam. If I want to win, I have to be faster. If I rush to increase teleportation distance, the rhythm might break. Siron's eyes filled with determination. I'll go with a different pace. Then Siron's magic light sped up. Siron shot forward, half a beat faster than Mark. The crowd got way more excited, shouting, Siron's caught up. Now it's just those two left. Mark, speed it up. Army held binoculars with both hands, looking amazed. His body's not in good shape, but he can still use magic so powerfully? Meanwhile, Serial clung to Army's arm with a pouty face, curious. Show me again. Suddenly, Army's eyes widened in shock as he dropped the binoculars. Mark was still rushing forward, stammering. What is that? A magic stream, like a coiled rope, was speeding toward Mark's head. Mark panicked and dodged to the side as the magic flew past. What the hell is that? Mark was still freaking out when Siron was right behind him. A warning popped up. Difficulty level of the bridge is unbeatable. Everyone was shocked by that warning. Level 10. Siron was about to deal with it. Both Max and Siron stared at the dangerous matrix of magic threads in front of them, which kept shooting out long strands. They said, what the hell? What does level 10 even mean? In front of everyone, Miss Sienna only had time to call the principal. I'm going to check the equipment room, the principal said and immediately ran off. Without missing a beat, he flew up using magic. A bright magic beam shot into the sky. Miss Sienna hurriedly said, "Principal, we should stop the exam." Another teacher said, "But this is the test to jump 2 grade levels. If it's canceled, the families will complain fiercely. What do we do then?" Principal Alphas was still watching the ongoing exam. Hearing the other teacher, Principal Alphas shouted angrily, "Is now the time to worry about that? Send the stop signal immediately!" A magic beam shot into the sky, appearing before Siron and Mark, surprising them both. Siron hovered in the air, staring at the signal. The exam's been stopped. Meanwhile, the principal's magic beam had arrived. Stepping out of the beam, the principal hurriedly said, "I just saw a yellow signal. Could the exam have been canceled? Damn it, another pile of complaint papers on the desk. Let me see." The principal rushed to the equipment room, shouting loudly, "Brad, did you drink again last night? You know how important today's test is. This time I swear." The principal grabbed the doorknob, trying to open it, but couldn't. He stopped. Locked? Looks like it's not a mistake. The principal gathered magic. A blazing, bright magic appeared. After a moment, he paused. Huh? Someone was in front of the door. A blue light appeared, revealing the inside clearly. Behind the door were 2 figures. One person was slumped over the table, another sitting on the floor in front of the system control panel. The master immediately raised his hand, pointing magic at the AI door. "Open the door right now, or I'll blow it up," a voice suddenly rang out. "Go ahead and try. Please, master. No one would even notice if I disappeared anyway." The master froze. That voice triggered a small flashback. The master was holding a briefcase with one hand, and behind him was a little student. "You are the master." He was shocked to realize it was Maria. Maria sat in front of the door, clutching her legs, trembling with fear. Upon recognizing her, the master urged, pounding on the door repeatedly. "Do you know what trouble you're causing? Open the door now, and I'll treat this as an accident, so you'll only get a light punishment," Maria shouted. "No! It's all over anyway. If I get promoted, I'll have to live a hellish life again. What's the difference if I die here?" "What?" Hearing Maria, the master was about to punish her. "Better that way. Better that way," Maria screamed, trembling with fear as she hugged her legs tightly. The master was stunned, then closed his eyes and sighed deeply. He understood now. "Do whatever you want." With tears streaming down her face, Maria looked up. "Surprise. If you don't want to open it, then don't. Actually, there's nothing urgent. Just as you wanted, the exam has been canceled." A yellow signal light shone brightly before Siro. And Mark could only grit his teeth in frustration, thinking, "Cancel the exam? Don't joke. The promotion chance is right in front of me." Mark glanced at Siro behind him. "Better reconsider. No matter what you say, we can't get out now. The chance to beat that guy might never come again." Siro was panting from exhaustion, but his sharp gaze hadn't faded. Mark still glared at Siro angrily. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed. 2 beams of light shot into the maze, firing dangerous magic rays. The principal, Siro, and Mark had already entered the maze. The bright bullets kept shooting out. Sienna covered her mouth in shock. "No! Principal!" She clenched her fists. The principal, with an angry expression, clenched his fists tightly. "These idiots again!" Sienna panicked, watching the two rush into danger like moths to a flame, her heart burning, shouting loudly, "Principal, you have to stop this right now. It's too dangerous. What exactly is the master doing?" The principal spoke, and all the teachers ran to him for instructions. The principal was truly furious now, his hands clenched into fists. His face no longer held the previous gentle look. His eyes gleamed with a golden light, intently watching the two enter the maze. Disappointment rose in his heart. "I thought if it were you, things would be a bit different. But if you let greed cloud your judgment and make rash decisions, you'll never find your way out of the maze." Inside the maze, Siro kept weaving through at speed, searching for an exit. The students watching were now in panic, anxiously restless. "Oh my God, what should we do? What do we do now?" Ami covered her mouth with both hands, speechless, calling out to her best friend standing beside her. Ami was frustrated and helpless, watching the exam continue, unable to do anything about those idiots. Level 10 is for professionals. Thick black cords shot out from the cliff, forming various shapes, fiercely rushing south, forcing him to dodge desperately. The trap's speed was too fast. Dodging one meant the next appeared immediately, leaving almost no time to think. "If this keeps up, my stamina will run out." Elsewhere, Mark confidently rushed into the maze. Either way, both would be eliminated. The one who goes the farthest wins. "If I perform well here, maybe I'll get recognized." Holding those thoughts, Mark charged ahead without hesitation. He slipped through the maze's gaps at lightning speed. As he moved, he smugly watched Siro struggling to dodge. "How about that? See my skills? You'll be stuck there forever." The dense, pitch-black maze blocks surrounded Siro. He dodged the incoming blocks, trying to find a way out. But when he saw Mark rushing forward, he wanted to warn him of the danger, but it was too late. "No! The control room right now." On the control screen, a red light flashed, an alarm blared, and Maria's voice echoed. "Teacher, what exactly is competition?" Maria sat leaning against the door. She hugged her legs tightly, choking back tears as she asked, encouraging lies to push others into the abyss. But above all, is this the kind of competition the Academy wants? That also sat leaning against the back of the door, trying to comfort Maria. You misunderstood. Maria cut him off sharply. Don't lump me together with you, a teacher who's always been considered a genius. What does a teacher know anyway? Her voice cracked, tears of pain streaming down her face. I followed the instructions, endured patiently. But in this school, who cares about a student without talent? A mediocre student like me. Noticing Maria's unstable emotions, that still spoke gently to her. I don't know if you realize, but I graduated from this school too. When I graduated, you were just a freshman. Hearing that's words, Maria stopped crying. She didn't expect he still remembered that. Even after so many years, he still remembered. So, have you ever heard the rumor about a genius named Boss studying here? That frowned, a bit nostalgic as he recounted. Her voice trembled from crying. Answer me. I never heard that. I was always the last in line. I stayed in the 5th grade for 5 years straight. As a result, I grew more and more frustrated watching my friends advance easily. That continued telling Maria about his time at the academy. His story carried a hint of nostalgia and loss. No way, the teacher now? Maria said in disbelief. That laughed loudly, cutting Maria off and continuing. One day, the principal caught me and scolded me. What's that about? That kid hit me first. One evening in a hidden corner of the academy, that's voice rang out. It was just a trivial thing. Why should the teacher get involved? That, with a face full of scratches like he'd just been in a fight, said stubbornly, Usually I don't care about stuff like this, but at times like this, do you know what a mage must never do? The principal interrupted. That is comparing yourself to others. Hit right in the heart. That lowered his gaze, but still argued boldly. What are you talking about? Are you preaching again? Ignoring, that's attitude. The principal continued gently. Mages call that an existence erasure. I only need to look at myself. If you can do that, then that's truly erasing me. If you keep staring at others on your own journey, one day, you'll just get lost. In the maze, Mark confidently charged forward until he realized something was wrong. Looking at the net in front and behind, Mark realized it was locked, trapped in a dead end, unable to escape. Panic surged inside Mark. Fear robbed him of his ability to think. Now, all Mark felt was regret. He shouldn't have taken this path. Seeing himself trapped, unable to escape, and the maze blocks closing in to attack, Mark had only one thought. Am I going to die like this? He felt overwhelming regret and fear, screaming for help. Save me. Outside, seeing Mark in danger, everyone was worried, shouting in fear, Mark, no! At the moment Mark seemed about to die, a hand reached out, grabbed Mark's collar, pulling him away to save him just in time. Gripping Mark's collar, Saroon gritted his teeth, speeding up to escape the maze's attack. Seeing Siro successfully save Mark, everyone in Class 7 cheered joyfully. Mark saved. Siro saved him. Suddenly, a student realized both were still in the competition and questioned aloud, but this is a test, right? Why would he save his rival? Hearing the female student's question, another student loudly scolded her. You idiot. Does winning even matter when someone's dying right in front of you? Now, that doesn't matter anymore. Another student noticed something special about how Siro saved Mark. How could he perform teleportation like that mid-air? Mark continued.